This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel Greek mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 549 Lord. Flames and shadows, mixed with chaos and a terrifying aura that strikes directly at the physical nature of mortals. In Zeus' eyes, the structure of the abyss creature in front of him seems to be a weapon born for battle. It is several times taller than humans, but it is not too tall to affect its flexibility. The strong body is burning with unextinguished flames, and the wounds scratched by dragon claws are dripping with blood plasma that corrodes the rocks. The curved demon horn flashes with cold light, but from the perspective of the God King, this is not a weapon used to attack the enemy, but an amplifying device for controlling the elements. After all, there is no magic net in the abyss, so if these native creatures do not want to use their chaotic and barren mental power to control the ubiquitous elemental power, it would be best if there is something to help increase their blood's appeal to the elements. Behind it, there is a pair of broad wings. But Zeus can also see that it should not rely on flapping to fly. Another path of bloodline? Such a path may not be a good thing. But this is the abyss. It doesn't matter to these demons. Since the Dragon Mother has already taken action, Zeus can't say anything more. He just took this opportunity to explore the source of the abyss life force. And there is no doubt that the power and life form of the abyss demigod in front of him are completely inseparable from the bloodline. But such a path should also stop before the true God, so the God King didn't care too much. As for the desperate struggle of this abyss life at this moment, he didn't care about it at all. Well, their official name seems to be Demon, which is appropriate. Nodding secretly, looking at the elemental fluctuations stirred up by the demigod demon, Zeus couldn't help but comment in his heart. Although he didn't know what the principle was, this explosive secret technique was really extraordinary. In a short period of time, its aura has more than doubled, but it is still not good enough for a true god. Wait, it doesn't seem to be exploding. Roar. His face suddenly changed. For some reason, the scene in front of him made Zeus feel somewhat familiar. It was also suppressed, and there was no hope of winning. It seemed that another existence had done something similar 1,000 years ago. At this time, on the blood-red earth, a low roar mixed with some unfamiliar language, and the demon with broken wings looked up at the sky. Looking at the Queen of Dragons and Zeus, the flame demon felt the aura that was incompatible with the abyss. Even though the gap in strength was as big as a mountain and as deep as the sea, there was only tyranny and murderous intent in its eyes. Outsider. The devil's helper. Die with me, together. Spell-like. Burning explosion.
Buzz. Boomstreepje.
In an instant, it was like a small sun rising from the ground, and the fire wave wrapped in divinity swept across 100 miles. The low hilltop was razed to the ground, and a huge roar resounded throughout the field. In addition to the breath of the demigod flame demon, a little bit of the power of the interface spread along with the explosion. The continuous explosions showed no sign of stopping. At this moment, Zeus retreated without hesitation. Another madman like Typhon, who wanted to fight to the death at the slightest disagreement, and did not know how to judge the situation at all. But the power of this self-explosion exceeded Zeus's imagination. With the blessing of that little bit of interface power, the self-explosion of the flame demon had reached the realm of the gods. With an ugly face, Zeus quickly recognized the source of this power. Just like the domain of the regional god, this demon was probably recognized by the Wanyuan plane and was the master of a territory in this layer of the interface. Although the insignificant part of the complete interface was not enough for him to go further, the self-explosion undoubtedly filled the gap greatly, so much so that the God King and the Dragon Mother were greatly surprised. How dare you? Get down.
Bang.
The flames were still burning and spreading, but the next moment, the Dragon Mother seemed to be finally enraged. The dragon wings vibrated, and invisible pressure swept across the fields. Under the power of the Dragon Mother's explosion, the originally scattered flames were immediately suppressed. The blood-red earth trembled slightly and then slowly returned to calm. After a long time, the impact of the fire demon's self-explosion was calmed down, and only Zeus and the Dragon Mother were suspended in the air. Five-color Dragon Mother, I have advised you not to be impulsive. This is not a world dominated by order. Violence and killing cannot solve the problem. Not all beings are afraid of your intimidation. And obviously, the chaotic environment of Tartarus will not produce creatures like those in the human world. Take a deep breath. Zeus didn't know if this movement was considered big, but fortunately, there was no sign of local god-level existence approaching so far. He wanted to reprimand the subordinates of the Lord of Darkness, but considering that the two sides still had a long way to go to cooperate, he suppressed his anger. Its self-destruction is the result. If you continue like this, I don't think we can carry out our mission together. According to your approach, it won't be long before we attract local gods, or even more powerful beings. There won't be a second time. He interrupted lightly, and the dragon-like arm returned to its original state. For some reason, compared to Zeus's obviously suppressed anger, the Dragon Mother, who was facing failure at this moment, was unexpectedly calm. She looked at the place where the Balrog had just self-destructed, with a bit of inquiry in her eyes, and even a faint smile could be seen. It's better this way. Helplessly shaking his head, the God King didn't really want to deal with these reckless men, but the Chaos world has never been a place where intelligence determines strength. In that case, let me handle it when those elves have new discoveries. I will get what we need from the mouths of these native creatures. You just need to wait. Cronaids, are all the gods of Olympus unable to understand others like you? What? I said, there won't be a second time, and there doesn't need to be a second time. Speaking lightly, a trace of greed and desire flashed between the Dragon Mother's narrow eyes. She stepped forward and reached out to the place where the flame demon exploded and fell. Buzz. In the dark, the buzzing sound of laws sounded, and the order that reached the depths of the Wanyuan plain seemed to appear in this small place. In Zeus's somewhat astonished eyes, a winding and twisted incomplete rune that seemed to contain the root of chaos slowly rose from there. It fell directly into the palm of the Dragon Mother and then bonded with her flesh and blood. In an instant, Tartarus boundless and majestic will seem to pour out a tiny corner here. With it, the Dragon Mother faintly rose a little power and a breath that was almost integrated with the abyss. What did you do? It was incomprehensible. Although Zeus was also a god king who had reached the realm of great divine power, he was still fundamentally different from the other primitive gods. On the one hand, his power was firmly bound to the position of the god king, and on the other hand, the primitive gods of the material world had more or less intersections with the chaotic abyss. Even Gaia, the cornerstone of the present world, did not have no chaos in her foundation, but it was just a difference of more and less, just like the remnants of the beginning of creation were hidden under the present order before the legislation, but the power of the God King was different. No mistakes, one post, one content, one book, one forum. So, he could not see anything about the changes in the Dragon Mother in front of him. Hey, God of Olympus, as you can see, I am now the Lord of the Abyss. Why do you need to inquire if you want to know the news of the Abyss? You don't really think that everyone else is stupid and you are the only smart one. This is Tartarus dominated by chaos, not the orderly material world. The solution you think is feasible may only lead to the opposite result here.
Killing, va.
Devouring, sublimation. This is the law of the Abyss, the truth of chaos. But think about it, it's normal. The domain of the Lord of Darkness runs through both sides of chaos at the same time, but the God King of Olympus does not have such ability, so you don't understand this truth. In addition, you are a true god in the world. Under the constraints of the priesthood, I am afraid you cannot accept the gift of Tartarus. So this power is destined to be out of your reach. The voice became more and more indifferent and evil. Just like the silver human and the god of sleep, who were once contaminated with the source of darkness, The dragon mother who suffered from the remnants of the mother tree's power and the flesh and blood of Erebus at the beginning of her birth, was also a natural evil god. Tyranny and cruelty are only appearances. Cunning and conspiracy are the nature engraved deep in her blood. Of course, she knew that simple and rough destruction was not conducive to the exploration of information, but killing the demon who was vaguely connected to the interface power of Wanyuan Plane could help her explore what the operating logic of this world is like. As expected, just as she expected, Tartarus not only did not react to this, but also allowed her to take over the authority of the Lord of the Fire Demon. Okay, according to the information from this authority, 10,000 Abyss Planes is the first interface of the Abyss, and it is connected to more than one layer of the Abyss at the same time, even on the opposite side of it. The voice gradually became smaller, as if she found something while checking the message, and the Dragon Mother immediately skipped this topic. Even among the many levels of the Abyss, the Wanyuan Plane is the most powerful one. If any secondary demon lord can completely occupy it, it will not only be able to obtain the power close to the powerful divine power interface, but it can also sublimate its bloodline and become a demon god at the level of a true god. Of course, to this day, this layer of the Abyss has no real master, so the authority I have obtained has no superior. There were demons who were about to rule it, but they all fell before dawn. This saves a fierce battle. Otherwise, the will of the Abyss does not care that I become the Lord here, as an outsider, but it does not mean that the Master who rules this interface does not care. The changes of each lower Lord cannot be concealed from the Great Lord who controls one interface. It seems that our luck is pretty good. It is said to be luck, but in fact only the Dragon Mother herself knows that this is not luck at all. She chose to accept the Lord of the first layer of the Abyss for a special reason. Compared with Zeus's caution, the Lord of Darkness is actually fully prepared for the trip to the Abyss. Just like the information obtained from the secondary Lord's mark, there is an interface called Shura Field in the space and time opposite to Wanyuan Plane. The Dragon Mother glanced at Zeus and did not mention this news. Let him find out these things that he should know. Anyway, both of them know that the other has his own purpose. The reason they are still together is that they still need each other. This is indeed my problem. I didn't understand your meaning. I really made you laugh. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It was infuriating to hear others laugh at you, but it was another feeling to hear others laugh at you without knowing who you are. But this time when the Dragon Mother compared him with Erebus, he couldn't refute it. Your Majesty the God King did miss something about the chaotic realm. But Your Excellency the Five-Colored Dragon Mother, you just said that the demons who rule this layer of the Abyss can not only be blessed by the power of the interface, but also sublimate their bloodline, and then have the demon power comparable to the gods. That's right. What's wrong? Not understanding what the Olympian god was doubting, the Dragon Mother asked back. Seeing that the other party still didn't understand what he meant, Zeus had to frown and explain. I mean, are you sure that the so-called power of the demon god is not some kind of power similar to the priesthood, or directly a part of the power of the Abyss, but is achieved through the so-called blood sublimation? Of course, although there are some people who are involved in the will of the Abyss, some of them have basically nothing to do with him. The reason why there are so many races in the Abyss is also due to Tartarus's own instigation. So this is blood sublimation, not the power bestowed as you think. I seem to understand. You think that the power of blood should not be able to shape the existence of gods, right? After all, in the eyes of you gods, there are only the gifts of the laws of the world. Sneering, the Dragon Mother felt that there was no need to say more to this god of Olympus. With the mark of the secondary lord in hand, she can return to the 10,000 Abyss Planes at any time with relatively easy means. That's enough. As for Kronite's confusion, this is the knowledge barrier of the real gods in the world, or the argument shared by the gods of chaos. After all, the power of a true god comes from authority, and chaos's divine authority comes from the world, which is neither divisible nor inherited, and it is even more impossible to obtain through blood. In this case, the true bloodline path that the Dragon Mother herself is walking on is naturally not understood by them. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 550, The Logic of the Abyss. The power of blood, the path of blood sublimation, sounds like it is very similar to the blood of gods flowing in the human gods. But the Dragon Mother knows very well that both the blood of the Abyss life and the blood of the Dragon clan are completely different. The blood of the gods is only an external inheritance, while the blood of the Abyss and the Dragon clan has a very strong consistency and a perfect system of promotion. The simplest appearance is that the descendants of the gods will hardly change their appearance because of the blood of the gods, nor will they really master the lower divine power equal to the gods. The son of Zeus can get close to thunder and lightning, but he will never get the power of demigods by manipulating thunder, and they can even have no connection with thunder at all, and the same is true for other descendants of gods. After all, the authority of the gods is controlled by the priesthood, and the authority from the world cannot be inherited and divided through blood. Correspondingly, the Dragon clan and the Abyss demons will not be like this. Creatures with dragon blood will have their life forms approaching the state of their ancestors as their blood reverts to their ancestors, and their strength and abilities will change as well. Different kinds of demons can also complete the change of their life essence in the process of blood sublimation, and even directly undergo a racial transition under chaotic rules. The gods of the world cannot understand this situation. After all, in their view, the power of the gods, especially the source of power that creates authority, cannot be increased out of thin air. No matter how you look at it, the blood sublimation of the simple life field cannot create a priesthood, or the unique ability of the great demons that inherits the great power and involves the rules themselves. The Dragon Mother said that this is indeed the case, because the source power will not be born out of thin air. What the gods don't know is that they can also regroup and let the scattered ones return to their original state. This is the essence of the blood sublimation of the god-level existence. For example, if the Dragon Mother falls and dies one day in the future, the blood shackles of the dragon race she has bred will be opened. The most powerful among them may be able to complete sublimation and transformation and then step into the realm of dragon gods. In this process, the power they obtain is obviously not created out of nothing, but comes from the parts scattered in the depths of the dragon blood after the death of the Dragon Mother. Scattered and gathered, with one race as the main body, let the power be passed down from generation to generation in the blood. Even if there is no immortal essence, it is equivalent to letting this race gain an alternative, immortal strongman. This is the path of blood sublimation. In contrast, the gods are immortal and the divine power is eternal, so for the gods, this is something they can never understand and achieve. But this bloodline path is not without its drawbacks. On the one hand, as the source of the bloodline, it is not easy to create a race on your own. On the other hand, as successors who enjoy the preferential treatment of the bloodline, they cannot surpass them while the source of the bloodline is still alive. And even if the source is dead, it does not mean that everything is fine. Just like those descendants with my bloodline flowing in their veins, if one day I really die, whether they inherit my power and become new dragon gods, or become the carriers of my resurrection after successfully sublimating the bloodline, it depends on their respective abilities. Thinking in her heart, the depths of her narrow eyes flickered slightly. That is, the Dragon Mother can be sure that her creator only provided part of the power. In fact, in her perception, she herself should be the true origin of the bloodline of the five-colored dragon clan. Otherwise, as a natural evil god like Hypnos, no one knows what she will do. However, as the source of the bloodline, although she no longer needs to worry about the oppression above her head, if the Dragon Mother wants to continue to increase her power, she can only ask for it from the outside world. This is also one of her purposes for entering the Abyss, because the bloodline of the Abyss is actually more twisted. Many of the so-called bloodline sources of the Abyss demons can be traced back to the 6 demon gods who were born at the beginning, and the rest are simply a collection of chaotic source forces from foreign lands. Wanyuan Plain. There was once a great demon who was about to unify the interface. It chose the direction of bloodline sublimation, which was the foreign forces in Tartarus that Khaos could not digest, and tried to be promoted to a demon god. This is very common in the Abyss, and it is not necessarily the great demons on the verge of unifying a layer of the interface that can be promoted. Maybe it was just a bloodline mutation, and a certain Abyss demon directly became a new demon god with some chaotic origins of foreign gods, and then evolved a corresponding demon race under the power of Tartarus, adding another type of existence to the species diversity of the Abyss. Of course, ascending to heaven in one step and ascending to the path of godhood sounds good, but there is naturally no pure and beautiful thing in the Abyss. Because these demons who chose the dangerous path are more likely to be killed on the spot by the conflict of the chaotic origins during the promotion process, and then they themselves will become a carnival of flesh and blood of low-level Abyss demons. Even if the demons who unified a layer of interface can be blessed by the will of the Abyss during the promotion, and thus greatly increase the probability of successful promotion, this probability is still not absolute, so the current Wanyuan Plain is still ownerless. Even more bluntly, according to the display in the Lord's Seal, the total number of demon lords who died in the war with Hell is probably not as much as a fraction of these failed promotions. The bottomless abyss is vast and endless. Although the Dragon Mother has the seal in her hand, she cannot know how many layers of interfaces there are. Almost every once in a while, a demon god will fail to be promoted, causing turmoil in the space where he is located and then strengthening the power of the entire abyss. Yes, although Tartarus does not have a complete consciousness, he is not a complete madman. This simple and rough promotion method he chose for the creatures in the interface is not without benefits, because in this process, whether it succeeds or fails, the Abyss can use this behavior to a certain extent to speed up the digestion of these garbage sources and make it obey its own laws. If a demon is lucky enough to become a stable new demon god, then he can absorb all these powers in one breath. And if he is unlucky, it is just that the demon who is about to ascend to the godhood has used his life as a price to help the Abyss Mother eliminate some conflicts between the chaotic source forces. As long as he finally dies in his own world, it is not a loss for the Abyss. A chaotic world uses chaotic solutions, and garbage is made less garbage by violence. This is the logic of the Abyss, which is very different from the path of the god's step-by-step promotion under the laws of the material world. When he first discovered this, even the big snake in hell was amazed. It said frankly that if the order of the world changes drastically one day in the future, Tartarus may take this opportunity to completely become the undisputed endpoint outside the order of chaos, and even obtain power comparable to the Mother Tree. Of course, if that day really comes, I am afraid that from now on, the will of the Abyss will only be a simple will. He will become an existence similar to the trumpet of the law of the world, completely become a macroscopic world idea, and even be assimilated into one aspect of the world. There is no possibility of walking in chaos from the perspective of an independent god, although since the creation of the world, he has never had such a possibility. Okay, Mr. Cronides. The thought in her mind was just a flash, and the Dragon Mother did not have the idea of explaining too much. She just raised her hand and shot a stream of light at Zeus, which contained a little common sense about the Abyss. After sorting out the Lord's mark, I have found the area and route suitable for our next trip. Just according to our previous agreement, I need you to help me take the Lord's position there. And after that, I will also fulfill my promise. Raising his hand to receive the information, the God King's mind swept through it. However, looking at the other party's well-prepared appearance, Zeus once again felt like he was fooled. I remember that when he was still in the human world, it was Erebus who invited him out of courtesy. But at that time, he didn't expect that the other party would agree to it at once. Even now, looking back, it was probably not a sudden impulse, but a premeditated one. So, Your Excellency the Dragon Queen, the reason you were able to completely cover up my breath and traces was not because the Dark Lord had the authority to control the secret, but because you planned to use the power of the Abyss from the beginning? Yes. Didn't you ask before that all the great powers that do not belong to the Abyss will be rejected by him, and only the power of the perfect God King can still be effective in Tartarus. Apart from that, even the original gods can hardly avoid it. And the fact is that even the great Dark Lord has no way to deceive his laws in the body of the abyss, so my initial plan was to become his own. Speaking lightly, the Dragon Mother looked indifferent. The Dark Lord once joked that the current God King devoured his wife who wielded wisdom, but he seemed to have only used this wisdom in some places, and I don't know if this is a backlash of fate. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum, 1619. Although she had never seen the God King, she knew from the preparations of this Olympian god that what Erebus said might be true. Let's go. With the mark of the Sublord, the passage to the abyss is open to me. But if I use it to cover you up, you can only hide from the existence of the Sublord authority and below. If I want you to travel freely to and from the bottomless abyss, you must first help me become a real Abyss Lord. At that time, you'll go to find out the news of the mysterious great man in the abyss, and we will part ways there. For the Dragon Mother, becoming the Lord of the Abyss is certainly not her only mission on this trip. In fact, before she really entered Tartarus, she didn't know that the way to become a family member of the Abyss was so simple. The chaotic Abyss did not reject her idea at all. As long as there was no priesthood under the laws of the world, Tartarus would not refuse all outsiders. But it is always better to have a simpler task. After mastering a layer of the Abyss, she should go to complete the real order of the Lord of Darkness. Okay. According to the agreement between the God King and the Lord of Darkness, I will provide you with military assistance as promised. When that time comes, I hope your Lord's mark will really be as you said and can conceal all beings of the same level. Take a deep breath. Although he feels that he is being led by the nose, Zeus can only accept it for now. The abyss is not the real world, and this is not a place covered by the authority of the God King. Besides, it's better to separate. After all, exploring the news and whereabouts of the snake is only one of Zeus's goals. In addition, he has other things to do. The attraction that had been faintly present in his heart since the end of the last era has not yet ended, as if the laws of the world and the dark have been reminding him that there is something in the abyss that is closely related to him. Erebus is really a wise man. Even if the mother dragon didn't say it, I wouldn't have gone with her all the time. So, he also counted my departure, or was it just a coincidence? With an unchanged expression, Zeus browsed the interface information given to him by the mother dragon in his mind. The other party did not seem to intend to occupy the 10,000 abyss plane, although it was a very powerful level in the entire abyss. After all, as the outermost interface of the abyss, it is not only connected to the outside world, but also has spatial connections with nearly 100 large and small levels. The place of four wars, the gateway, if such an important place is not comparable to the level of Oceanus, Khaos, or even Athena, I am afraid that occupying it is just asking for trouble. The mother dragon is obviously not so stupid. What surprised Zeus a little was that the layer of the abyss chosen by the other party did not seem to be the other powerful levels. Even with a helper like herself, she still chose a seemingly ordinary existence. According to the information, this is a level that is obviously affected by the power of the foreign land, or it is just like 078-2, Molten Pillar, and 116-3, Land of Burning Silence, which are fragments of the foreign land that were shattered and absorbed by Khaos. I know, the Land of Fire, Muspelheim. The previous demon seems to have inherited the power related to it. Recalling the documents of Asgard, Zeus spoke slowly. Yes, the ones I chose are also the same. If nothing unexpected happens, its predecessor may be the corner of a prison, and its name obviously inherits the style there. Speaking lightly, the Dragon Mother's right hand clenched in the air. It is the remains of the Kingdom of Mist, the remains of the foreign land. Interface 338-0, its name is Niblunget. The information provided by Erebus did not have too much detailed content, and he did not know that the way for the Dragon Mother to accept the transformation of the Abyss was to become an Abyss Lord. So the decision on which floor to occupy was entirely up to the Dragon Queen herself. Just like Zeus felt the attraction of the abyss, when she saw this name, her intuition told her that this was her best choice. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 550, 1 for Gelmer. Woo. Woo. On the ground, the wind was cold and piercing. The winter breath mixed with ice crystals and debris blew from the north, blowing up layer after layer of ice and snow from the snow-white ground. Occasionally, there were a few signs of life activities in the cold wind, and then they disappeared in the heavy snow. This is the abyss. He is self-contained to the outside, but he is changeable inside. In the final analysis, it is the essence of chaos that makes him not biased towards any rules and attributes. This is great tolerance and great harshness. As long as the chaotic rules can construct a stable spatial structure, Tartarus will not care about what the inside looks like. He will only watch them gradually become new levels in his body, or like those demons who failed to be promoted, they will eventually collapse and disintegrate under the conflict of chaotic rules and become broken fragments in the abyss. Buzz. In the kingdom of ice and snow, an iceberg towering over the earth. The void twisted slightly, and an illusory light gradually turned from virtual to real. Lava and flames rose behind the shadow, and thunder and shadows intertwined with it. Until a certain moment, with the sound of space shattering, Zeus's incarnation and the five-colored dragon mother passed through the portal one after another and landed on the iceberg covered with snow. Divine power rose around him, and Zeus' handsome face flashed a trace of dissatisfaction when he extinguished the magic fire that followed. However, the dragon mother beside him showed a happy expression, constantly looking at the beating scarlet heart in her hand. Flames danced around the heart, and the power of the demon god comparable to the gods lingered around it. There is no doubt that this should be the original heart core left by an abyss demon god comparable to the true god. Although from the outside, the power lingering on this heart core barely reached the lowest limit of the true god, but its essence finally broke through that limit. The fall of an abyss demon god is a major event that can shock a region even in the chaotic Tartarus. Mr. Dragon Mother, I have not yet congratulated you on getting what you wished for. But if I remember correctly, our previous agreement does not seem to include taking action on the native creatures of the abyss. You took the initiative without discussing it with me. Shouldn't you give me an explanation now? He asked in a deep voice. At this moment, Zeus was obviously not in a good mood. Not only because of the Dragon Mother's presumptuous decision, but also because of the other party's attitude. After the 10,000 Abyss Plane had drawn up a strategy for the subsequent actions, the incarnation of the God King and the Dragon Mother went deep into Tartarus with the identity of a secondary lord. Because although the first layer of the Abyss has spatial connections with many levels, it is a pity that it does not include interface 338-0. Along the way, in order to prevent omissions at critical moments, Zeus and the Dragon Mother were low-key enough. They deliberately avoided the Abyss levels that had already been ruled by lords, even if they had to take several detours. Fortunately, the secondary Lord Mark was indeed very effective in this regard. Under its guidance, the two did not encounter any trouble until they approached the end. However, just when Zeus was slightly relieved and thought that there should be no problems on this trip, an accident still happened inadvertently. In the 284-1 layer of the Abyss Scorching Flame Tower, the two coincidentally encountered a powerful demon who was being promoted. Although it had unified the entire level, it had not yet completely completed the promotion ceremony of the demon god and became a true Abyss Lord, so the secondary Lord Marked did not give a reminder. What's more coincidental is that this demon who was being promoted happened to inherit the same bloodline as the one they killed in the 10,000 Abyss Planes. The end point of its promotion was one of the 6 demon gods, once bred by the demon mother. We can actually avoid it. Few of these lowly abyss demons care about the friendship of the same race, or rather, they just happen to evolve into the same race, and they will not bother us at all when they are promoted. If you hadn't done it, dash. If I hadn't done it, it would have died. In fact, it's just a newly promoted demon god. It has not merged with the interface power of the scorching flame tower. It is not my enemy at all. The dragon mother responded casually. She swallowed the demon god's heart carelessly and temporarily stored it in a space in her stomach. At this moment, the dragon mother was undoubtedly in a good mood. In contrast, Zeus was obviously not in a good mood. You should know that although the laws of the abyss are not yet complete and there are no unified rules for the birth of the demon, the crazy and bloodthirsty figures can be seen at basically all levels, and there are only a few differences and types. So if all kinds of guesses with almost no probability are excluded, the only possibility is that this level of interface has not been opened at all, and naturally no demons have been born. The abyss interface is endless, and there are no less than 1,000 things I can see on the secondary Lord's mark alone. But corresponding to this, these levels are not close together and each serial number has a corresponding level. The number of the interface only reflects its deep in the abyss space domain, but in fact, it is very likely that there is no other 4 interfaces between 110 and 115, only a large empty space. Or it may be that there is a level, but because the order in it is not yet intact, the laws are not stable and there is a possibility of being destroyed at any time, so they are temporarily isolated by the laws of the abyss. Even beyond that, the Lord borrowed the authority of the interface to hide actively and gave up contact with the outside world. Taltruses will cover it for some reason and did not allow other demons to enter. There are so many of these things. And Nibelungenregion is probably such a layer of interface. Although it is clearly visible in my eyes, it is likely that this is just a blank space in the eyes of other demon lords, and there is no such layer at all. The abyss exists. Thinking silently, many of the dragon mother's doubts were solved. Just like she had an inexplicable sense of this place, it is very likely that this attraction was not one way. It is precisely because of this attraction that she naturally noticed this abyss in the secondary Lord's mark. If it weren't for this, it might be the only result if you miss it. But in this case, who left this black scale? The native dragon mother has never seen it before. Even if there is one, it is probably impossible to go deep into the poison spring. What's more, even the blood on the scales can ignore the erosion of the poison spring. This level of power is not even comparable to that she can compare at this moment. Without the protection of scales, the dragon mother's flesh and blood would be corroded by the poisonous spring here. A scale represents a powerful and unknown creature. And the most important thing is that the attraction in the dark is likely to come from now on. His eyes were changing, and his huge dragon claws were slightly clenched. Looking at the blood on the strand of scales, a stream of longing surged from my heart, but the dragon mother quickly wiped out this instinct. This looks like a trap. You don't need to touch something of unknown origin. However, I thought this way, but for some reason there was a little hesitation in the heart of the dragon mother. In a trance, it seemed like a voice was speaking in her heart at the bottom of this uninhabited poisonous spring. If you give up contacting it today, you may be able to become a dragon mother in the world and become a strange beast that all gods are afraid of. But you will never have a chance to go further. Let your wings cover the sky and let the sea stop in front of you. The realm of great divine power is a natural barrier, and it cannot be followed by rules and regulations. And if you give up today's opportunity, you may not have the chance to see you again until the day you die. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. It's becoming more and more like a trap. The low whistle sounded shaking at the bottom of the water, but the huge dragon kiss bent a curve. My thoughts moved slightly. In the perception of the dragon mother, there was a pitch-black crystal hidden between the slits on her chest. That was what the Lord of Dark gave her before he left, where a ray of will of this primitive god was hidden. Just to avoid being noticed by Taltrus, he chose to close himself and completely separate the connection from the outside world. And it is also another mission for the Dragon Mother's trip, but in her opinion, this is also an alternative amulet. Activating early means that the mission has failed, and even one may be noticed by the will of the Abyss, and then directly deprive the Lord he originally granted. But no matter what, if your life is threatened, you will naturally focus on saving your life. The Dragon Mother guessed that there were probably similar methods in the Olympian god, and the previous temptations seemed to prove this. The problem now is which one is more important, the risks and consequences of the task failure, and the benefits I may gain? And I need to bet this time? No answer is given, and no need to give it. The huge dragon eyes were hot and cold. She stared at the small scale without any hesitation in her eyes. Faced with such a choice, others may still think, but the born evil god does not. As long as she doesn't die, there is nothing she can't do. It's dark. It seems like I have fallen into an eternal night without the stars. My mind cannot turn, only a cold touch. The light and shadow flow, the void changes, and the concept of time becomes blurred. It seemed like one day, and it seemed like 10,000 years. At some point, in the vast darkness, Zeus seemed to see a ray of light. In this fragment of memory, the will of the incarnation is like a duckweed, and can only go with the flow. I suddenly opened my eyes, the darkness faded, and everything around me re-emerged into my eyes. Tall trees cover the sky, and mottled light shines through the treetops. Feeling that the lost light was a little dazzling, Zeus subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to cover it, but in the end he was no action. His body seemed to have its own logic of action, and did not move according to his ideas at all. Is this the same as last time? Replace a person's identity in the fragments of memory and watch this past from his perspective. It seems pretty good. So the question is, now, who is I? Thoughts flashed in my heart, and the God King silently observed the surroundings with the help of this existence's gaze. Not long ago, he was still exploring in the abyss. But with the movements deep in my memory, the God King finally chose to investigate its changes first. It doesn't matter sooner or later that female dragon, let her wait. But while sensing the state of this body, she explores this strange place along with the other party's perception. For some reason, Zeus actually felt a little familiar. Beside me is a tall woodland, and the sky is faintly shining with the sun. But these seem to be just a corner of here. Further away, there is no light or plants, only fog and ice. The laws of all things seem to be deserted and decayed, but the divine power in the body comes warmth. And this is another thing that surprised Zeus, because this body seems to be like him, a sect the god of palm, thunder. Thunder, according to the documents recorded in Asgardry, is this the son of the god king in the foreign land, Thor? His heart was slightly shaken. In this strange body, Zeus actually felt a thunder divine power that was even more powerful than his body. Although Zeus, as a simple god of Thor, did not enter the realm of great divine power, this was enough to shock him. This level of power has vaguely exceeded the limitations of powerful divine power. Just like Okeanos, who stood in the sea and had his wife assisted, he was almost invincible in the realm of greatness. And if you can get to this point without external forces' blessing, maybe that's the sky of the first generation of God King. It is not a great divine power, but it seems that as the world's power increases, no one is sure that he will not have the chance to take that step. By contrast, Zeus himself never felt this feeling in his priesthood. The world is different. Maybe it's just because thunder and lightning are more important in their world, and our world values the divine power of ocean, sun, life more. He comforted himself silently. Fortunately, Zeus has been promoted with a royal power, so he is quite open-minded. If you can't compare, you can't compare. No matter how strong the opponent's thunder is, can he still surpass his royal power? All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 550, 4 Heaven Changes. Sasha. The sound of the wind blowing through the leaves sounded from time to time, and the tall Thor walked in the dense forest. Yenglipel is put on your hand, so that the heat of the handle of Mjolnir will not hurt the palm. The rumored belt containing power, authority is tied around your body. adding a bit of majesty to this god with unparalleled power. In the Asgard divine realm, if the god King Odin is the king of the gods, who possesses the wisdom and cunning, courage and force of the king, then Thor is an inappropriate warrior, an unrivaled pioneer. The giant snake surrounding Midgard was vulnerable to his face, and even the giants of Muspelheim knew very well about his name. The rainbow bridge that penetrated the 9 realms could not bear his courage for a time. Just like Zeus's perception, even if he didn't calculate his powerful artifact, Thor himself had almost the best in the 9 realms. However, at this moment, walking on this forest path, Thor walked heavily, and his boredom and distress were climbing onto his shoulders. Not long ago, he received his father's final decision again, and the Asa god lord who had ruled Asgard and even the 9 realms for tens of thousands of years had no idea of changing his mind. Like the past tens of millions of years, he always believed in prophecy and destined destiny, the end of Ragnarok. Of course, this does not mean his timidity and indulgence. On the contrary, he is equally brave enough to face the dusk day, even if all his efforts are destined to be nothingness. There is nothing wrong with this in itself, and even Saul himself agrees with this approach. After all, compared to Odin, who had once sacrificed one-eyed sacrifice to gain wisdom, Thor admitted that he might not be able to see through the fog of future and destiny, but this does not mean that he would bow down to the so-called fate. He praised his father for training the behavior of the warriors in the Sanctuary of Heroes and drinking with him. He also confidently claimed that he would use the hammer in his hand to smash the chest of fate and be with his father's invincible the sharp gun defeated the doomed Dusk together. Thor had many ideas about the final battle indicated by fate. But what he didn't expect was that Odin suddenly changed his original plan. So Thor left Asgard for this, and went down the trunk of the world tree Uctorhill. He finally came here, where the first and most important root system of the divine wood supporting the 9 realms is. According to Odin, as the king of the Asa tribe, he will accomplish his great cause here. He will penetrate the cap of fate and erase the threat of the brilliance of dusk. Almost all the gods were happy about this, but only a trace of hidden worries spread in Thor's heart. This is a country of Nephirim, always covered with ice and fog. It is the beginning of Ragnarok's twilight in fate, and it is also the beginning of your preparation to completely defeat it. But father, have you forgotten? You once pointed at the sacrifices of human beings and told me that mortals worship gods, but they put their hopes on the gods who bow their heads in the clouds because they feel fear in nature and natural disasters. They hope that the gods can save them, and that flash of luck, but the real warriors never did. They learn God's will, figure out God's martial arts and wisdom, and ultimately use them to overcome difficulties, but they will never regard God's love and hate as their survival saviors. Only those who dare to challenge nature with their own strength are brave people, and only brave people are qualified to enter the Palace of Heroes. You once told me this, and I have always agreed with it. But father, what's different now about what you're doing than those humans who pray to the gods? Will this really have a good result by putting the hope of ending fate on illusory things? And even if we succeed by chance, what will we pay? Sasha. In the horizon of Nephirim, the roots of Uctorshire hang down from the horizon. Its hem droops into the coldest spring water, absorbing the founding vitality hidden deep in the spring. Sparse breath spread from the roots of the sacred tree, and even the spilling sparse breath of life created this forest that was very different from other worlds. Stepping through the fallen leaves by the forest, the wind of winter sounded in my ears. Walking out of this only woodland where you can see the sunshine, the country of fog is like the end of the world. Millions of glaciers, storms and acid rain cover most of the sky, and alien humans named Nibelungen migrate like ants on the earth. 12 great rivers run through the whole world, just like the blood vessels in the body of an animal, gushing with a different kind of vitality. It is said that a long time ago, a black dragon named Despair was still entrenched here, but was temporarily repelled by Odin's invincible sharp gun. At this moment, only the broken root system of Uctorshire with juice flowing and the black platform being built. Clang, clang, clang. The giant swung the hammer, and the gods carved the seal. The dwarves who were temporarily dispatched commanded the local Nibelung root to cling to the obsidian-built bracket like an ant. Countless divine materials were transported over to build an altar rack that could almost be as large as the root system of the divine wood. Looking at the busy scene in front of him, Thor even recalled the days when the Asgard god wall was built. However, compared to the wall used to guard against the Warner tribe, it seems more solemn and solemn. Soul, why are you worried about His Majesty's order again?
Huh?
Sif. The expression moved slightly, and the worries between the eyebrows and eyes dissipated a little. Thor looked slightly sideways, and wherever he looks, a blonde goddess slowly walked over. That was Thor's wife, the goddess in charge of farming and harvesting. She was once famous for her blonde hair that was hanging down to the ground, but unfortunately, she never regained her old view under a conspiracy by Loki. That's right. Sif, I've always had some doubts about my father's order. It sounds feasible to postpone the approach of dusk by sacrificing the world, but I always feel that this does not fit the style of the gods. It is naturally fake to not conform to the style, but the anxiety in my heart is real. Not long ago, with Odin's return from an outing, the god king who had ruled the 9 realms for a long time suddenly changed his personality. Not only did he become radical from his original calmness, but his personality even became cruel. Standing here, Thor looked at the altar under construction. Countless creatures climbed onto them like ants. Almost every moment they fell, or were hit by debris hit by giants and died. If it were the past, this behavior was terminated by the God King early on, but now Odin ignores it. Some people think that this is fine. After all, this one-eyed king is a decisive warrior. Now, in order to solve the legendary problem, no one can avoid Ragnarok's dusk, but Thor doesn't think so. Odin is not such a person, and his father is not such a person. What Saul didn't say is that as the closest person to his father, his mother, the Queen of God Frigga, has not shown up for a long time. He went to visit him before, but when he came to the Queen of God's bedroom, he realized that the other party had not been back for a long time. One by one, it seemed that there was no problem, but Thor felt more and more uneasy. He once went to look for Odin to question it, but found nothing wrong. In addition to the changes in personality, the communication between father and son is the same as before. Whether it is a unique authority or a secret that only the two of them know, Odin answers it well. For a moment, Thor's original speculation was instantly denied, and after he found Loki, he proved that the original suspicion was meaningless. It can be said that half of the conspiracy and troubles in the 9 realms are related to this cunning, clever talker, so if he doesn't even participate, there is a high probability that there will be no problem. Forget it. Maybe it's just that I haven't known my father in the past. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Not to mention this for now, Sif. Do you have anything to come to me? Shaking his head slightly, Thor dissipated his thoughts and turned to ask his wife beside him. Sif was not him. Only a few people, including Thor, dared to turn a blind eye to the orders of Ace's God King. So, except for him, the rest of the world are almost busy with the casting of the altar, and Sif is also one of them. It's not me. It's because His Majesty has something to look for you. Shaking his head slightly, the blonde goddess couldn't help but chuckled. After all, Sol has never feared hardships in the past, but he rarely shows such a sad expression. But the other party is probably concerned, so it's a mess. What can His Majesty the God King have? He is the nominal master of the 9 realms, the king of the gods holding the magic gun Gungnir. No one in the 9 realms is his opponent, and this is the case in all senses. Your Majesty said, "You can do it if you don't want to build an altar here. After all, you are not good at doing this kind of thing. But you have to do something. Didn't you be curious about where His Highness Frigga went? Since you have nothing to do now, then just go and find His Majesty Queen of God." Looking at the entire 9 realms, she is probably the only one who can control you. How about it? You have no objection to this mission, right? Of course. Sif, where is my mother now? He was shocked, but He didn't expect another place that had doubts before was placed in front of him. At this moment, Thor really felt that he was thinking too much. It turns out that the mother goddess also took on some task and left. So that's it. But that's fine. I'll do anything for my mother. Her eyes were bright, and under Thor's expectant gaze, the blonde goddess did not keep her back. In Jotunheim, the kingdom of the frost giant. As for a more precise location, that is where the spring of Mimir is. His Majesty once sacrificed his eyes there to gain wisdom to understand all things, and the great rune of Luin. Hiss. The dark void remains unchanged, floating in the vast space of the abyss. The 9-story purgatory is like a lighthouse in the eternal night, emitting a completely different aura from the chaos around it. And in the middle of the 9 realms, the body of the snake surrounding the courtyard wraps the 5th level of the world, Atrium. The scales on its body are like a solid wall, blocking the increasing pressure of the outside world. This is a scene that has only been seen in recent years, and the body of the ancient snake has begun to surround more outside the boundary wall. After all, with the disintegration of Hemenu, the source power absorbed by the world has increased, and the size of the abyss has also increased day by day. Although, as the snake himself said, unless there is a severe turmoil in this world, Tartaros has no chance to go further and gain the qualities of the mother tree. This does not affect his horizontal expansion of his power. In addition to the original water, almost all of Hermanu's main bodies gathered in the realms of darkness and space, so the growth at the abyss level is getting faster and faster, and with it, the number of demons who are in charge of the first level of the interface is becoming more and more numerous. In this case, unless the snake is willing to temporarily sacrifice the rate of Nordishil's transformation of demonic power and instead use it as the fundamental support interface power as a barrier, it will have to strengthen its defenses by itself. A long time has passed like this. After all, the time sequence of the abyss is faster than that of the outside world, but the snake doesn't care too much. After all, at most, when Hermanu's wreckage is completely incorporated into the world, it should have sufficient power to resist the oppression of the abyss. However, on this day, in the dark and light-free void, a pair of eyes that were as bright as the sun slowly opened. The snake's eyes swept through the endless abyss, but there were only a few dozen boundaries wherever they could see. Under the omnipresent power of Tartarus, even the snake's eyes were blocked within this inch. So much so that it did not find the source of the throbbing in its heart. The last time I touched the memory fragments outside the domain, Zeus was in the gap between the laws of the two worlds, and no one in the world could detect what was going on. However, this time is different from before. Not only is it touched by a small incarnation, but even this memory is vaguely connected to the snake. What is this feeling? The snake didn't know, but it wanted to know and was willing to put it into action. So it just changed its mind, and drops of dark liquid dripped from the giant atrium tree that seemed to support the heaven and earth. The eyes closed again, and the mind fled into the power of the abyss demons that Nordihil had digested. Not long after, a demon with a human body and a snake tail and 8 arms was born out of thin air. Except for the soul that cannot withstand the test of the will of the abyss to become a lord subordinate to him, this seems to be a true 8-armed snake demon. Hiss! The main consciousness shifted, and the body surrounding the world immediately fell silent. The 8-armed snake demon opened his eyes and appeared on the edge of the abyss and hell. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator. Number 557 letter. Most of the demon species existing in the abyss originate from the first generation of demons that collapsed, and a few of them were developed from successors who were subsequently promoted, while the snake demon belonged to the latter. Although I don't know which foreign land it originally came from, the broken origin of the god with the snake, or what is the connection with another snake in the 9 realms, Yemen-Kate. In short, these demons are indeed very adaptable to Taltaro's environment. They are like flame demons, taking root everywhere in the abyss of chaos. Therefore, a split was created in the form of the 8-armed snake demon, with high bloodline among the snake demons, and the big snake temporarily avoided the repulsion of the abyss will. Although you can't do your best, it's enough to just explore something. However, when the snake crosses the border of hell and comes to the Wanyuan plain, the snake's tail swims on the dark red earth. Looking around, the snake for a moment, I don't even know where to go. It comes from an inexplicable sense in the heart, but looking around, this sense cannot help it find the exact direction in the chaotic time and space of the abyss. After all, the power of the snake is far from the power of the spiritual realm, and the chaos in the abyss is far more than that in the present world. So, after wandering around without direction for a while, the snake finally regrets its decisive action. It thought that this kind of induction would become stronger and clearer, so it just needs to set out first. However, in fact, that omen just flashed, and then there was no movement. Hiss! It's really troublesome. Laugh. The sharp sword light passed by, and the 8-armed snake demon killed the panicked demon. A trace of malice flashed in his eyes. Although the sense is gone now, since it has come out, we should do something before going back. The abyss was as thick as usual, and the Wanyuan plain was getting bigger and bigger. As soon as the thought arose, the 8-armed snake demon began to think about his goal. Or the silly demon pursuer starts. After all, it is also strange. Even they began to learn to escape. Brush. The head was raised, and the 8-armed demon holding the sharp blade looked at the place where the demon came just now. There was a scent of molten fire suddenly rising. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be the momentum of a demigod-level flame demon. However, this is nothing special, and it is not the reason why the previous demons escaped. What really attracted the attention of the snake demon was not far from the flame demon, and there was a weak figure emitting 2 divine auras at the same time. The order that was very different from the abyss came from her, and it seemed to be a bait. But her enemies seemed to realize this, so they let their subordinates pursue it. This is the elves between the underworld and the human world. Erebos imitates the race of dark elves in Swaddlefeme. How could they appear here? The snake demon was very surprised to see this, but then a meaningful look flashed in his eyes. If it were just a simple elves, there might be various reasons for this, but such an elf with 2 auras of gods is another matter. Although the sensation in the dark disappeared, the snake now discovered another thing worthy of its attention. There is nothing to say about one of the breaths, but the other one seems to be a bit similar to Zeus on Mount Olympus. Are you treated as cannon fodder and abandoned son who sneaked into the abyss? It's not bad. It really fits Zeus's style. Plus with the previous conflict between me and him. So, is he actually here for me? Although before I could ask, the snake had already guessed it after just a meeting. Zeus secretly sneaked in. What is he going to do? Should we connect with allies and kill the spirit world together? Or should we first become easy and then difficult, and we want to eliminate the opponent, which has repeatedly caused trouble for the opponent? No matter what it is very rude to not visit the master when entering someone else's house. Of course, as half of the master of the abyss hell, I will forgive you generously. After all, you can rudely not come to visit my master, but I cannot help you, my guest, warmly. As the monarch of hell, I am very reasonable. So then, my dearest god king, where are you now? Ha ha ha. The malice in the smile was almost unconcealed, and the 8-armed snake demon swam towards the place where the power of molten fire broke out. When it succeeds in hero-saving beauty, I think the dark elves should be happy to hand over everything they know in their souls to their saviors. No matter where you are, Zeus, you must remember to wait for me, so that I can do my best to do my landlords. Hiss. The snake demon spits out a letter. It is not the essence, and it is far from the idea of indifference to all things. As a manifestation of evil thoughts, the snake still wants to do a lot. Hell's 9th level. The divine palace where the Lord of the 9 prisons is located. It has not changed for millions of years. In this palace that replicates the scene before the fracture of the sky pillar, almost at the same time when the snake was incarnated, the monarch, who was originally closing his eyes and listening to the report, opened his eyes. Asmodeus raised his hand slightly to stop Khaos from summing up the results of this Shura field. in the past 100 years. His eyes fell on the big snake that had fallen through the bondage of the 9 layers of hell. He could see that just now, the main will of the ring court serpent had left its body. This does not mean that it has lost the ability to resist or lose its perception of the outside world. It is just a state similar to sleep. Once it encounters external stimulation or encounters something major, it will immediately withdraw its will to stay away and let everything return to the old state. This is not the first time that this has happened. Even Asmodeus himself has done it before. If it must be said that it has any disadvantages, it may be that it will reduce the exploration of the outside world in a very short period of time. After all, the outside world is the outside world. Within the realm controlled by oneself, this actually has no effect. So, in general, it is not a bad method to occasionally explore the movements of the abyss. He spoke lightly, his expression calm and unchanged. However, looking at the scene, the Lord of the 9 Hells only felt that he had saved a lot of trouble. If the court serpent had not suddenly gone out, he would have planned to go out recently. As for the reason, it was from a special letter Mephistopheles sent him in the human world. Ever since he saw the image of the World Destroyer presented by Hermes last time, Asmodeus had told him to pay attention to this matter. As a result, he did not get any news about the World Destroyer, but instead received an unexpected letter. Send an envoy to visit me and make a huge deal with me. It can help me turn the situation around when facing the increasingly powerful abyss, and even surpass the power of Typhon stolen by Zeus in one fell swoop. Khaos, Asmodeus smiled and asked, turning his head to look at his brothers and subordinates who followed him from the human world to the abyss. Do you think this is a kind invitation? I don't know. The voice was dull, perhaps because he had been stationed at the border between Noisy Sky Tunnel and Shura Field for many years, and he was often responsible for resisting the demons that broke into the interface. Over the years, the former Weather Titan has become more and more calm. In response to the Lord of the 9 Realms inquiry, he just looked at the black letter in the other's hand and said no more. Whether it was good intentions or bad intentions, it had nothing to do with him now. Even though he had slaughtered countless demons over the years and purified their origins with the power of Nordrassil, Khaos was still far from the pinnacle of powerful divine power. Moreover, he knew that Asmodeus had already made a decision. After all, he would not die in the 9 Hells anyway, so no matter what, he could just listen to what the other party wanted to say. For him, as long as it was not the Olympus pantheon led by Zeus, the cunning and rebellious son who was completely unworthy of a deal, there were not too many enemies in the entire Khaos world. The only thing to worry about was that the other party bluntly said that he only wanted to communicate with Asmodeus alone, and there was no need for others to know in the middle. Don't you know? If Mephisto was here, he would probably give me some long-winded analysis. But in the end, like you, he must have seen that I had already made a decision, so he would only dispel my concerns. Yes, since it was his invitation, I naturally had no reason to refuse. I just hoped that he really came with sincerity, not just for deception and lies. The main will of the snake is no longer there, so there is no need for him to separate his incarnation and stay away from hell. Turning his head to look at Khaos, this is why he summoned him. Although he didn't know what tricks the other party was playing, Asmodeus didn't intend to put his so-called messenger in hell at all. So the most suitable meeting place is only the gate of hell, in the Shura Field, where Khaos is mainly guarding. Go. If someone comes, you can entertain them first. After all, no one knows how long Ryan will be out. Although he didn't plan to do anything to betray his allies, it didn't mean that he had to do everything in front of the other party. Therefore, Asmodeus was not going to refuse the other party's request to keep the secret. Comparable to the improvement of Zeus's power of controlling Typhon, this is no joke. Although it is likely that the other party is taking the lead, it is not necessarily all false. Even if it is exaggerated, as long as it can have 1/3 of the effect, the Lord of the 9 Hells feels that it is worth a try. After swallowing the abyss for so many years, his increased power may not be as good as that of a Typhon. After all, Even if the key to great divine power lies more in the symbol rather than the amount of source power, just looking at the power of the king of 10,000 demons that was released after being controlled by Zeus, you can know how huge the gap between the two is. You know, hell is different from other existences. Before reaching a certain limit, he only needs to increase the source power. Because strictly speaking, the symbols of purgatory and the abyss are almost one. They are in a relationship of mutual devouring, but they are also in a state of mutual dependence. As long as the overall power of the 9 hells and the abyss does not exceed a ratio of 1:3, Asmodeus does not need to pay attention to the issue of symbols. After all, the order in the chaos should naturally expand along with the expansion of chaos. Of course, correspondingly, it will never be able to surpass the chaos itself by itself. He didn't know that the reappearance of the memory fragment had attracted the attention of one of the targets of this trip, and he didn't know that the dark elves he used to attract the Fire Lord fled in all directions, and even fled back to the Wanyuan plain. Along the way they came, solving a small problem for his father, who had not seen him for a long time. At this moment, under the spring water of Nibelungen, Zeus was still immersed in that old scene. Unlike the last time, this time's viewing was far less short, and the area he traveled through was not as small as the last time. After leaving the border of the Kingdom of Mist, Zeus finally saw the body of the sacred tree that supported the 9 realms. Rubbing the hot Mjolnir on his waist, the handle of this artifact that was no less inferior to Thunder Arrow, and even more so, shocked the God King for a moment. Yggdrasil, the sacred tree that supports the world. Although Zeus had prepared in advance after seeing its roots, the greatness of the world tree still exceeded his imagination. The God King even suspected that this sacred tree might have a stronger power than Chaos's several still active primitive gods. Its existence itself is one of the biggest pillars of the 9 realms. Just like Chaos's golden apple tree, although it still has the ability to attract the attention of any god before the birth of will, it is as fragile as a piece of thin paper in front of the true god. Yggdrasil can support the 9 realms, but the God King's body has the power to cut it down. Of course, the premise is that there is enough time to consume its life and no one can stop his behavior. Perhaps this is the unique dignity of the gods. Whether it is a divine weapon, a spring containing various abilities, or a giant tree of heaven and earth with amazing power, their own power can only be reduced to tools no matter how strong it is. Silently thinking, Zeus watched the foreign god he possessed climb along the branches of the sacred tree. I don't know how long it took. With a change of time and space, he finally came to a familiar and strange place. Speaking of strange, it is naturally because this is a foreign land. The reason why I say familiar is that the rules of heaven and earth are very similar to those in the last dream. Jotunheim, the fountain of wisdom. This place where the foreign gods offer sacrifices. What? Are you going to do it again? Zeus had no reaction to the fact that he was about to revisit the old place. No matter how far Tartarus was, it was still Chaos's territory. No matter how he thought about it, he had nothing to worry about. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator. Number 558, Odin and Amp. #X27SI. Passing through the unfreezing river Effinger, the iron forest that lies between Midgard and Jotunheim. Under the special time and space order of the 9 realms, different interfaces are both divided and continuous. Unlike when Ryan arrived later, the long river between Asgard and Jotunheim still flows with rapid river water. Walking past it, Thor couldn't help but remember what he had done here. Just like every time in the past, he was deceived by Loki and even lost his hammer for a while. Of course, he finally retrieved it and harvested the gloves and belts he has today. Odin has also been here before, and the chattering old giant. Even if there is only one head left, it can still make people irritated. Looking at the tree roots hanging from the cracks in the sky, Sol vaguely smelled an intoxicating fragrance. It was the taste of the spring of Mimir, and it was here that his father Odin gained the wisdom of being king. The wisdom of being king. You often say I am reckless. But if I do the same thing as you here, can I also have wisdom? Shaking his head slightly, Thor was resentful about it. Since Odin got the Ruin Rune and supreme wisdom from here, almost all gods and men have coveted this fountain of the gaze. Although Thor doesn't care about wisdom and runes, he also has things he wants to know, such as how to solve the problem of twilight in the gods. Odin saw its beginning here, and as a son, he should naturally see its end. Sol thought so, and he did the same, so it was not the first time he has been here. However, even if Mimir's departure made this ancient spring lose its guard, thousands of years have passed, no one can do the same thing as Odin. Drinking spring water can cleanse the soul, but it cannot make people understand treasures like the Ruin Rune, and no one can see the scene of dusk when praying to the spring water. So much so that some people believe that the gift given to the king of Asgard has exhausted the divine power of the spring, just as the primitive giant Ymir has almost exhausted most of the power of the creation soup. Some people believe that the spring of wisdom actually has its unique way of using it, and the god King Odin hid the secret, and even set up a plan to make people cut off the head of the guardian to keep it secret. Thor asked Odin about this, but he couldn't get any results. That day, the one-eyed king just solemnly warned him, "What you want to get is destined to lose. If the gods try to peek into the secrets of the world, then the world will return the gods to the desperate dusk. But I'm no longer a child, father. I am the #1 warrior in the 9 realms, and no one can defeat me. Even if you want to warn me, you don't have to use this way of scaring your children." Sighing softly, Thor reached out and pushed away the mist that lingered around the forest of Misty. Now he no longer needs the fountain of wisdom, because Odin has found a way to stop the twilight of the gods, although he does not agree with this method. But in the final analysis, Thor is a warrior rather than a ruler. Perhaps he could not see Odin's vision, so he came to find his mother with the flow. According to Sif, the queen of god Frigga was right in front of her. The reason why she had not appeared in Asgard for a long time was because she came here at the request of the king of God. As for what she came here to do, Thor couldn't help but once again doubt the effect of Mimir's spring. Perhaps trapped by the threat of Ragnarok, Odin finally turned his attention back to the fountain of wisdom. He saw the disaster here, so he also sought answers again. This is how Queen Frigga got the true use of the spring of wisdom from him, just like she is also the only person who is qualified to sit on the throne of Odin. Call the wisdom of the king. Step by step, Sol passed through the bushes of the forest of mist. Soon, when the last obstruction dissipated, the ancient spring pool reflected in the eyes of Thunder God. A small lake is in the middle of the clearing, and the clear water flows constantly rolling. In the center of it, a spring is gurgling with pure spring water. Under the light golden mist evaporates and floats into the air. And at the top of the spring pool, there is a huge root that hangs from a high place and swings slightly. The fog that evaporates is attracted by it. The water of the divine spring continuously nourishes the divine wood that runs through the 9 realms, giving it endless vitality and strength. I didn't pay much attention. Although this scene in front of me was indeed a rare beauty, Thor has been here more than once. Thor's eyes swam along the shore, and soon he found a familiar back. The queen of the divine Frigga, just like the queen of Khaos, is in charge of marriage, breeding, family, and fertility. A gray-black robe covered her body, and the shadow of the root of Uktrshere obscured her. After not seeing each other for a long time, my smile couldn't help but rise to my face. Thor stepped forward and called out loudly, "Mother, please let me do it." Thump. The smile stiffened on his face, and Thor was a little confused for a moment. The voice stuck in his throat. He saw Frigga seemingly turned around and looked at him, then jumped directly into the lake in front of him. After a sound of water, there was no movement on the water surface. It's easy for me to find. The tall and strong figure was a little at a loss for a moment. Thor didn't know what happened. However, the 9 realms had never heard that the water of the fountain of wisdom was harmful to people, so he was not too worried. He just didn't understand why this happened. Could it be that the mother goddess had been preparing to do something here before, but he just happened to disturb her? Never mind, I'll go down and take a look. He shook his head slightly. If Loki was here, he might still hesitate, but Thor never needed to do so. Holding the Mjolnir hanging on his waist, Thor did not hesitate, but jumped down. He is the first warrior of the 9 realms, and no one could defeat him in a head-on battle. The hammer in his hand is also the artifact that the 9 realms are best at killing. Even Gungnir and Levarten are slightly inferior. Except for the legendary Ragnarok, nothing can threaten his life, and nothing is worth his fear. Giants and dragons are not worth it, and this small Jotunheim is naturally even more so. Reckless man, just like Ares. Almost at the same time, when Thor jumped down from the Fountain of Wisdom, Zeus, who used it as a carrier to browse this memory in his mind, couldn't help but curse inwardly. Although he knew that this was just a memory of the past and that the other party could not hear what he said, this did not affect his recklessness in scolding Thor. Could it be that the king of gods in every world would have such a son who did not know how to advance or retreat? Zeus did not know. But when he thought of Ares, Zeus helplessly found that his son seemed to be no match for the son of Odin. After all, no matter what, Thor's divine power was undoubtedly powerful. His recklessness was reckless with reliance, while Ares's was arrogance that failed every time. Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god. This is also a very powerful weapon. If I can combine it with my thunderbolt arrow, even if it cannot reach the realm of the artifact of creation, it can at least be compared with the incomplete life bottle and Nyx's black dress. Envy in his heart, the God King knew that his artifact was made of a part of the priesthood, and it was only by magnifying its destructive side that it appeared to be powerful. Moreover, as he entered the realm of great divine power, this once handy weapon was no longer so useful. Thor, the god of thunder, secretly remembered this name. Zeus didn't know when this memory would end, but if there was a chance, he still hoped to find where this artifact fell. Although it was likely that it had been destroyed with the destruction of the world, it would never hurt to look for it. Splash. Breaking into the water. While the God King was thinking, the movements of Thor in the outside world did not stop. Following his perspective, the scene of the Fountain of Wisdom extending out of the spring pool also came into Zeus's eyes. The stars of light swirled up and down, and the brain became much clearer. Many of the confusions in the past were solved in an instant, and everything in the world seemed to become clear. Silently accepting the expected benefits, Zeus did not feel surprised. Compared with Odin's self-sacrifice last time, the power of the Fountain of Wisdom itself was nothing. And as an innate god, Zeus was not particularly eager for this ability to clarify everything. Khaos also had only one magic goddess who controlled the magic net, and had never shown such powerful magic as Gervig of the 9 realms. So, just like Thor, who also had no reaction to this, the God King's attention did not stay on the spring water for too long, but followed the back that went all the way to the bottom of the pool. The only thing that made him pay a little attention was the little knowledge that came to him along with the spring water. These were very useful. Even if the laws of the foreign land were not consistent with chaos, and the knowledge was scattered and chaotic, but the stones from other mountains could be used to polish jade, so the God King accepted them all. Knowledge that can be understood directly is classified aside, and some things that are difficult to understand and need to be analyzed are temporarily put aside. As Thor goes deeper, these useful and useless things come more and faster and faster. The light on the water surface becomes dim underwater, and many seaweed-like plants can be vaguely seen swaying at the bottom of the pool. Their reflections hang on the ground, swaying slightly under the waves. Finally, the chase at the bottom of the pool has come to an end. Under this small spring, the figure in front of Thor still stopped. Let him do his own thing. After he left, I would continue to cut off all connections between Nibelungen, I, and other abyssal levels. No matter how much trouble he made, it would have nothing to do with me. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator. Number 560, Messenger and Messenger. There were no more twists and turns. After slightly adapting to the brand new Abyss Lord Seal, The Dragon Mother simply updated the Lord's seal on Zeus. The interface blessing power of Nipelonragen covers the rules of the material world. As long as Zeus does not use the power that exceeds the upper limit of the interface, it will be difficult for other lords of Taltris to discover his true identity. After solving the worries, there are only two choices before the incarnation of the God King. He either continued his previous plan, or went straight to the world. There is nothing wrong with the latter. After all, although the original preparation has not been achieved, if it is just to enhance the power, the newly obtained Mjolnir and the power of the foreign thunder god contained in it may not be able to replace it. But once you leave, the mark of the Dragon Mother will not remain on it when you enter next time. Without marks, it is difficult for him to move freely in the abyss. If you choose the former, Zeus also needs to face corresponding risks. Because once he lost here, what he lost was no longer an incarnation containing part of his power, but also the artifacts and knowledge obtained from that memory fragment. Even beyond that, Zeus is still not sure. Although that piece of memory has exhausted its power, where is the Eye of Odin now? Maybe they died together, but this may be small. The greater possibility is that it still exists in memory in a way that Zeus cannot understand, but this time it is his memory. Thinking of this, Zeus's heart became deeper. He was not sure what would happen if his incarnation died here, but he would rather give it to the original body to solve any choice. Only the position of the God King, which is closely related to the origin and destiny of the present world, can compete with this strange existence of unknown origin. Of course, no matter how you choose, Zeus will definitely not continue to stay in Nipelonragen. He and the Dragon Mother cannot be a true allies. At most, they are just mutually exploited relationships. Since that's the case, I won't give it. The Spring of Wagmel has just recovered, and I am ready to block the connection between Nibelungen and the outside world. Your Excellency Clonids, just leave yourself. As long as you don't do anything that will bring the arrival of the will of the Abyss, you don't have to worry about my mark losing its effect. This is the route to 862-11 Thunderpool, and it is also the deepest interface of the space-time level I found in my mark. Although there are dozens of different abyss levels in the middle, this is already the fastest path now. Okay, then I won't bother you. Although the in-depth idea was shaken, Zeus did not show it. He just took the guidance sent by Dragon Mother and then walked through the space-time portal opened by the other party after a brief farewell. The silver-white vortex fluctuated and then shrank little by little. Watching Zeus leave on the new spring, the Dragon Mother swung her right hand lightly, and her mind mobilized the divine power of the entire interface. The time and space connection that was originally released due to the recovery of Wagmel Spring was locked again. As the master of a layer of abyss interface, the five-color Dragon Queen has the authority to make such a choice. This kind of blockade made under authority does not require her own power. The only thing that is not good is that she feels the leap of authority in the abyss, and an extreme will gradually surges into the heart of the Dragon Mother. This is not only the reason for the Lord's authority, but also the power of the abyss that has just been integrated into the bloodline. Fortunately, the power of the Red Dragon does not all come from the abyss, and the bloodline of the five-colored Dragon Queen is not only cast by the power of Taltaros. Spring of Wagmel is even retained while accepting the transformation of the power of the abyss. A considerable degree of independence has not completely become a chaotic and disorderly demon spring. So easily suppressing this restlessness, the Dragon Mother maintained her usual rationality. After looking at the interface that was like a new life, she was still very satisfied with her new home. As the source of the bloodline of the five-color evil dragon, this place is destined to become a world of dragon blood life under her influence. However, before completing this goal, she still has one thing to do. The god of Olympus is left, and it is time for her to complete the second mission. Click. The dragon body with two heads and two tails revealed. The Dragon Mother hovered around the altitude of Nipelon Root and then plunged into the void. Next, she will return to Wanyuan Plain as a Lord of the Abyss. And this time, as a genuine Lord, The Dragon Mother no longer needs to be afraid of all the abyss demons along the way. Even if she attracts attention, at most she can fight, and she has enough room to see the scenery on different levels of the abyss. But after crossing 2 abysses, the Dragon Mother flew past a wide, rushing river, and she subconsciously glanced at the other side. It seemed like something was looking at her just now, but this feeling was fleeting, and it seemed just an illusion. Without paying too much attention, the dragon's wings shook, and the Dragon Mother's figure crossed the sky. Wherever he passed, countless demons crawled on the ground under the pressure of the Abyss Lord. This oppression from the origin is not changed by a chaotic consciousness, and only a few existences can exempt this pressure. Dragon Clan, the subordinates of the Lord of Darkness? Crazy. The river water rolled, and when the breath of the Dragon Mother completely disappeared into this abyss, the river water began to rotate slightly in the center of the river, where she had noticed for a moment. After a while, the whirlpool in the middle of the river became larger and larger, and a step made of river water extended from the depths of the whirlpool. The lady in black climbed up the stairs. Her face was not very delicate, but under her ordinary cheeks, she gave people an inexplicable sense of awe. Looking at the direction where the Dragon Mother was gone, the lady in black thought quietly for a moment. She couldn't be sure why the other party came. The only thing she could confirm was that the other party was now a member of the Abyss. But this doesn't prove anything. Except for the real god, who is a clergy, Tartarus always refuses most of the existences. Just like her, although she is logically considered to be a member of the real god in this world because of the particularity of her priesthood, she is also not rejected by the power of the Abyss. The most powerful primitive god in existence welcomes any existence that embraces chaos. Of course, she does not intend to embrace chaos, and the distant Dragon Mother may not have this plan. The river was rolling under his feet, and the lady in black no longer paid attention to the matter of Dragon Mother. At this moment, she didn't know that just as she planned to seek some kind of cooperation as an envoy, the other party was also an envoy. It's just that she comes for herself, while the Dragon Mother comes for the primitive god behind it. The uninvited guest who is suddenly disturbed has left. Let's continue the topic just now. I don't know if I am confused about me. Can you answer me? The tone did not fluctuate at all, and Styx turned his head and looked towards the bank. And wherever she looked, an 8-armed snake demon just took back the look that was thrown to the sky and turned to the paper in the goddess's hand. Hell contract. Haha. Why, since you have noticed it, haven't you heard about it from other aspects? I asked. But it's a pity that there are certainly people who are willing to speak, but they know it but not why it is. As for the one who is likely to know the truth, his response to me was neither know nor want to say. Standing quietly above the Styx River, the power of the Abyss is separated from the Styx well on both sides. He neither confronted nor welcomed. After all, as the interface created by the intersection of the 4 primitive divine powers, the existence of the underworld has never completely turned to one side, so among the gods in the present world, the gods in the underworld are the ones with the least rejection of the Abyss. As for Styx, among the gods in the underworld, she is the most special one. The divine power of the Styx is naturally repelled by the divine power of the gods in the world, and the authority of the oath comes from the delegation of the world itself. So whether it is the human world or the Abyss, most places in Khaos will not reject the eldest daughter of the ocean god, the Lord of the Styx, who holds the authority of the underworld. But in correspondence with it, Styx could hardly increase his strength in any other way. Even the divine power born from faith will only be exhausted by her own power. The only thing that can really bring her growth is to use the power of oath, to witness the existence of the oath, and then use hate to punish the creatures who violated the oath. At the beginning, there was nothing wrong with this book. After all, gods are immortal, but most gods have natural upper limits. Instead, Styx was able to continuously strengthen his strength and continuously strengthen the origin of his priesthood. However, all this changed under the infusion of the Age of Faith and the origin of the other world. The divine power that the gods should have stagnated continued to rise, but Styx's power has not increased for a long time. The power of the Styx is still too domineering, that only the gods can use this as witness to the vows. There are very few gods in Khaos, and the gods under Zeus are more willing to let the god king come to witness the oath under deliberate guidance. All the situations added together, which further leads to the fact that there seems to be no meaning of existence. Until on a whim, Styx discovered this covenant that was enough for ordinary mortals to use, and the existence hidden in the abyss behind it. You should know that the authority of the gods is not to be violated. The oath is the authority given to me by the world, not yours. So, are you going to take back your divine power by force?
No.
I did think so at first, but later I realized that this hell contract did not seem to have encroached on my territory, and on the contrary, it seemed to be a supplement. Because although this contract is clever and numerous enough, it still has one disadvantage. That is, its power is too weak to be far from being able to bind the existence of divine nature. There's no denying this, because it is natural. Even as the source of the devil's contract, Nordishir's true power has never been an oath. Although the magic gun that once had everything was able to witness the oath, it was more of an ability similar to cause and effect. It can make any vow to whom it is fulfilled, but the more difficult your vow is, the more serious the price the swearer pays. So, facing the goddess of Styx who came to the door halfway, Big Snake nodded without comment. You're right, so, what exactly are you going to do? I want to sign a contract with the existence behind you, a contract that is beneficial to us. The dispersed oath is just two ordinary priestly authority, but if it can be integrated into one, the shortcomings of both will be completed. As a complete theocratic power, it can be placed under your hell, enhancing the overall strength of your interface. But as a specific user, its sermon can only be me. As the actual controller of one interface, you probably won't care about these things, right? For what we are talking about today, Styx has been secretly investigating for a long time. No one knows that this ancient god who has lived in seclusion in the underworld for many years actually did not stay quietly in the Styx River, but kept traveling to the abyss and the world, collecting all kinds of information. Khaos, a prisoner imprisoned in Teltris, now seems to be the lord in hell, which proves that the rulers of hell should not care about sharing authority with others. That's why she made such an opinion and finally came to her door today. Hiss, it sounds good, but it is impossible to draw a conclusion yet. After all, you are still the Styx in the underworld. No one knows whether the powers of the two realms will conflict and whether they will cause other problems. The first time someone came to do such a deal, Big Snake was a little surprised. But Styx is right. If she can join the realm of Helloth, not only will Nordishil grow faster, but the 3-level interface it masters will also become more powerful. In contrast, whether the goddess of Styx maintains independence is secondary. Unless the power of Oath can reach great divine power, it doesn't matter who is controlling it. However, according to the snake's estimate, even if Hell and the Oath realms of the Styx are integrated, there is still a gap between them from the great divine power, and they have at least one key puzzle. Even if that puzzle piece is filled, it still takes an opportunity to condense the symbol of independence. So in this case, without too much hesitation, the snake nodded slowly. But you're right, no matter what, your idea is really worth considering. I will come to you again when my work is done. Be prepared in advance, and I will take you to see the source of these contracts, Nordishir, the crown of 9 prisons. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology. The spiritual dominator. Thunderpool. So Styx's conversation was a surprise, but when you think about it carefully, it was reasonable. After all, the world is not around a certain person. As the only 3 gods in the huge underworld who hold some authority in the underworld, the River of Vows will naturally desire to gain stronger power. It is not surprising why Styx happened to find the incarnation of the snake, because it is actually the only communicator that the other party can find. Things like this involving the handover of powerful divine power cannot be handed over to an existence that cannot even reach the true God. It may be enough to supply several enfeoffed great lords with the power of hell today, but there is no extra power to create a new god-level devil. So, under the premise that the limited powers are all in their own duties, either preside over affairs on earth, command the army in Shura Field, or are still trapped in the eternal Nightland, the eight-armed snake demon that the big snake separated was actually already it is the only godlike existence from hell that Styx has seen in recent years. So Styx naturally chose this devil who disguised himself as a demon without hesitation, although she herself didn't know that this was actually the embodiment of the great power of hell. To show sincerity, before meeting the monarch of hell, I will tell you something about the underworld. In recent years, the origin of the underworld has been turbulent. This small part of the interface, independent of the material world, has been strengthened more than one, and the authority of the underworld I have also become much stronger. With a faint expression, Styx calmly told the changes in the underworld. However, the snake lacks interest in this. On the one hand, this is because it is currently not interested in the underworld, and on the other hand, it is also because of the unique situation of the underworld. This interface, mixed between the four original gods, is different from the starry sky and the sea. The semi-independent space and time also enables it to derive an independent interface power. However, this mixture of great powers also makes the underworld without a subject in a practical sense, making it impossible for it to condense its own complete symbol. If the underworld in the original myth can still struggle and imagine, trying to involve the realm of the post-death world and soul destination, then, by building a purgatory that punishes evil people and a Eliezer pastoral country that rewards good people, it has become an important part of the Chaosinian cycle, and now it has even lost this ability. The underworld is just a transfer of the soul, rather than a destination. The three judges of the underworld who reward good and punish evil have now ascended to heaven and become heroic spirits, rather than struggling to survive in the world. The undead is certainly a way, but unless Hades can find another way other than the Minua in the birth of the undead, his efforts are also meaningless, which is why no one has ever competed for the rule of the undead with him. In this case, the hopeless advancement to the great underworld is not worthy of being taken seriously by the snake. Under absolute power, all tricks have no meaning. I know, not only the underworld, but the abyss. The power of the world is rising, so every part of him rises with the water. So, is that what you want to tell me? Of course not. Seeing that the snake was disapproving, Styx shook his head slowly. The origin of the underworld has indeed become more and more prosperous as the world increases, but in addition, other forces flow into the underworld. The root of it, but that's not what I want to say. What I really want to tell you is these other forces flowing into the underworld. They did not really stay in the roots of the underworld, but were the master who was canonized by Olympus, and Hades, the Pluto, moved to another place. Although I don't know what he wants to do, as a neighbor of the abyss, I think you should be interested in his movements. Transferred? Then how did you know? His mind moved slightly, and the snake did not expect to get such a message. But Liana seems to have never mentioned this in the spiritual world. Even Minua has not noticed it. Can Styx actually do it? How I know has nothing to do with you. In the specific situation, if the subsequent cooperation is really reached, it will not be too late to talk about it. Frosty rejection. Styx, who was stepping on the river, had no idea of explanation. Indeed, she shouldn't have known about this, and Hades did it in a concealed manner. But as the first river Styx in the underworld, Styx had some sense of the other river Styx. Even the half-forgotten river flowing through the underworld was no exception, and she was also. It is precisely because of this that I discovered some clues. It's just that there is no need to tell the existence in front of you. After all, their cooperation is still on paper, and Styx's so-called reminder is just a bit of value. Well, since that's the case, then as you wish. Nodded slightly and saw the other party's intentions, the snake stopped asking. I will know sooner or later when she becomes a new member of Hell. In the general direction, it still tends to accept Styx's proposal, but there are other ideas on specific implementation. For example, this combination of power can have more participants, and thus fill in the puzzle that it lacks. In addition, Hades has little relationship with it at present. So instead of paying attention to Pluto's small actions, the snake wants to find the incarnation of Zeus who breaks into the abyss. With Styx for a while, the snake asked her to wait at the door of Wanyuan Plain first, and it had something to do. Continuing to go deeper into the core of Tartaros, Orochi had to admit that it was as difficult as finding a person who deliberately hid his whereabouts here without guidance. Unless you have extremely high authority in the abyss, no one can find a specific existence from the chaotic time and space. Fortunately, the snake came prepared, and the dark elf found at the surface of the abyss made great contributions. Zeus and the dragon mother used it as bait to attract the attention of the demon god. The first thing they had to do was leave her something that contained enough of her own breath and strength. After all, with the wisdom of the abyss demon gods at present, it is already very good for the intelligentsia among them to distinguish between bait and true body. As for using this as a medium to explore traces, they are just thinking too much. In addition, the two have long regarded these elves as dead people, so they naturally will not be careful. Therefore, although they cannot accurately determine where Zeus is, the snake still roughly figured out the route he was walking. As we went down, compared to the known abyss level, a very obvious path became clearer and clearer in our minds. However, looking at the faint end of this route, the snake's expression became a little strange. If he read it correctly, if he continues to follow this path, he will likely pass an interface called 862-11, Leak Pool. Number 862 proves that this layer of interface is close to the bottom of the current abyss at the time and space level. Although Tartaro's time and space are said to be endless, the time and space that truly have interfaces are not as infinite as imagined. At least for now, the bottomless abyss is still unworthy of its name. Although its bottom is unimaginable to ordinary people, it must still exist objectively. Therefore, as close to the core of the abyss, most of the abysses after 800 or 900 levels are living in some ancient demons. For example, the Shadow Demon Lord, who was once severely injured in the war to invade Hell but did not die completely, seems to be on a certain level. It was licking the wounds, and the ancient mother of demons also lived in nearby space and time. Of course, all this has nothing directly to do with Thunderpool. The above two are not in this abyss, and the environment rich in thunder is not favored by them. Even the Abyss Lord who dominates, Thunderpool, is not an ancient demon god, but an existence that has gradually gained fame in recent years. No one knows what kind of demon it is, and those who know its existence think that this may be another new demon born after the aggregation of the source of chaos. It is powerful and greedy, but it also has the shrewdness and cunning that other abyss demons do not have. So much so that it has been famous in the middle and lower abyss in just a few thousand years, and even the big snake has heard of its name. Well, it was the arrogant guy who said to Asmodeus not long ago. He claimed to have the bloodline of the king and was named Demon Prince, saying that he was destined to defeat Hell and unify the abyss. Although its big words were not taken seriously by the two Hell monarchs, its existence did enter the sight of both. Zeus, Thunderpool, Demon Prince. Is there any connection between them, or is it a coincidence? A touch of playfulness flashed through his expression. As Taltrus's power increased, the snake's understanding of the depths of the abyss became less. So, without seeing it with his own eyes, he had never confirmed the background of this Demon Prince. But it would be interesting if Zeus traveled to the abyss for this trip. It's not sure. I'm more inclined to be Zeus for Moya. After all, they have a fateful connection. In addition, the number 6 in Khaos has indeed become a number symbolizing evil and degenerate, with the birth of the first abyss demon god, and Asmodeus, who actually held the 6 levels of hell, has become a number symbolizing evil and fall. Zeus's behavior of coming to the abyss may be an inevitable and attraction in itself. Hiss, don't worry. It doesn't matter if you came for them. For the sake of your life, I will help you with my uncle. The snake believed that it was lightly vomiting, and the big snake couldn't help but speed up a little. Not only for his own evil taste, but in fact, as a manifestation of the evil spiritual side, If he could make the present God King interact with the power of the abyss in a sense, then Tartarus's chaotic consciousness might even be possible for a moment, forget its identity as the Hell Monarch, and take the initiative to give it some source power that it cannot digest. After all, the abyss and Hell are enemies, but if you can get something from the present world, it will have much more significance to the abyss than you imagined. With Tartaro's current field, excluding the accumulation of horizontal quantity, even a slight qualitative change in vertical direction is already difficult to reach the sky. So even under the instinct, it shouldn't mind brothers get involved in the wall and protect them from insults. Although this sentence is a bit far-fetched, but that's it. Zeus, I'm here to find you. Things that the original body is not interested in doing does not mean that the big snake is not interested either. I am very excited, and it is the first time I have done something that is beneficial and interesting since it was born. Buzz. The void sings, and time and space are distorted. Entering the interface portal again, Zeus shuttled through the chaotic space and time. One step forward is the end point of the map given by Dragon Mother. According to her, further forward is the core of the abyss, and she cannot obtain the time and space coordinates there from the Lord's mark. Unless she can occupy more than one abyss and become a great lord who can compare with powerful divine power by relying solely on the power of interface blessing, or she may take a trip herself and try to find a way to go deeper. Zeus didn't care much about this at the beginning because he didn't want to continue exploring in Tartarus. He didn't know whether the attraction was good or bad, and what he had already obtained was a real benefit. So Zeus immediately chose to go home, but he thought it was very good, but the actual practice was not the case at all. Walking along the road when we came to the entrance of the abyss, this road has been verified that there is no abyss lord lingering in it. The previous journey back was indeed smooth, until Zeus hit the body of an abyss in the 254th floor. He is both an acquaintance and an acquaintance. The body of the dark elf was roasted with a meaty aroma, while the breath of the great lord of the flame demon lingers in this interface. Obviously, the troubles that Dragon Mother and Zeus have caused before have not given up looking for their whereabouts, and the manic flame demon lord is not so easy to stop. After being snatched from the tiger's mouth first and being tricked by bait, the irritable demon god was obviously on the verge of an outbreak. So after recalling the flame demon body-body explosion that he had just come to the abyss and saw once in the Wanyuan plain, Zeus chose to give up the original path. It is hard to say whether the fire demon lord can beat this incarnation, but I will definitely not be able to withstand this kind of fighting style of death. Fortunately, according to the information provided by that dragon, I have a way to return to the first 10 levels of the abyss at the fastest speed. At the end of the roadmap she is transformed, there is a channel that leads to the surface of the abyss in the interface called Thunder Pool. Because the demon lord who dominated this world was interested in the enemies who seemed to conquer other demons and even attack them, it deliberately opened up a connection to the surface of the abyss in some way to quickly get in and out of it. If I could borrow the passage there, I could return to the underworld as fast as possible and become one with the deity. After going around in circles, Zeus still had to go to the Thunder Pool. Feeling the feeling of attraction getting closer and closer in the dark, when you reach that abyss, you seem to be not far from the source of attraction. However, the God King decided to stick to his original intention and leave immediately once he gets the place. Let's talk about it next time I have the chance. Now I have experience. Even if there is no concealment of the Lord's mark next time, I can't borrow Hades' invisible helmet and try it. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Number 562, The Closed Door of the Abyss and Advice, 72K. Chapter 560, The Closed Gate of the Abyss and Advice, 7.2K. Squeak. Snap. Crackling. The rain curtain fell and water drops hit the ground. Looking around, the sky was gloomy and a heavy atmosphere filled the air. On the dark purple ground, the huge city made of obsidian slowly opened its door with a rough friction sound. Countless raindrops fell on it and then slid down along the lines on the stone door. Covered in a coat woven from monster leather, Zeus exudes an aura that keeps strangers away. Following the surging demon stream into this majestic city, the god-king looked around. Thanks to the existence of the Lord's Mark, the demon guarding the gate did not make things difficult for him. So Zeus entered this city built deep in the abyss, without any setbacks. Tall pillars, rugged architectural style, blood spreading out under the rain. This city may not be as exquisite as any other city in the world, but it is more majestic and solemn. This is already 862-11 Thunderpool, which is very different from the other interfaces along the way. The origin strength of this interface is close to that of Wanyuan Plain, which gives Zeus a very strange feeling. The blood and evil spirits in the air have diminished a lot, and even the native demons born in this world seem to be more rational than their compatriots. Although they are still difficult to manage, these crazy demons have at least learned to value their own lives more than their desire to do whatever they want. So much so that there are more than one cities in this world that are almost never seen in other realms. Under the suppression of the powerful aura faintly coming from the city, the nearby demons seem to have learned courtesy. At least they know not to fight at will in the city. Zeus didn't know how this was done, but he didn't care too much about it. After all, demons who follow the rules are still demons. They are just a little more sober than their own kind, not that they have escaped from their crazy nature. In comparison, if we really have to talk about interest, the God King is more interested in the unique environment of 862-11 Thunderpool. It's not because of the clouds and rain here, but because of the origin of the name Lei Chi. You know, although thanks to the integration of Muspelheim, the proportion of fire in the abyss is larger, but with the integration of Heminu, the mixed and indigestible water phase also flows into the abyss. For example, in one of the interfaces along the way, Zeus entered a world made entirely of pure water. But thunder, he had never heard of any other creature with this kind of power, whether in the world or the abyss. As if giving him the unique status of the destined king of gods, Zeus had never seen a second god in charge of thunder, but this time on the trip to the abyss, he coincidentally met two of them in a row. One is naturally the alien god of thunder Thor, and the other is the thunder pool in the center of this interface. It was probably thousands of years ago, or maybe tens of thousands of years ago. These demons of the abyss really have no concept of time. Even if the time sequence here is different from that in the outside world, we should find a way to calculate it. One day, a mighty force fell from the void and landed in the center of the then barren 862-11. The world at that time was empty. It had just been catalyzed by the excessive source power of Tartarus. However, after that day, this weak prototype of the interface changed. Even the ancestor of the abyss demons, the heretic among the creatures in this world, the demon mother with supreme beauty, came from outer space for this. She came here with the great will of the abyss, and her condescension also brought favor and vitality to this new interface. Although no demon has ever truly claimed to have seen the true face of this great being, and no one can describe her beauty, her appearance and power have never been questioned by any demon. Thus, lightning, with a power far different from that of the abyss, appeared on the land of this world. In the center of 862-11, a huge pool of thunder rose up, rolling endlessly. Even in the 600th year after the birth of the Thunder Pond, a natural demon god emerged from it. It was so evil and powerful, and it possessed schemes and tricks that other demon gods did not possess. In just a few thousand years, it unified this layer of the abyss that had been noticed by more than one demon god, and even reversely captured the territories of several opponents, or tore apart the opponent's level to strengthen the origin of 862-11. Gradually, the original name of this interface was no longer known, and instead another name was engraved into its roots. 862-11, Thunder Pond, is named after the place where its master was born. The goal of the demon god who walked out of here is becoming more and more ambitious. It calls itself the Demon Prince and sees itself as the future lord of the abyss. However, it has recently encountered a problem. Walking on the avenue full of exotic styles, pieces of information related to this world flashed through Zeus' mind. Demons born from thunder are very rare. Even when Zeus heard about the other party's origin, he felt a little bit familiar. As if he had ever done anything remotely close to this. But how could that be possible? What relationship could there be between the demons of the abyss and the gods of the present world? Zeus couldn't find a clue in a short period of time, so he simply thought he was overthinking it. He had to go back anyway, so he decided to consider it after he had used the city's abyss portal and returned to Olympus. The abyss portal is another thing that is different from other places. He used his authority to half-block the connection between this interface and other levels, leaving only a few gaps, and then charged a toll for the city. The lord of this abyss really doesn't look like a demon, but more like a human lord in the world. He can even think of a way to collect tolls. Shaking his head slightly, feeling somewhat emotional about the magic wind here, Zeus actually quickened his pace a little. Finally, after half a day of searching, he found a huge space-time door on the north side of the city that exuded the aura of the lord of this world. The two towering columns were over 100 feet high, with purple-black ripples like flowing water constantly fluctuating between them. Every moment, powerful demons shuttled in and out of this portal, and as expected, they all had a hint of the aura of the lord of this world on them. Obviously, in order to prevent people from sneaking in, this space-time portal locked by the Lord's power only allows people who pay to pass through. This forced Zeus, who came here last time, to run outside the city and plunder a lot of wealth with his dignity as the king of gods. For this reason, he wasted a lot of time on this aspect and was only now finally fully prepared. Striding to a place not far from the gate of the abyss, Zeus stretched out his hand, and threw the demon heart cores he had collected to the tall-horned demon who was responsible for collecting the toll. Go to the Wanyuan plain. Hard and obscure language came out of his mouth. This was another place where Zeus wasted time. As an incarnation of mere power, the God King spent a lot of effort to learn the language used by these demons to communicate. Crash. The horned demon general holding a chain sword scooped up the packages thrown by Zeus and counted the number. The God King obviously did not care too much about such things. He gave much more than what was needed. Nodding with satisfaction, the horned demon commander threw the extra portion into his mouth. With the extra money in hand, he was ready to let it go. An illusory mark emitting the breath of the devil appeared on its hand. Zeus knew that as long as he could let it leave a little breath on his body, he would be able to pass through the portal of the abyss smoothly. However, at this moment, the God King suddenly found that this illusory mark suddenly flashed a few times, and the tall demon in front of him also froze for a moment. Is there any problem? The price I offer should be far more than what you need. Seeing no response after waiting for a while, Zeus frowned under his leather hood and couldn't help but speak again in that difficult tone. Shut up, you have no right to speak here. The loud and resonant voice lingered in the square near the gate of the abyss. Zeus couldn't help but be scolded by a demon who could be crushed to death by raising his hand, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. But before coming here, he had not thought that this abyss would have such restrictions on entry and exit. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Zeus had to continue waiting. After a while, the mark in front of the horned demon commander returned to its original appearance, and the opponent's body also returned to normal. Seeing that the incident was over, Zeus, who was eager to leave the abyss, couldn't help but ask again. Can I leave now? You can, after all, you've already paid. But since you're in such a hurry to leave, you should just stay here. With a cold smile and a bloody mouth that was big enough to swallow a live cow, the horned demon warlord suddenly released his demigod power. The invisible pressure instantly attracted the attention of the people in the square, and even made many people with insufficient strength feel difficult to breathe. Although Zeus was not affected, he had to pay attention to the other party's words. Stay here? What do you mean? Could it be that the rules that the demon prince himself said are actually false, and do you want to violate the order it established? The Lord's order? Of course I won't disobey it, but unfortunately, As an outsider from another dimension, when the Lord has only one order, it is supreme, but when there are two, I have the right to decide which one to execute first. And now, I hereby announce the latest order from the great Demon Prince. From now on, until his order is changed, no one is allowed to leave the Thunder Pool. And you, of course, are among them. Ha 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 ha. Laughing loudly, although the horned demon warlord, who had been baptized by the huge thunder pool in the center of the interface, was far more rational and wiser than his kind, the devil's nature was not erased after all. The wanton and shrill laughter rang in Zeus' ears, and his expression under the hood couldn't help but become even uglier. He already understood what had just happened. Apparently, the Abyss Lord, who called himself the Demon Prince, had just used his power to send a message to all the demons guarding the gates, asking them to execute the latest instructions and block the entry and exit of this world. It's just that I paid the toll before the order was passed on, so theoretically it should not be restricted by this rule, but this damn demon actually chose to abuse its power. A powerful force surged under the hood, a demon who abused his power. What a niche and normal word. Few people would let a demon take power, but if there was one, no one would be surprised by the reckless behavior of such a madman. At this moment, Zeus had changed his mind. Since you are looking for death, don't blame me. I didn't want to make too much noise before leaving, just because I didn't want to cause too much trouble for the next infiltration. Now that things have come to this, you don't really think you can stop me. Wait until I unleash my true power. Buzz. Taking a step forward, Zeus was ready to take action. But at this moment, the gate of the abyss that was originally flashing with light suddenly collapsed with a buzzing sound. The next moment, a vast and profound aura burst out from the distant horizon, instantly stabilizing the space and time of the entire interface by more than one level. If before, medium-level divine power could forcibly break through this so-called space blockade, it is now completely impossible to do so. Zeus froze in his tracks. He never expected this to happen. However, at the same time, the horned demon warlord in front of him noticed his movements. Why, you foreign bastard demon, do you want to take action? His mouth was wide open, and he looked eager to try. The horned demon warlord has always been aware of the crazy nature of these external demons who have not been baptized by the power of the Thunder Pool. Even though they are suppressed by the power of the Great Lord, there are still some guys among them who are willing to die together with others if they disagree with them. If the guy in front of him wants to fight, he will be happy to accompany him. You. His breathing stagnated upon hearing this, and a strong anger burned in Zeus' heart. Damn it, a mere ant-like thing actually dared to insult the honorable God King. Although Zeus knew that bastard was a neutral word in the abyss, it simply referred to the new blood demon whose type could not be identified, but this did not reduce the anger in his heart. A dragon swimming in shallow water is bullied by shrimps, and a tiger in plain water is bullied by dogs. Khaos does not have such a saying, but similar meanings are not uncommon. However, although Zeus was furious at this moment, he still had to endure it. He was a person who put profit first, and he killed a demon demigod in a rage just to vent his anger, but the price was that everything except his own consciousness had to remain in the abyss, which he absolutely could not accept. So, under the regretful and mocking gaze of the horned demon general, Zeus chose to turn around and leave. There was no need to think about the tolls he had paid before, as they would definitely not be returned. Besides, he did not care about this. He just wanted to understand why the Lord of this world suddenly made such a choice. Oh, you cowardly bastard. Is this the demon from the outside world? It's a pity that I can't harvest another demigod's heart core. With a sneer, the horned demon warlord felt a little regretful. Although the other party had the aura of the Lord's mark, it was not an ordinary demon. As a gatekeeper who also held the false mark of the demon prince, it recognized at a glance that it was a mark bestowed by the Lord on someone else. This kind of mark is usually only given to powerful demigod demons who walk in other dimensions for their lords. Generally, no one dares to provoke them, but this is 862-11, Thunder Pool. As the most powerful demon active in Tartarus today, and the most active lord among the powerful demons, no lord would come to him in person for the death of a subordinate. But then again, why did the lord suddenly make such a decision? Could it be? As a smart demon who had been trained in the Thunder Pool, seeing that there was no chance to earn extra money to increase his strength, the horned demon commander could not help but rethink this sudden order. In recent years, his lord had encountered a not-so-small trouble, and even Zeus, an outsider, could find out about it, so naturally he could too. Now the other party suddenly takes such action, it is very likely related to this. The lord was born in the Thunder Pond at the center of the interface, and the core of the Thunder Pond contains a terrifying aura that even the most powerful demon gods would be in awe of. But there was a rumor that the power there is only superficial but not fundamental. If you use it, it will be gone. Sooner or later, it will be exhausted. Besides that, some people also say that even though the great demon prince wants to unify the abyss, it is not so easy to do. Even the abyss demon gods cannot occupy the abyss indefinitely. Once they reach a certain limit, they need to make merits for the abyss in order to continue to grow stronger. That's why there are so many unoccupied levels in the abyss. It's not that other lords don't want them, but they simply can't occupy them. Most lords can only occupy one level of the abyss, unless it is compatible with their own attributes and bloodline, then they can control the second and third levels. After gaining the greatest degree of power, most of them choose to attack purgatory, thereby making contributions to the great will of the abyss. Various thoughts kept rising and falling in his mind. Perhaps there were other ways to obtain the favor of the will of the abyss, but that was something the horned demon marshal did not know. So when faced with the lord's sudden order, he could only guess that it might be related to hell, or had some connection with the Thunder Pool. Abyss demons, a bunch of fools. If they can do it, when can I also achieve that level? Greed and desire flashed in his eyes. As a rational demon who had been baptized by the Thunder Pool, although the strength of the horned demon warlord was far inferior to those demon lords from the outside world, this did not affect his contempt for them for being brainless in his heart. If I could reach their level of strength, I would definitely be able to do better, and maybe even become the second demon prince. That is to say, there are few succubi in the abyss nowadays, otherwise the horned demon warlord would definitely celebrate here on the spot. He? The evil laughter echoed in the square, causing the demons around who heard it to shudder. No one knew what this horned demon overlord, who was proud of his wisdom, was doing. Thinking of a lord's power that just swept across the interface, this might be another evil plan that the cunning demon prince was preparing. Hiss. Crawling across the cold ground, the avatar of an avatar of a person who wishes to remain anonymous was spitting out its snake tongue as it crawled through this gigantic palace that seemed to have been built for giants. Therefore, the horned demon commander was not discouraged at all, but instead responded with a louder voice. He has a handsome appearance that matches the extreme appearance of the demon mother. He has a noble bloodline that is unmatched by any demon in the abyss. He has a cunning and evil soul, so pure and dark. Find him, or if you are here, come out and tell me now. You will stand on the top of the abyss and share the supreme glory of the demon mother. In the name of the demon prince, anyone who finds him will be rewarded handsomely. The will of the abyss is above. Praise the great demon mother. Moya.
Boom.
The resounding voice spread throughout the city, and this originally silent demon city fell into a boiling frenzy. Standing in a corner of the square, the incarnation of the God King had a face full of shock, his heart shaking violently like the storm raised by Poseidon. Look what he heard. The Lord of the Abyss was recruiting a wife for the Great One of the Abyss. Well, maybe they didn't have this word, but the general meaning was pretty much the same. Although this prince was probably far inferior to the Queen of Gods and was far from being able to share the divine power of the demon mother, this was enough to shock Zeus. Of course, the God King has lived for tens of thousands of years after all. If that were all, he would not be so shocked. But what he didn't expect was that when the horned demon commander said the real name, Moya himself, an inexplicable feeling rose in his heart. Without much thought, Zeus found the source of this feeling, which was the beginning of what attracted him to initiate this journey to the abyss and eventually reach this point. The three brothers released the giant together once, fought against the hateful big snake once, and entered the abyss personally again. This attraction has always bothered him, but Zeus could never find the source of the attraction. It was not until today, when this name was spoken by the horned demon warlord, that the god king knew for the first time what was related to his own destiny. I see. The true name of the abyss demon itself has power. If you know the enemy's true name, you can weaken the opponent to a certain extent. Only the demon mother is different, because she is the origin of the true name of the abyss, the source of billions of demons. Her true name is not only not a shackle, but also has weight. At least it must be a demigod with the Lord's mark to say it, so I have never heard of her name along the way. And I, the living god king, have a fateful connection with a great being from the abyss. Is this reasonable? This is very reasonable, because I am destined to be the lord of the gods and the king of all gods. That is why that hateful ancient snake is my enemy. It even attacked me when I just stepped into the abyss, because it knows the relationship between me and the demon mother, so I am born to be its enemy. Zeus' heart was shaken by waves, but the expression on his face gradually calmed down. So that's how it is. Now it all makes sense. The inexplicably hostile great divine power turned out to be destined to be with its enemy. The various setbacks he had encountered in this world were probably because he had not comprehended the meaning of fate and had not ventured into the core of the abyss when he first felt the attraction. If I had met a great being who could mobilize the will of the abyss before the end of the Second Era, how could I have had such difficulty dealing with Kronos, who displayed great power, or the latter two, Mother Earth and Typhon? It turns out that fate had already made arrangements, but I just couldn't understand its meaning. This is fate, great, unpredictable, and unpredictable. Even the god kings of all generations are no match for him. Anyone who dares to fight against him will only end up dead. Fortunately, I will not fight against him. I just want to coexist with him and coexist in the cracks of his mighty power. At least that's the case for now. With a long sigh, Zeus finally felt a little relieved from the burden on his heart. But he had not lost his caution from thousands of years, so he was not in a hurry to do anything. Although it stands to reason that the person the demon prince is looking for is most likely himself, there are still several doubts at the moment. First, how did the other party discover my arrival when it was so secretive? Second, what is the relationship between this so-called demon prince and the demon mother? Is his behavior sincere, or is there another conspiracy? Third, although his own interpretation of fate seemed logically self-consistent and perfectly explained Hell's hostility towards him and all that had happened over the years, no one in Khaos dared to really say that they had seen through fate. Even the ancient lord of the spiritual world considers himself to be only an interpreter of fate and dares not peek into his own future. Therefore, Zeus does not guarantee that his interpretation is correct, and there may be some omissions. In this case, he would rather wait a little longer and think it over carefully. And this description isn't quite right. Handsome appearance, this is indeed me. Even if I look at all the gods, there are some who can match me in appearance, but I have never seen anyone who is definitely better than me. Otherwise, I would not be able to win the hearts of so many gods and men. Noble bloodline. I am right about that. I am the descendant of Uranus and Gaia, the offspring of the sky and the earth, and the eldest son of Kronos, the king of time and space. Among the 4 direct relatives, 3 are of great divine power, and there is also a primitive god who was born earlier than the abyss. If such bloodlines are not considered noble, then there is no noble bloodline in the world. But a cunning and evil soul. Well, this is the abyss after all. In their understanding, this is praise, just like the sincerity and kindness in the human world. So, even though this is a slander on my character, it is not unacceptable. After calculating one by one and confirming again that it was him that was being talked about, Zeus finally smiled. When you are surrounded by mountains and rivers and think there is no way out, you will find another village when you look up. He had already given up his purpose of coming to the abyss, but he didn't expect such a reversal. As expected, the power of fate is so unfathomable that no one can understand it at all. Today, the abyss is no longer chaotic in Zeus' eyes, but instead appears so orderly that even those lowly demons look a lot more pleasing to the eye. When the world is unified, we will use the abyss as a springboard to unify chaos. At that time, as the supreme god king, he will establish two god queens in the world and outside the world at the same time, and both of them will possess a status comparable to that of a great one. This supreme honor is the most perfect gift he can give back to Hera. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator. Number 564. Unexpected visitors. Quietly retreating to an unnoticed corner, at this moment, the square where the black stone tablet was located was a scene of chaos and disorder. After learning the whole story, Zeus no longer stayed among the group of demons. He planned to wait for a few days and get to know the so-called demon prince better. After all, although the other party spoke very well, the incarnation of the God King was still unwilling to rely entirely on the success or failure of this trip on the shoulders of an abyss demon god. Not to mention anything else, the first thing Zeus had to do was to find places to hide Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, and the remaining part of Thor's origin in it. The abyss demon doesn't seem like a being that would spit out the meat in its mouth, not to mention that this interface is also closely related to the power of thunder and lightning. So, if the other party were to turn against him, Zeus could minimize the risk. Of course, if everything goes well, that would be the best outcome. I really didn't expect that. I once courted Métis, the goddess of wisdom and beauty, who brought me the help of the oceanic gods. Now, I will embark on the same path again. From now on, the abyss may actually become my ally. Tieske? I just wonder, how beautiful is this legendary demon mother? Extreme appearance, supreme brilliance. I don't ask for too much. As an ancient god who also reproduced the abyss demon god, I will be satisfied if she looks like Gaia when she was young. Heavenly Father is the founder of the kingship, and I am the one who has taken it to another level. So what he has, I should also have a share of. He didn't show it on his face, but he was indeed looking forward to it. However, after thinking for a while, Zeus finally gave up the idea of asking for information from the other party and decided to save this surprise for later. On the one hand, as the only great man in Tartarus, the news about Moya must be very rare and distorted. It is better not to get false news than to get it. On the other hand, it gives me a sense of anticipation. After all, no matter how I think about it, this beauty praised by billions of demons as ultimate should not be inferior to the many true gods in the world, even if it is tainted with a little exotic style. Wait another month. No, wait another half a month. Even if I don't come forward, they will be able to find me if they check everyone one by one. Shaking his head slightly, Zeus felt a little helpless when he thought of this. Although Zeus no longer had any aversion to this matter, he still remained somewhat vigilant, but being passively discovered was not something to be happy about. But who could have made the order from the Lord of the Abyss come on the same day as him? There was nothing he could do about it. So he lowered his head to think, no longer paying attention to those things that could not be changed for the time being, and focused his energy on the places he had visited recently in this layer of abyss. The city has been blocked, and anyone who breaks in will be marked by the power of the interface activated by the illusory Lord's Mark. Combined with the time and space blockade of this world, it is like catching a turtle in a jar. But if he just burst out part of his power and leave here first, and then hide the artifact and the origins separately before the demon prince arrives, it should be more than enough. That's it. We can attack when we advance and defend when we retreat. Reviewing the situation in his mind again, Zeus didn't find any problems. Next, all he needed to do was wait. In the abyss, the incarnation of the God King, who was full of expectation, fell silent for a while. After all, the living beings in this world know too little about the demons of the abyss. Based on all the current information, Zeus cannot be sure whether the Lord of the Thunder Pool is a deep-seated demon whose rationality prevails over his impulses, very different from his kind, or a madman who changes his mind every day and has unpredictable moods. These things can only be verified by witnessing them with one's own eyes and then using time to prove them. He didn't have so much time, so he could only leave a backup plan for himself. On the other side, almost at the same time as the black stone tablet fell from the sky, the five-colored dragon queen also returned to the Wanyuan plain. After groping for the black crystal hidden under the dragon scales, she identified the direction and headed towards the boundary between hell and the abyss. There was no rush to devour the heart core of the demon-level Balrog, because the legend of the Ashura field was no longer a secret in Tartarus. Its birth is related to the fall of an original demon god in the abyss. It absorbs the power of the enemy here, especially the demons and devils absorb each other's power and can be blessed by the power of the interface. Although the dragon mother desires the power of the demon god, she also hopes to eliminate the chaotic aspects of the abyss as much as possible, so the Ashura field is the most suitable place for her to devour the heart core. Moreover, if she is lucky enough, perhaps a real big shot will give her a push and directly wipe out the chaotic flames in her heart core. For a moment, the two people who entered the abyss together seemed to have made an appointment. Regardless of whether they had the idea of giving up, both of them were about to complete the original goal of their trip. Without considering the speed of time flow in the abyss, on Mount Olympus in the modern world, the sun and the moon have only cycled 6 times. On this day, the golden chariot of the sun set from the west. After parking the artifact, Apollo returned to his temple, as usual. Perhaps it was just a coincidence that on the hillside of Olympus, Apollo ran into Aphrodite, who was unable to hide her joy, but was walking in a hurry. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. The changes in the starry sky had just happened not long ago. In the zodiac star field, the divine armor, Pisces, that was closely related to the goddess of beauty, was broken into several pieces during the turmoil. Aphrodite had planned to go to the starry sky to argue with the goddess of victory, who had been born with intelligence. However, before she set off, the conflict between Ether, the god of skylight, and the goddess of the underworld reached the ears of the gods. She immediately canceled her trip. If the goddess of beauty dared to question Nikki, whose true form was a divine weapon, relying on her powerful divine strength, then she would not dare to say anything more when facing the Lord of the Dark Moon, who is even more powerful and famous. Aphrodite returned to the sacred mountain with a lot of resentment and had to vent her anger on Ares once again. At that time, Apollo was still patrolling the world on the sun chariot. With the help of the power of the high-altitude patroller left by the ancient sun god on the little sun, he happened to see this scene. In a corner of the sacred mountain range, Aphrodite bluntly rebuked the god of war, saying that if he had half the ability of Athena, he would not have ended up in his current situation. This conversation was not the first time. The goddess of beauty had been dissatisfied with Ares for a long time. However, to Apollo's surprise, perhaps because he had suffered too many blows recently, the god of war only explained a few words this time. He then left in anger, leaving Aphrodite there with nowhere to vent her anger. The goddess of beauty was furious about this. Although she looked indifferent in front of others, she hadn't smiled for a long time behind others. I don't know what good thing happened to her that made her look so happy. Apollo was not a gossipy person, so he just greeted them from afar and did not intend to do anything unnecessary. Your Highness Aphrodite, long time no see. Who is it? Your Majesty Apollo, long time no see. I didn't expect to see you here. Aphrodite was awakened by the sudden sound and came over to follow the voice. Apollo nodded slightly in return. After a few brief, polite words, the two gods went their separate ways. As night fell, Apollo was about to return to his temple, but when he passed Aphrodite, turning his back to the goddess of beauty without stopping, a hint of hesitation appeared in the eyes of the sun god. It was really strange. He had always known that the scent of various flowers lingered on Aphrodite's body, just like the sea of flowers in front of the temple of Aphrodite, evergreen all year round. But this time, although he just passed by quickly, Apollo vaguely smelled a scent that was very different from the fragrance of flowers. If it were any other gods, they might not care about this little thing or even notice the difference at all. But Apollo was born on Earth when he was young. He once tracked the giant python with his martial arts and experience, so he has always paid close attention to these subtle details. Although it was just a change in smell, it still made him feel confused. This smell that often lingers near volcanoes is not very pleasant, and no one knows how Aphrodite was infected with it. Sulfur. I think that's the name. So, you went to Hephaestus to repair the armor? But as the god of volcanoes, Hephaestus doesn't like sulfur very much. Or, did she go to a volcanic hot spring somewhere in the human world? Never mind. What does this have to do with me? Apollo stopped his chaotic thoughts in time and shook his head slightly. He was thinking too much. Aphrodite was also an independent god. Why should he care about what she wanted to do? I'm really thinking too much. Let's just go back to the temple. The goddess of beauty. Ares will take care of her. Even if she and Hephaestus got together, it seemed normal to her. Without giving it any more thought, Apollo put his discovery behind him. The bright moon was rising slowly from the sky, and his mission had long been completed. Sasha. Sasha. Tread. The long skirt trailed on the ground, passing through the sea of flowers on both sides of the road. The small and exquisite temple is surrounded by roses of various colors, and the white pillars on the outside are engraved with waves, surf and foam sparkling in the sun. Walking slowly forward and pushing open the palace door, Aphrodite casually closed the door behind her. At this moment, the temple was empty, with only pearls emitting a cool light. The temple of the goddess of beauty is not like this. As the embodiment of love and beauty, Aphrodite's palace is filled with nymphs who have awakened by being infected by the divine aura. The sea of flowers in front of the door is where their real bodies are, and these elves born from the goddess of beauty are also happy to serve this noble god. However, for some reason, not long after Typhon's rebellion, Aphrodite gradually stopped allowing them to enter her temple. Even for the past 100 years, even her daughter Harmonia, the goddess of harmony, was no exception. This beautifully decorated palace gradually became a forbidden place belonging to the goddess of beauty. No one except her could set foot here. Ares had once been curious about the changes here, but under Aphrodite's cold eyes, he had no choice but to leave. Aphrodite walked hurriedly, without staying in the main hall of the temple for long, and went straight into the inner hall. She stretched out her hand and pressed lightly on the wall. A flash of divine power passed by, and the ground shook slightly, and then a staircase leading directly to the underground opened. Faintly, a pungent smell emanated from it, which was incompatible with the floral fragrance that filled the temple. If Apollo was here at this time, he would probably no longer wonder about the source of the smell on Aphrodite. Sulfur, or rather the power of rules that is full of sulfur. Only rules cannot be easily erased by the power of the goddess of beauty. Apollo thought that the smell was caused by Aphrodite forgetting to remove it, but in fact it was because the goddess of beauty herself could not erase the remnants of that rule in a short time. Of course, there is no difference in appearance between the two. Over time, the smell will naturally dissipate. Moreover, sulfur is not unique to the abyss, so the goddess of beauty doesn't care much about it. Another meeting, another transaction, her appetite is growing. As she walked down the stairs, a trace of sadness flashed across Aphrodite's brow. Under the laws of love and beauty, her sadness was like Shizi holding her heart, giving people an indescribable temptation. However, the sadness was only for a moment, and the next moment, a smile appeared on the corners of the goddess' mouth. She wants more and more, and fortunately so do I. Ares, that bitch Hera once said it herself, the most beautiful flowers should be protected by the most powerful force. But even if my beauty is unmatched, what can you use to protect my smile? In the final analysis, these male gods are unreliable. Each of them is either pretending to be serious or is as incompetent as Ares. Gritting her teeth, Aphrodite revealed her daily resentment without any scruples in this secret room where only she could enter. Those incompetent trash would be fine, but even the few who have some abilities seem to be self-righteous and refuse to accept the olive branch thrown by the goddess of beauty. So is Apollo, so is Hades, not to mention those primitive gods. Aphrodite has never been in their eyes, which makes the goddess of beauty, who is proud of her beauty, feel very frustrated. Of course, these were fine, after all. They were not just rude to her. The other goddesses were not much better. But what made Aphrodite most upset was Zeus, the lord of Olympus and the ruler of the gods. How ridiculous! No matter how much you pretend, the world will never think that you, Zeus, are a person who is loyal to love. Pretending to be serious. Do you think you are a good person? Bang! Reaching out and pressing the last layer of the door made of divine metal, Aphrodite's divine power surged. The next moment, the naked relief on the gate with bat wings and claw-like hands slowly lit up. C3 to 278. After a low muffled sound, this hidden palace opened its doors to its creator. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator. Number 565, Moya and the past of the goddess of beauty. Laugh. Bang. The lamps that ignited spontaneously without fire in the empty underground space lit up one by one as Aphrodite arrived. Without pausing for a moment, the goddess of beauty continued to move forward. The door behind her also closed automatically, isolating the underground palace from the outside world. Passing through the long and narrow corridor, there is a door at regular intervals on both sides of Aphrodite. Occasionally, a few rustling sounds could be heard from it, like whispers or howling. But the goddess of beauty ignored it and just kept moving forward. After an unknown amount of time, the space in front of her suddenly opened up. Heat waves and dazzling red light rushed towards her, causing Aphrodite to mobilize some of her divine power to protect her body. The next moment, an ancient altar made of huge stones appeared at the end of her sight. Near the altar, there was a foaming lava lake. A blazing power emanated from it, and even some fragments of rules that were very different from the material world were hovering above it. Without stopping, Aphrodite walked towards the lava lake. As if sensing her approach, the surface of the lake began to ripple slightly. Amid a surge of foam, two creatures with animal hooves, bat wings, goat horns, and long tails emerged, their charming and delicate faces full of fear and obedience. "We are waiting to welcome His Highness." The voices were neat and clear, with a hint of charm hidden in them. Looking at the scene in front of her, Aphrodite couldn't help but smile. After countless failures, she finally came up with a result that barely satisfied her. Although it was still not perfect, it was the best she could do with her current abilities. The fire flickered, and the two of them bowed together when they heard the words. Then the area in front of Aphrodite became empty, and there was no living creature other than the goddess of beauty.
Wow.
The goddess of beauty walked slowly forward with her fingers running across the ancient altar and a light sigh. At this moment, looking at this place where she had been countless times, a glimmer of reminiscence flashed in Aphrodite's eyes. When did she own this underground space? It must have been a long time ago. At least she couldn't remember the time. She only remembered the beginning of everything, probably from the aftermath of Typhon's rebellion. The rampant and willful king of demons failed to overthrow the rule of the king of gods, but from that day on, the world, having witnessed the might of this supreme demon, inadvertently gained many more things, and Aphrodite was one of them. You are the god of thunder, so you should have seen the shortcomings of this thunder pool. Solve it, complete it, use your own method, and then I will help you. Otherwise, you stay here. I know that your power in this world is extremely strong, but this is the abyss, and the great aura left in the thunder pool is enough to cut off your connection with your original body. His heart tightened slightly, and Zeus couldn't help but sense it as he listened to the other party's words. But it didn't matter how he relaxed, as this pool of thunder didn't seem to prevent him from communicating with his original body when he exploded. Perhaps it was because the other party didn't understand the power of the God King. But even so, Zeus didn't want to return to the human world with only consciousness left. My allies with destiny and the God of Thunder's artifact. If I return like this, the loss will be too great. Why? Are you still hesitating? Don't think about it. There's absolutely no need for you to refuse this win-win situation. Win more? With a slight twitch of his lips, Zeus really couldn't figure out what he had won. Yeah, more wins. The giant nodded slightly, stirring up gusts of wind. The demon prince recalled his conversation with the 8-armed snake demon and answered in the affirmative. The snake demon said that the cooperation between it and me is a win-win situation. I think this term is good, but I don't want a win-win situation. I trade with it, and I win once. I sell it to you, and I win again. I ask you for a fee, and I win once. I sell you to the demon mother, and I win again. In the end, the great will of the abyss will reward me for this and reward my contribution. I will win again in the end. I keep winning, that's winning more. How about it, God of the world? The law of the abyss demon god, doesn't it make sense? All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator.
568, filla va camí.
Crash. The sea of thunder was rippling with ripples. The seemingly tiny waves lapping at the surface of the water caused wrinkles in the surrounding void. There was no conversation along the way until they arrived at the center of this vast sea of thunder. The demon prince's persuasive voice seemed to still linger in Zeus' ears. Win-win, a very concise word. Although it was the first time he heard it, the God King could also hear the meaning of seemingly win-win cooperation, but in fact it was used to achieve his own core purpose. But when this word fell into the mouth of the abyss demon, it instantly lost its original meaning and turned into undisguised greed and tyranny. What do you mean by always winning? That's called winning multiple times. Haha, why don't you die of starvation? Zeus secretly criticized the demon's arrogance in his heart, but after learning of the other party's harsh conditions, he was slightly relieved. Repairing the mine pond was indeed difficult, but he was not afraid that the other party would ask for nothing. To the God King, only those pure lunatics were the ones he hated the most. In comparison, beings like the Demon Prince are much easier to deal with. Well, God of the world, have you figured out anything? As the God of Thunder on Earth, this is what you are best at. Don't tell me you are not as good as that snake demon. Boom boom. The sound was like thunder, shaking the sea. With breathtaking majesty, at the edge of the thunder pool, the giant standing tall and proud shouted loudly. It has been quite some time since it brought Zeus here, but the other party has not taken any action, which makes the demon prince feel a little annoyed. What a hassle. Maybe what the snake demon said was right. So the demon prince agreed verbally, but changed his mind immediately and sold out the other party. But now it seems that perhaps this thunder god in the world does not have the ability to complete the thunder pool. After all, the origin of the human priesthood is different from the power of the devil, and it seems that there is no way to easily change the ownership, even for the gods who hold the corresponding authority. Before, the devil didn't know how difficult this not easy was, but Zeus's performance seemed to prove that it was really difficult. As you can see, it's not difficult for me to just see the problem. But if we want to solve it, Your Excellency probably knows what's going on. It's just that you may not know that you have lived in the abyss for a long time. The devil of the abyss may be able to directly grant power to weak demons, but the gods in the world cannot arbitrarily control the ownership of their own priesthood. So, even if I'm willing to pay the price, I may not be able to do it. Standing in the huge whirlpool in the center of the Thunder Pool, facing the urging of the demon prince, the incarnation of the God King looked embarrassed, but his heart was calm. Just like he said, the problem in this area is not complicated. When Zeus saw the vortex with his own eyes, he already had an idea in his mind. Its power is very strong, but it is rootless. Its foundation is entirely the power of the abyss, and the origin of thunder is almost non-existent, and it is basically a small amount of power obtained from foreign fragments that has not been fully assimilated. Therefore, at this moment, this vortex is a manifestation of the power of the thunder pool. The unique rules of the 862-11 interface and other levels of the abyss cause its power to be consumed every moment. However, the power of the gods is consumed, and it can be continuously obtained as long as the priesthood exists. But for the thunder pool, without corresponding original support, its power is like the seawater here. Even if it seems vast and endless, as long as this vortex keeps flowing, it will dry up sooner or later. Therefore, solving the problem of the minefield is both simple and difficult. Its simplicity lies in that as long as someone injects enough thunder essence into it and mixes it with the power of the abyss, it will try to complete itself. The difficulty lies in that Zeus, as the lord of the gods in the world, it is difficult for him to tear apart his own divine duties, and even if he cannot take the lead in handing over the original power of the material world to the abyss. Meeting the mother of demons would at best allow him to gain an ally, but taking the lead in betraying the real world would shake his own royal power. Logically speaking, this is a condition that I would never agree to. But for Zeus at the moment, he has a second solution. But the key problem is, has the snake demon been monitoring him to this extent, and does it even know his experiences in that memory world in detail? Your mightiness. Zeus felt a chill in his heart, but he did not show it on the surface. He shook his head helplessly and turned to look at the giant in the sky. The origin of the priesthood of the true God in the world is not a secret. If you are interested in understanding it, you can probably learn about it from the abyss believers in the human world, or from the gods that you have secretly contacted. Could it be that the snake demon who gave you advice didn't know about this? If so, I really can't comment on its intentions. The sound vibrated the eardrums, and the demon interrupted. In fact, this is not the advice it gave me. It was my own idea to ask you to repair the minefield, but now it seems that I may have thought too much. His attempt to change his mind failed. Listening to Zeus' explanation, the demon prince was greatly disappointed. It doesn't want to be led by the nose by others at all, but now it seems that it has no choice. Damn. Is it possible that this god of thunder in the world is an accomplice of the snake demon? In fact, they have no hatred against each other, and I am the target they are planning to assassinate together? The power of the abyss boiled in his veins. Faced with such a complicated problem, the demon prince instinctively wanted to give up thinking and solve it with his fists instead. The vast sea of thunder shook, and loud rumbling sounds came one after another. It took a long time before the devil finally suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. Since you can't do what I want, then do as it says. God of the world, I want you to complete my bloodline so that it can coexist in this world and the abyss. Don't tell me you can't do it, and you'd better not try any tricks. I'm ready. Wait a minute, who said I can't do it? I just relaxed a little because of the demon prince's denial. It seems that the snake demon doesn't know that I have obtained the origin of the alien thunder god. Zeus almost thought that this existence had been silently monitoring him all the way. Now that he knew the truth, the king of gods breathed a sigh of relief. But before one problem was solved, another one arose. When Zeus heard the demon prince's second request, he was suddenly shocked. Complete bloodline? Sure enough, my vague guess about this special demon god was probably correct. But it was absolutely impossible for me to replenish its bloodline. You can do that? God on earth, are you kidding me? The demon god was already a little angry, and now he felt like he was being played a trick. The devil's huge hand descended from the sky and grabbed Zeus in his hand. There seemed to be flames burning in the three eyes as they stared intently at the incarnation of the God King. But Zeus was not panicked at this moment. Instead, he was furious at the snake demon's suggestion. Complete the bloodline? I see. He was still wondering why that person behind the scenes had set up such a scheme and what its identity was, but now he seemed to have found some clues. Although the bloodline of the God King is powerful and of great significance to the abyss, if one thinks from the perspective of his enemies, what harm will this do to Zeus himself? No god has ever suffered loss due to the outflow of blood. In many cases, this behavior is actually a means for them to expand their influence. But if we think about it in a different way, the hidden dangers behind it will become apparent. The latest novel is published first on Lu Nine Shuba, the replacement of the God King. Whispering in his heart, at this moment, in the heart of the incarnation of the God King, several imaginary enemies that he had been worried about for a long time but had never really faced gradually surfaced. The replacement of the King of Gods is certainly not that simple, but Zeus knows that many times the collapse of a great palace starts from the smallest place. The God King would never let go of any doubts when it came to his fundamentals. Among these imaginary enemies, the big snake that he had vaguely suspected before was certainly one of them, but it was not ranked at the top at all. There are only a few people in Khaos who can carry out such a secret plot involving the throne of the God King, and who have the strength, motivation, and sufficient understanding of the throne of the God King. For example, my father who mysteriously disappeared, or the supreme being of the spirit world who never responded to me despite my repeated attempts to test him. How much does that snake in the abyss know about the position of the God King? These two beings who have been silent for a whole era are the ones who are truly capable of doing such a thing. The former had been a king of gods himself, and when he truly stepped into the great divine power, Zeus was sure that Kronos at that time was not a being who had just stepped into this realm, and his exquisite use of power did not seem like a power temporarily obtained in some way. The other party is not dead, that is certain, and as for the latter, he seems to be able to predict the fate of the succession of the God King in advance every time, and at that juncture do something big enough to influence the world. If you have motivation, ability, and information, then your judgment is very likely to be correct. But we still can't have preconceived ideas. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Zeus secretly decided that he would definitely meet the mother of demons of the abyss. Perhaps the person behind the scenes also thought so. If I agreed, he would have follow-up measures waiting for me. If he refused, he would not lose anything. Instead, he could use this demon to cut off his way of finding allies, and even let him know that he had the means to make it go further, thus making this abyss demon god his enemy. Killing two birds with one stone is a win-win situation. But the only thing he didn't expect was probably the alien origin he obtained in the memory world. Your Excellency the demon god, please don't be angry. I do have my own way to try to extract some of the source of thunder, but this method is very harmful to me. If it's just to introduce me to the demon mother, then I might as well give up this incarnation. Although if the other party really took action, they could directly obtain the origin from the corpse of his incarnation, but Zeus knew very well that he should not panic during the negotiation regardless of whether he had the confidence or not. And sure enough, seeing Zeus's tough attitude, the demon prince also calmed down. The gods in the human world are not like the abyss. Once the source of their divine power is depleted, they can only hope for a small share of the increase in the overall source power of the world. They cannot make up for it by hunting other gods. But having said that, I will never pay too high a price for it. Blood was flickering in his eyes as big as meteorites, and the demon prince released his hand that was holding Zeus. Tell me, what do you want? But I'm telling you in advance, I'll only give you one chance. If you think you can blackmail me, then I will hand you over to that snake demon. I think you two must have a lot in common. My request is not difficult. In fact, it may not be without benefit to you, Your Excellency. Ignoring the last sentence, Zeus decided to complete his other purpose of coming to the abyss at the same time. I heard that although demons dominate Tartarus, there are also a group of traitors. They devour the power of demons and absorb the essence of the abyss. They are the enemy of all demons. You call them demons, and their leaders are two kings who are comparable to the mother of demons? I want to know the news about the devil, the more detailed the better, especially the two monarchs. And I hope that if I want to take action against them one day, I can get your help.
Devil.
Okay, if that's all you need, I can agree to it. Although his intelligence level fluctuates and he sometimes becomes irritable due to the influence of the power of the abyss, in 862-11, Thunderpool, the demon prince's emotions are relatively stable. After his attitude softened, the demon quickly urged again. Since I promised you, you should quickly produce some results. If you can really repair the thunder pool, then when I gain the favor of the abyss even without you, I will personally go and deal with those reptiles in hell. Now that the deal is done, it's time for Zeus to prove his abilities. The god king just turned around, with his back to the demon god, and there was only indifference and ridicule in his eyes. The devil's promises were not to be trusted, so his request was either for information or to deal with the devil. For the former, he would ask for payment when 1/3 of the repairs were completed, and for the latter, it was what the other party wanted to do, so naturally, he would not refuse. However, the demon god chose to repair the thunder pool instead of completing his own bloodline in order to prevent others from plotting against him. He did not trust the snake demon and Zeus, so he was unwilling to accept it. But in Zeus's view, this is the wisdom of the devil. Don't worry, let me see what this thunder pond is all about and why I feel so familiar with it. Demons are demons. Compared to the gods in this world, you are still too young. Perhaps being a little crazy is a good thing for these demons. At least such existence can really give Zeus a headache. As for this demon prince, when you fail to paint a god, you end up painting a human. Shaking his head secretly, Zeus made a pertinent comment on this. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator.
569 và am, x27, placenta và am, x27.
Buzz. In a blink of an eye, a long time had passed since Zeus and the demon prince reached an agreement. The incarnation of the god king dived into the depths of the Thunder Sea, while the demon god stayed alone on the sea surface, waiting for the result. The thunder and water hit the sea, making a rumbling sound. The days passed one by one, and the core of this interface, which was originally full on the outside and hollow on the inside, seemed to have really begun to change. Gold, silver, blue, purple. As the roots gradually became fuller, this side of the abyss was still relatively young, but compared to the years that the human world had experienced, the ancient thunder pool was already old enough to give rise to a lot of new thunders. A sense of vitality gradually burst out from here, making the whole world more lively. Somehow, the demon prince could clearly feel that ever since Zeus entered the core of the Thunder Sea, the interface power bestowed on it by 862-11, Thunder Pool, began to grow continuously and became purer and purer little by little. Even vaguely, even the blood in its body was slightly excited, as if the changes in the laws of the world were helping its survival. The demon god was naturally extremely satisfied with these changes. But it's not enough. Repairing the thunder pool is not just about strength. To truly attract the favor of the abyss it actually depends more on other things, rather than simply infusing some source power. Just like the bloodline completion suggested by the Great Snake, the bloodline itself is not important. What is important is the identity of the God King and the symbolic meaning brought about by his subjective actions. It is what is useful to the abyss, not just the blood of the God King. The demon prince obviously didn't understand this before. But its luck is indeed very good, because the power given by Zeus to complete the thunder pool just meets this condition from another angle. So when the interface changes more and more, until a certain moment, the quantitative change finally triggers a qualitative change. Above the sky of 862-11, Thunder Pool, an extremely majestic will appeared there. And he just existed there, and the space and time of the entire world except for the core sea of thunder inevitably fell into condensation. At the same time, in a corner of the interface, the 8-armed snake demon raised his head and looked up at the sky. It sensed Tartarus's boundless intentions and could not help but temporarily try to restrain its own presence. There is no doubt that in today's chaos, the abyss is the most powerful existence, no doubt about it. Apart from him, even the mother tree of flesh and blood would be imprisoned by the laws of the world. If he had not lacked his own personality, he would have been able to do what Zeus dreamed of and become the true lord of chaos and all the gods. Talking to himself and looking at the movement in the sky, the eight-armed snake demon could only make such a conclusion. After all, if it was the perfection of bloodline, then the movement of the abyss at this moment would probably not be like this, but would also involve the interaction with the laws of the world. What a pity! It had originally planned to add fuel to the fire between the core of the material world and the outside world in advance, making Tartarus passively become a contributing factor in the destruction of the throne of the future God King, but now it seems that things are not as smooth as it thought. Even because it was not his real body, Orochi could not yet be sure whether it was simply a flaw in his plan or something that should not have happened. However, considering what was happening in the interface at this moment, and even the changes that were vaguely affecting the entire abyss, the snake was certain that although Zeus did not take the field himself this time, he must have paid some price related to the King of Gods, because this was what Tartarus really needed. And since it is not related to the God King of this world, it can only be the God King of another world. As for what it is, we can only wait and see. Hiss. There's nothing I can do. As a small clone, this is all I can do. But now that you've passed this level, how are you going to pass Moya's level? He was unaware that Moya had created an avatar with him, but even if he knew, Orochi wouldn't care. Because it is very clear that the great power of the Demon Mother is real to Tartarus' opponents, except that it is ineffective against other abyss demons. The incarnation created by the Goddess of Beauty will definitely have no problem temporarily carrying a Moya who is at the peak of divine power, but no one knows what it can do above that. So, with the idea of watching the show, I hid in a corner of the interface. The eight-armed snake demon did not leave because of the failure of the first plan. It chose to continue waiting here, waiting for further developments. Buzz. Who open? Crash. At the bottom of the thunder pool, accompanied by a low shout, the incarnation of the God King took a step back and shook off the chains of laws that were wrapped around his side. Although the latter seemed to be reluctant to leave, he still chose to leave for the time being. After all, without the Master's consent, it would be impossible to continue absorbing the origin. The thunder and water are surging and boundless. With a tired look on his face, Zeus couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear as he sensed the drastically changed laws of the thunder pool and the will of the abyss that was vaguely hanging above the nine heavens. In just a few months, the essence of the thunder god, which is almost comparable to that of a medium-level true god, has been poured into the core of this thunder pool. Although it is not a huge amount compared to the alien thunder god, who is still close to the peak of powerful divine power, even with some defects, it is still a number that is heartbreaking. Although true gods cannot absorb source power directly, as the King of Gods, Zeus can fully dedicate this source power to the world and then use it to enhance his own divine duties to the maximum extent. However, at this moment, what really scared Zeus was not the loss of the original power, but that with the advent of the will of the abyss, he finally understood the most essential needs of Tartarus. So that's how it is. He knew that the plan of the eight-armed snake demon was definitely not just about bloodline. It must be aimed directly at his position as the God King. Although I was not sure about its approach before, I refused out of caution and successfully avoided a big pit. Thanks for the gift of fate. Although Zeus didn't know whether fate played a role in this, he just assumed that it did. Moreover, although the God King could be sure that there was absolutely no trace of the power of destiny involved in his journey into the world of memory, but the moment he came out, at least the origin of the alien god of thunder would certainly not escape his influence. It is so. The eight-armed snake demon. It is a subordinate of the Father God, or it is related to the Lord of the spirit world. Only they can understand the power of the God King so well. Well, no. There is also Mother Earth, but given her level, she probably doesn't have that ability yet. He let out a long breath. Although the process was thrilling, he managed to avoid this disaster. The repair of the Thunder Pool has not been completed yet, but Zeus plans to take it slow for now. The latest novel is published first on Lu 9 Shuba. He now understood what the Abyss Demon was and that the other party would never be honest. Therefore, whether it is meeting the Mother of Demons or understanding hell, it is best to resolve it before the Thunder Pool is repaired. Now the demon should have sensed the arrival of the will of the Abyss, so it is even less likely that it would be willing to give up halfway. But speaking of it, I just found out that this is how the Thunder Pond was born, and the reason why I sensed a similar but different blood connection from this demon god also had this origin. There are also things that the will of the abyss desires. I never thought that he has already come this far. Murmuring, with a complicated expression. If Zeus had not personally participated in the repair of the Thunder Pool, he would not have thought that the abyss demon actually had such a connection with him. Looking back, all of this has to do with the last time I broke into Tartarus. Although a long time has passed, the God King still remembers the price he paid for that tragic sneak attack. Not only was half of his body cut off, but the so-called Lord of Hell also dared to mock him in the name of the previous king of gods, Kronos. Zeus naturally remembered this clearly. What surprised him was that the broken half of his body did not dissipate immediately after falling into the abyss, but maintained vitality for a short period of time. To maintain life, considering the difference in time between the abyss and the human world, the God King can understand it, and he doesn't care. After all, this kind of maintenance is meaningless, because unless something extremely symbolic happens, once the god's body leaves the original body, it will just be a mass of flesh and blood composed of divinity and divine power. As the main body recovers, the divinity in the broken body will quickly dry up, and eventually the remaining divine power will dissipate into the surrounding environment and turn into nutrients to nourish the earth. There are only very rare exceptions, such as the battle of the eternal sleep of Heavenly Father. The King of Gods replaced each other, and the Father of Heaven fell asleep. Under this strong symbolic meaning, the blood dripping from Uranus gave birth to the three goddesses of the ash tree, not to mention the three goddesses of vengeance and the goddess of beauty, who came later. These are examples of gods being born after the body left the body. However, this kind of situation is hard to come by. At least Zeus's battle in the abyss was not such a situation at all. If his divine body was destroyed and he was imprisoned in the abyss for 1,000,000 years, or if Zeus showed his divine power and killed the great man of hell, then this highly symbolic move might indeed cause his broken body to undergo strange changes, but the fact is that none of these happened. It is for this reason that, not to mention Zeus, even the giant snake and Asmodeus did not care about the remains of Zeus, but let it fall into the abyss. In the end, it was only because he had not lived in the human world for too long and quickly fell into the abyss after escaping from the suppression of the Heavenly Father that the ignorant demon mother became interested in him. She witnessed the war between the King of Gods and the Lord of Hell at the bottom of the abyss, and became interested in the handsome and powerful Zeus. So, under the influence of the chaotic blood of the abyss, the demon mother tried to take this opportunity to give birth to a descendant who inherited the blood of the God King. However, the result was regrettable. As Zeus and the great snake had judged, this incomplete body did not have this function, and Moya did not succeed at all. When the God King began to restore his divine body in the material world, his body lost its vitality, and the embryo that the demon mother was trying to conceive turned into a dead fetus in an instant. The blood and matter related to the God King all turned to ashes, and only the part belonging to the abyss remained. Moya was very angry about this, but she could do nothing about it. This was not something she could change. But at this moment, the will of Tartarus came. I really didn't expect that this primitive god, who had never had a personality, could reach this point silently. In the realm of great divine power, he can only continue to accumulate in quantity, but cannot make a qualitative breakthrough. So if he wants to become stronger, he can only seek higher characteristics. And the weakest power he can access, but which has some connection with the world, is only the power of the God King. Therefore, he injected some incomplete blood of the God King that he had obtained in the past into the dead fetus. It is suspected that it was the blood of the Titan gods. They are also sons of the God King, but not of my generation, and with the help of this connection, the demon prince was able to be born. As for the Thunder Pool, this place is made up of the broken thunder source power of the foreign land and the power of the abyss. It is purely the placenta built by the abyss to imitate my flesh and blood to breed a dead fetus. Zeus didn't have a clear understanding of the content related to Moya, but his doubts about Lei Qi and this abyss demon were resolved. No wonder he felt a kind of blood connection with this demon god, because they did have some kind of connection, just not in the traditional sense of father and son. His bloodline had already died in the other person's body. Unless he took the initiative to reshape it, there would be no direct relationship between the two. The intimacy of Lei Qi is even simpler, simply because of the imitation of the abyss. As the one being imitated, he could naturally feel close to it, but at the same time he was certain that it was a product entirely made up of pure power from the abyss. The two seem contradictory, but are actually very reasonable. Even on this basis, this is why the demon prince tried to block his connection with his original body, but it was ultimately ineffective. After all, the consciousness between the incarnation and the original body of the God King cannot communicate with each other. The biggest obstacle is the laws of the abyss, which no longer exists in the unique environment of the Thunder Pool. So the Demon Prince's method of using the Great Aura to block is indeed effective. It's just that after adding and subtracting, in Zeus' perception, it is no different from other places in the abyss. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Number 570, Blessings and Misunderstandings. Crash. A small part of the restoration of the Thunder Pool has been completed, and Zeus has finally figured out the ins and outs of this interface. Pushing away the chains of laws that still exuded a sense of desire, he did not continue to infuse the origin, but chose to fly away. In his perception, if he wanted to truly repair this Thunder Pool to perfection, he would have to fill it with all the essence in his hands. After all, as the placenta that the abyss imitated Zeus, the difficulty of completely repairing it is no different from creating another god of thunder who is similar to his thunder origin. Of course, Zeus didn't need to do this, and the abyss didn't care about the amount of thunder origin. But even so, he didn't want to repair this place to a level that would satisfy the demon god in one go. Then the vast sea of thunder rolled slightly, and the incarnation of the God King jumped out along the path he came. Brush. Jump out of the water and look up at the sky. In the sky of 862-11, as the repair of the Thunder Pool was stopped halfway, the will of the abyss that had already descended finally retreated after hovering for a few minutes. In the empty sky, only the Demon Prince, whose aura had changed slightly, remained. On its body, the interface blessing that had already reached its limit seemed to have been released. As long as it was willing, it could continue to bring more levels of the abyss under its control. Speak, God on earth. Why did you stop? Do you know? I am almost there. Just one more step, and I will become the most favored being in Tartarus, the demon prince who rules the 36 layers of the abyss. And as the first prince, I will be the only possible choice for the king of the abyss. No. It's just your illusion. Once again, Zeus was rudely grabbed by someone, but this time he seemed calm and unperturbed. He just looked at the angry demon calmly, without any panic on his face. I sensed it very clearly. If I want the abyss to bestow upon you enough favor, I need to exert more than double the power I just used. You think it's just a little short, but in fact it's still a lot short. As for the king of the abyss, excuse me for being blunt. Even if you refine me completely into the Thunder Pool, the favor you receive will not be able to do this. In fact, I doubt whether the current abyss is capable of creating a so-called king of the abyss. Probably not, at least Zeus thinks so. Because with the repair of the Thunder Pool, he also got a glimpse of the true level of power of Tartarus today. If there were levels among the great divine powers, then the other party would have already stood at the top of the road, and one more step would allow him to touch upon even more magnificent and lofty characteristics. Such power was beyond Zeus's imagination, but despite this, the King of Gods did not think that the other party had the ability to create a true Lord of the Abyss. After all, whether it's the demon god, the demon prince, or even the demon mother whom I've never met, this is probably the case. Although they can be blessed by the power of the Abyss interface, and the latter two are expected to obtain power comparable to great divine power, their essence is still borrowed from Tartarus. But if a true master is to be born in the abyss, a monarch who can mobilize part of the power of Tartarus, then it may not be that simple. In the final analysis, unless you are the incarnation of the world, there is a limit to the power of the interface. The existence of genuine great divine power maintains an upper limit to the degree of personification, and interface blessing will naturally exist as well, but its upper limit is related to the level of power of the person who gives the blessing. In addition, there is a layer in the middle, and the person being blessed is not the real owner of the power, so naturally there will not be such a big restriction. However, reducing restrictions does not mean there are no restrictions. Moreover, although the power of the abyss is strong, it is far inferior to that of the real world. Therefore, it is not so easy to give birth to a king of the abyss who is obviously more powerful than the demon prince and the demon mother. The throne of the god king in this world can do this, and the power it can carry has almost no upper limit. Even if the will of the present world is willing to bestow enough favor, Zeus has no doubt that, like the first generation of gods, he can easily obtain a power that is even more powerful than the current abyss. It's just that this kind of thing has never really happened, but in contrast, the abyss cannot do it. Besides, unless the world was facing a catastrophe of destruction, Zeus didn't think that something like this would really happen. Just like in a distant foreign land, this was the case with Amon-Ra-Adam, the god-king of Herminu. And when a world-destroying disaster really happens, even if you master this power, it will actually be meaningless. Okay, Your Excellency the demon god. Let's stop the unnecessary accusations. I am willing to make a deal with you, but I am not a slave to whom you can do whatever you want. In fact, you and I both know that instead of trusting the devil's credibility, it is better to believe that the great Khaos will directly promote me to the king of the world. And now I have proven my ability to repair the mind pool. So, next, is it your turn to show your sincerity? All the things about Tartarus just flashed through his mind, and Zeus didn't care much whether this ancient primitive god could shape the status of the king of the abyss. Now, he just wants the demon prince to fulfill his promise and meet his destined sixth wife. Oh, all right. But the power of Tartarus, the god of the world, is beyond your imagination. Once I destroy hell as a prince, I will surely be able to rule the abyss. There was a flash of anger in his eyes, and then he managed to calm down. Looking at Zeus in front of him, the demon prince obviously knew that his methods of coercion and inducement were ineffective against the incarnation of a god. If it were any other demon god, he might be so angry that he wouldn't care whether he hurt the enemy by 800 or lost 3,000 of his own money, and would just kill the opponent cleanly and efficiently. But it still had some rationality, and the previous rise in favor of the abyss was so intoxicating, so it finally compromised. You will have to wait a few more days to meet the demon mother. She seems to have encountered some problems recently and has been staying alone in the depths of the abyss, without seeing any outsiders. Hee-hee-ha-ha. Come to think of it, you're the first outsider to meet her. If you are lucky enough to see her true appearance, you can come back and tell me about it. True appearance? As one of the most powerful demon gods in the abyss, have you never seen the true appearance of His Majesty Moya? For some reason, the right eyelid of the god king incarnation suddenly twitched slightly. However, he didn't care, and just asked curiously. The demon prince just shook his head, obviously a little depressed about this. I have indeed never seen her true face. This ancient demon ancestor does not seem to like showing up in the world. The latest novel is published first on Lu 9 Shuba. But God of the world, I once imprisoned a powerful eye demon. Its bloodline came from one of the 6 oldest demon gods, the ancestral demon god of 100 eyes and 1,000 eyes. And in the bloodline it inherited from that demon god, there are some memories of the meeting between that demon god and the demon mother. It is said that the god of 100 and 1,000 eyes only took one look at her and never forgot her appearance until his death. Even after the passage of time, he can still see the shock he felt at that time through his blood. So, God on earth, if you can meet her, please remember to let me open my eyes as well, although I don't think you can really see her.
Sure.
Nodding slightly, Zeus didn't think this was a problem. A reasonable request would not cost him a cent. And with the praise from the demon prince, his anticipation grew stronger. I just need to make some preparations. This is all thanks to my work repairing the mine pool. He pondered silently in his heart, although the repaired thunder pool belonged to the demon god, and most of the rewards from the will of the abyss fell on the demon prince. But as the actual executor, even if he was an outsider, Zeus also got some benefits. Just as the Order of the World knows that Ryan is its enemy, but will give feedback on what he does, the abyss also gave corresponding rewards to the incarnation of the God King. Of course, no matter how hazy Tartarus's consciousness is, it is much clearer than in the real world. Therefore, the so-called reward Zeus received was not much, just some power from the abyss. Even because he was not a visitor from hell, even this power would be gradually worn away over time and could not be used for his own benefit. Fortunately for the God King, these powers have another use, which is to send messages outward. Although the power of the king is strong, it does not yet possess the unique characteristics of consciousness. Although I will never betray my original body, our information cannot be connected. Fortunately, it is different now. I have the power of the abyss. With it here, it is impossible for the God King's consciousness to enter the abyss. But it is not difficult to return what the clone sees and hears to the original body with the help of Tartarus's gift. One-sided communication is not perfect, but it is better than nothing. I can even use this as an anchor. Once these renegade demons want to keep me in the abyss after I repair the mine pool, my main body will be able to respond in a more timely manner. Perhaps I can not only bring back my consciousness, but also get something else. Plus, I'm about to meet the demon mother. I think the main character must want to meet her as soon as possible. One knows his own psychology best, and the incarnation of the God King feels that his original body is such a god. So he made a decision silently, and he packaged his decision into a message and sent it out with what he saw and heard along the way. Of course, this did not include his experience in the memory world, especially the content of his actual conversation with the Eye of Odin. After all, he knew that this memory was the real taboo. Laugh. In the core of the abyss, starlight is like a waterfall. At the bottom of Tartarus, looking at the starlight pouring down through the sacrificial door, Moya felt nervous and anxious. Perhaps because she urged her hard enough, or perhaps because she was finally able to get enough benefits. The goddess of beauty on earth moved very quickly, and it didn't take her long to set up an altar in the starry sky. With the help of a large amount of flesh and blood of evil creatures as sacrifices, the two were finally able to meet again across a long period of time and space. Dressed in a gorgeous long dress, Aphrodite's figure was reflected in the chaotic void of the abyss, as if adding a bit of color to this desolate world. Looking at this scene, Moya felt a little jealous but also a little hidden closeness. Over the years, you are one of the few creatures who can look me in the eye. Aphrodite, do you really not want to enter the abyss? I can promise you a position second only to mine, far superior to your position in the human world. You can rule over billions of demons and become the most dazzling scenery in the abyss. It was hard to tell how sincere he was at this moment, or if he was still just deceiving. Moya's hoarse voice came through the sacrificial door, but the goddess of beauty responded to her as before. She looked apologetic and then refused decisively. Thank you for your kindness, but I still prefer the human environment. There's nothing wrong with the abyss, but there's no wine or flowers there. The divine power of beauty surges around her. Looking at the entire Khaos world, Aphrodite is probably one of the few gods who can look directly at Moya as if he is nothing with her powerful divine power. Apart from this, perhaps only authority like wisdom can be immune to this conceptual harm. Really? The human world. The memory of the human world has become blurred. Moya only remembers that it was a place much more beautiful than the abyss. Although the world at that time was still desolate and silent, it was much better than the abyss full of killing. But there is one thing that is no different between the two, that is, they both only respect strength. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't be where I am today. Let's get started. Moya spoke lightly and said no more. The guest she has been looking forward to for a long time is still waiting for her, and that will be the starting point for her to return to the past, the spiritual world, and the human world. If the world no longer remembered her, then she would make them remember her. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator. Number 571. Meet Buzz. Without wasting time, hearing the sound coming from the other side of the sacrificial gate, Aphrodite pointed her finger and ignited the flesh and blood sacrifices piled on this desolate planet. Amid the billowing smoke, countless essences of blood and flesh blurred the rules and order of this place, and the space-time tunnel connecting the two sides also stabilized. As the divine power vibrated, the crystal stone that sealed a godless body slowly moved towards the sacrificial door. As it approached, the originally stable door began to vibrate again. The power of sacrifice counteracts the laws of the surrounding area, constantly offsetting the impact of the crystal traveling outside the realm. And sealed inside the crystal is Aphrodite's latest creation, a powerful body that combines the power of the abyss demon and the divine power of the goddess of beauty. As soon as the body is sent into the abyss, the demon mother can immediately go to meet the guest from afar. You know, not long ago, Moya received another message from 862-11 Lei Chi. Although the content of the information was complicated, there was no lack of more specific information about the incarnation of the God King. Obviously, after finalizing the cooperation with Zeus, the demon prince had no intention of going back on his word in this regard. It's not because it's trustworthy, it's simply to avoid trouble. But the god of thunder on earth, isn't this referring to the God King of Olympus? God King Zeus, is he really here? Not knowing the twists and turns, the demon prince never mentioned the deal between him and Zeus. Here, in chapter 425, Moya said that Zeus was not Kronos and did not have the divine power over time and space, and Asgard was not created by him, and therefore he could not find this fragment of time and space. This is of course false, because the power of the gods is omnipotent in many places, as I have written before. So, did Moya know that this was false? Of course, she knew it, and she was just perfunctory to Aphrodite. The reason is very simple. As mentioned in this chapter, she has a good impression of Zeus, due to various factors. However, she cannot meet other gods in her current situation. Even if she just communicates, she may be discriminated against because she comes from the abyss. This discrimination has nothing to do with strength, just like weak divine power still discriminates against the 100-armed giant. So, she developed an ostrich mentality. On the one hand, she did something in the hope that Zeus would find her and then come to her on his own initiative. On the other hand, she did not want Zeus to find her, fearing that the result would be different from what she thought. So she instigated Aphu to contact her in Olympus instead of going to places like the starry sky or the sea, but at the same time she did not deliberately ask for sacrifices here. In essence, it was due to her contradictory psychology. Finally, Aphu's situation was relatively simple. She didn't have a deep understanding of the great divine power itself, and she didn't know that the demon mother was actually a titan god in the material world, so she naturally didn't think about it. She only thought that the other party was skilled and daring, and used this to show that her power was stronger than that of the God King, and she could do things under the other party's nose without being discovered. Aphu naturally went with the flow. You, the abyss demon god, are not afraid of me, so why should I be afraid? Besides, Olympus is involved with many messy guys. The probability of lying and the god of doom listening to the darkness is much higher than the probability of listening to Zeus. The original sea gods are Gaia's direct children and have never entered the core of the temple from beginning to end. Khaos secretly performed human sacrifices and used the power of evil things. There is also the branch line that I deleted, that is, Zeus also learned about the existence of the devil from a certain god. She herself did not want to openly destroy the faith of other gods, so she instructed her believers to sell the national blood nobles to the devil after defeating other countries, and sacrificed the capital city together, and then happily got a kingdom without management. In short, Aphu's involvement with the devil is a trivial matter. She didn't use this thing to fight internally. She is so kind. At most, she didn't find out that she was in contact with a great divine power. Of course, judging by the results, Aphu's judgment was also wrong, just like the previous two. But even though they were wrong, everyone thought they were right. Zeus saw Aphu's little move and thought it was similar to other gods. As long as it didn't affect him, there was no need to forcefully break through the limit to see what was in that super small fragment. After all, the other party dared to put it in his face, and it was obvious that it was not someone who understood the great power or the authority of the King of Gods. He and the Abyss had no grudges. Moya also felt that she was right, because Zeus really came in the end. She felt that the other party was attracted by the flaw she left, but what surprised her was that the other party did not contact her first, but directly sent an incarnation, which showed his sincerity. Aphu also felt that her judgment was correct, because Zeus really ignored her. Okay, that's the end of the above annotations. I wrote half of it yesterday, but didn't post it in the end because I was actually working on this. I wrote 2,000 words. I hope I don't have to write any more in the future. In short, many places that look like bugs are actually not bugs. It is normal to come to opposite conclusions from different people's perspectives. Sometimes I add a lot of psychological narration to the text. In fact, I don't want to write it, but the problem is that this situation will occur if I don't write it. Of course, I am not omnipotent after all, so sometimes there may be bugs that are caused by my own negligence rather than prearrangement, so I don't rule out readers asking questions, as long as they are not like the guy a few days ago who, after I explained it, I don't know why he got emotional and changed his angle to scold me that has nothing to do with the content. Reading is entertainment. It's good as long as the author and readers are in a good mood. That's all. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the spiritual dominator. Number 572. Special. The human world. The Asgard realm. In the center of the interface, there is a mountain that is condensed purely by the power of faith. Standing on the top of this mountain that looks very similar to Olympus and overlooking the earth, one can vaguely see the imaginary kingdoms divided and wrapped by various divine powers. Only the most devout believers of the gods can come here after death and offer all that is left of themselves to the object of their faith. Bathed in this boundless faith, Zeus raised his hand and clenched it, as if he was holding the whole world in his palm. With each breath, the faith accumulated by the fourth generation of humans over thousands of years surged like a tide. In the illusory light and shadow, the 12 pillars that reached the sky were vaguely visible. Surrounded by them, the figure of Zeus seemed sacred. Athena, Aphrodite, Demeter, Hestia, Moanda, Hephaestus, Ares, Hades, Apollo, Zephyrus. There are 5 male gods and 5 female goddesses, and it seems that one of them is missing. However, the lack of Poseidon in the former has already been made up by the King of Gods, so it will not be vacant for too long. Although the latter seemed to have no actual candidate, the position had actually been filled by Zeus early on. So even though no one else knew about this, and Zeus also planned to select an upright god to serve as the 12th main god before actually doing anything, it still could not change the fact that the 12 pillars had already been completed. Therefore, the royal ceremony cast by the god king himself a long time ago was already a complete version. However, the god king was still looking for a candidate for the Lord God, and even reserved one to add a candidate at any time. After all, even the Lord God will waver. Maybe it's active, maybe it's passive, just like Poseidon. So whether it's finding or creating, none of the 12 powerful gods who are closely related to me can be absent. 6 men and 6 women, corresponding to the 12 titans of the past, which is also one of the implicit terms of this ceremony. Zeus was once troubled by this. But thousands of years later, he was not only seeking pleasure and beauty in the world. At this point, even if there is a change in the position of the main god, the god king can be replaced by someone at any time, and there can be more than one person. With the enormous power of faith accumulated in Asgard for thousands of years, Even if it is a pig, as long as it is a natural god, Zeus can turn it into an extremely powerful god of all pigs. Zephyrus is an example. The emergence of faith completely broke the innate order of the strength and weakness of the true god, and this power of life and death is exactly what he has always been pursuing. Of course, it would be better if this world had no spirit world, no land without light, no land of eternal night, and no gods who dared to resist him. So the reason why Zeus came here today was for this goal he had been pursuing for a long time. Abyss, the most terrifying and harmless original god in the world. He existed there quietly since his birth and never caused any trouble to the successive god-kings. Instead, he was their shared prison cell. Even in the original trajectory, Tartarus was more or less the father god of Typhon, but now the god-king could not find any reason why he posed a threat to him. Especially the message he received from his incarnation not long ago made the god-king overjoyed. An unexpected experience, obtain the artifact and the origin. Although part of the origin was used up by the incarnation, there is still a lot left. The main purpose of this trip was accomplished very well by the incarnation. It successfully found the existence that corresponded to the mysterious omen of Zeus, a great being who could mobilize the power of the abyss, a mother goddess respected by billions of demons. The former is the icing on the cake, but even if the latter is not a timely help, it is still a huge force that can influence the world situation. Especially since that information told Zeus that this demon mother was likely his natural ally, his sixth wife in a sense. This made Zeus feel very regretful for not taking action before, but he couldn't help but say that it was not too late now. He never expected that he could still gain support for himself in this way today. Perhaps this is the destiny of the God King. This is the duty I was born to fulfill. As for the benefits it brings me, they are just a small reward given by destiny to its executors. With a hearty smile, the God King was in a very good mood at the moment. However, he did not completely relax, but kept his spirit tense at all times. According to the description given in the previous message, it won't be long before his incarnation will meet the demon mother in person. At that time, the other party will give him a live broadcast in the spiritual realm. Zeus came to Asgard for this reason. After all, the incarnation is an incarnation after all. It underestimated Tartarus's isolation ability, so that the transmission of the previous information was actually delayed for a long time before it was received by Zeus. Compared to the human world, it is less likely to conflict with the laws of the abyss here. So Zeus waited silently. Although he was looking forward to it, he was still neither anxious nor slow in his heart. Time passed slowly, and I didn't know how much time had passed. At a certain moment, in the palace on the central mountain of Asgard, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the God King. From the void outside the interface, a interface similar to the previous one, but significantly clearer, was coming towards his location. As soon as the thought came, a vast was immediately spread out and merged with the pursued thought. In an instant, the senses of the incarnation's spiritual realm were in sync with Zeus's body. However, perhaps because of the difference in time and space between the two realms, there was still a little delay between the two sides, so that the first thing that came into the mind of the God King was not the incarnation's experience, but a letter that followed. With his eyebrows slightly raised, Zeus slowly opened the page of the letter that existed only in his consciousness. Although he could easily read it in one thought, it was precisely when facing such a major event that the God King needed to remain calm. A very special appearance, not real. Let me see if his will is disturbed. If so, I will cut off contact. But what is this special? How is it special? The avatar didn't say, so from my point of view, I should be able to see this specialness at a glance. I didn't describe this special feature in detail because I was afraid that it would be intercepted during the transmission of the information. After all, it was a great power facing the abyss. So if I couldn't see at a glance what was so special about the appearance of this demon mother, then there would be something wrong. No matter how special the method is, just deal with it. Besides, if it is really strange enough, it proves that what the incarnation sees is the real scene. So he casually took a glass of the fine wine brewed by Dionysus and savored it carefully. He turned his attention back to this signal sent back from the abyss, waiting for the delay to end. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. It didn't take too long. I had only finished half of a glass of wine when my mind began to change from being empty. The blur gradually became clear, and the first thing that caught my eye was a pair of eyes filled with passionate emotion and attachment. With just one glance, Khaos's emotional master Zeus could see a myriad of clues. The owner of this eye must admire me very much, but she just doesn't dare to express it. She was both humble and proud, just like the princesses of small countries in the mortal world after they learned of his identity as a god. Oh, what did I say was special? So it's just like this. I thought I understood the incarnation's thoughts, and my tense mind relaxed a little. It was unexpected that he was my admirer. After all, a great admirer, this is really… His expression changed slightly, and Zeus suddenly felt that he had overlooked something. From the spiritual perspective of my own incarnation, there is nothing wrong with seeing the eyes first, but why is it one? It seems like you have thought a lot, but in fact, it is just a moment in the spiritual world. At the moment when the God King was stunned, the originally blurry picture quickly became clear. Subconsciously turning his attention back to the past, Zeus was completely unprepared for this. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't have any other thoughts. No matter how special the thoughts that you transmit to yourself are, how special can they be?
Yeah.
Click, click. Huh. The latest novel is published first on Lu9 Shuba. In the Abyss, there is an unnamed interface. Even though they had just met, Zeus's level in some aspects was no joke. It was only a short conversation, and the incarnation of the God King was already chatting happily with Moya in front of him. The desolate earth blossomed with flowers in his hands. Although he did not have the authority corresponding to plants, the omnipotence of divine power was fully revealed in the hands of Zeus. It is impossible for him to change the climate of a world, but it is not impossible to change a place. So the flowers spread out on the ground, forming a unique picture depicting Moya's exquisite appearance. The incarnation of the God King picked up a rose casually, as if he wanted to put it in Moya's hair, but in the end, he just shook his head regretfully and threw it aside. As he opened his mouth to speak, Moya, who was beside Zeus, looked at the rose that had fallen to the ground. A trace of pity and sadness flashed in his eyes. In a place like the Abyss, she had not seen flowers for a long time. Just as Aphrodite said, only in the human world can there be fine wine and flowers. Although the quasi-divine power of the Abyss demon is not inferior to the power of the true gods in the world, it can never compare with it in the field of omnipotence. So she could only associate with those bloodthirsty demons, and all she saw were evil waters and barren mountains. Until today, the God King from the human world created the sea of flowers in front of her. This originally made Moya's heart, which had changed due to the change of her body, even more excited, but now Zeus's behavior was like an arrow shot into her chest. Yes, she is a demon now. Even if the other party does not show it directly, he knows it in his heart. So, he would rather throw the flowers on the ground than wear them on himself. But what can he do? Miss? I was distracted just now. It's all right, ma'am. Zeus smiled slightly and didn't care at all. In fact, I was just feeling a little emotional just now. How can a mortal object like this, which I hastily made, be worthy of your extraordinary beauty? Exclamation point. He did not look in Moya's direction, nor did he linger in her eyes that were fixed on him. There was still regret on Zeus' face, as if he was recalling something, but he could do nothing about it. Looking at the world, I am afraid that only the stars in the sky are qualified to be the embellishment of your crown, and the waves of the sea are worthy of being the pattern of your skirt. If I were really the king of gods who kept my word, I would definitely find them all for you, just to earn your smile. I'm so sorry. Ma'am, I think I just said something wrong. No, you didn't. At this moment, Moya no longer cared about the flowers that fell to the ground. All she had eyes for was Zeus' frown. Tartarus, This is the king of gods that the world should have. Compared with him, his father and brother are not even as good as a hair of his. But could such a god-king actually feel sad? The king of gods who has the final say. Apart from him, who else is qualified to bear this title, and who dares to stand in his way? Subconsciously taking a step forward, Moya grabbed Zeus' arm and reached out to smooth out the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. You don't. You are the king of gods who has the final say. You are the only one who has this qualification. Who is unwilling to obey your orders? Is it Gaia or someone else? Believe me, Zeus, that old guy can't stop you. Only you are the greatest god-king of all time. He shook his head without saying anything, tilted his head slightly, and looked at the face that struck his heart, and the incarnation of the god-king felt shaken again. But emotions could not affect him after all, and he quickly calmed down. At this moment, Zeus was just sighing in his heart, wondering if this mother of demons had hardly communicated with others. How could she be even more gullible than the most gullible god he had ever met? It was so naive that he felt a little embarrassed to continue. But then again, what did the original body mean just now? The click and click. Sounds before were not illusions, but real sounds ringing in the mind, and were signs that the spiritual connection was about to be broken. At first Zeus thought that his main body had discovered something wrong, and he had already started thinking about countermeasures in his mind. But what he didn't expect was that the sound only lasted for 2 times, and then there was no movement. What does this mean? Did he want to cut off the connection at first, but gave up after considering it again and again? Or was he also shocked by Moya's beauty for a moment, so that he couldn't control himself and almost cut off the connection? He was not sure which one it was, but after a while, seeing that the connection with the original body had not been broken, the incarnation of the god-king no longer hesitated. If you don't hesitate to make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. Since the main body finally decided not to lose connection, it proves that there should be no problem with the demon mother. Feeling a little relieved, Zeus looked up and gave Moya another perfect smile. Since there is no problem, then he doesn't need to wait any longer. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator. Number 573, admiration and shock. Abyss, in an unknown interface. A sea of flowers rises, vines and plants weave into shape. Now that he had received a positive response from his original body, the incarnation of the God-King put aside his last bit of doubt. Looking at the figure in front of him, he didn't intend to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Then, in a flash, a palace made of flowers, plants and trees rose from the ground, covering the figures of Zeus and Moya. For a moment, the fate in the dark seemed to be shaking slightly, celebrating the correction of the original wrong path. The laws of the world and the abyss also began to gradually approach in an unknown place, waiting for the God-King's further actions. As if a blessing had come to their mind, both the incarnation and the real body of Zeus had an epiphany at this moment. He was supposed to give birth to 9 goddesses with the being before him, but fate took a turn before he could ascend the throne. Therefore, the gods appointed by heaven have changed, not only in number, but also in identity. It is hard to say whether this is good or bad for the present world. After all, no matter what, the God-King has given the gods who could not be born a chance to be born again. But for Zeus, this was a real opportunity. After all, this time it's different from the request of the demon prince. This time, he doesn't have to worry about causing the wrath of the world, and his bloodline can still be preserved. Sarah. With a wave of his hand, the palace gate made of grass and trees closed. After a while, as the ground shook slightly, an invisible wave gradually spread out with this place as the center. At first it was just this interface, then it spread to the nearby abyss, and finally covered the entire Tartarus and even reached places far beyond the present world. Deep in the starry sky, Aphrodite, who was waiting quietly in front of the sacrificial gate, was shocked. When the wave approached her, The goddess of beauty felt an incomparably great will descending upon her. The favor of the will from the abyss descended upon her, and along with it came the power of her race, which suddenly grew countless times stronger. Invisible waves passed through the goddess of beauty, but did not terminate the transaction. The true God present in front of the gate of sacrifice is only one of his targets, and there are many more besides. The supreme will descended upon 862-11, Thunderpool almost at the same time, and two tremendous forces descended one after another. In the center of the interface, the demon prince, who had just seen off the incarnation of the God King, looked overjoyed. Faced with the will of the abyss that descended from the sky, it only felt that the upper limit of its growth, which had been suspended due to Zeus's stop, began to rise again. The true identity of the demon prince also began to condense, and at the edge of the interface, another force that also arrived seemed to be arriving reluctantly. He seemed to have sensed that something was wrong with the target, but he was unable to make an accurate distinction in such a hurry. Although the will of the abyss is far more active than the laws of the world, its power is far inferior. Although the problem could not be found immediately, the will that came out of instinct ultimately gave a reward according to the wishes of the person who made the contribution. Then countless demon essences rolled down like a tide and poured into the body of the demon with a human body, a snake tail, and 8 arms. On the ground at the edge of the interface, a look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 8-armed snake demon. Looking up at the sky, the big snake's face showed surprise and a bit of admiration. It was not surprised that its tracks could be discovered by the will of Tartarus, but what it never expected was that it would actually receive a reward from the other party. Is it because of the incarnation of Zeus? It should be. But the other party should not have chosen to complete the bloodline of the demon god. So where did this reward come from? Hiss! He neighed softly, not thinking for long. Even though it is hard to believe, if we eliminate all the impossible options, then no matter how unlikely the remaining option is, it can only be the only truth. But this shouldn't be the case. Zeus. It turns out he is so brave. In that case, I have underestimated the people in the world. His expression was solemn and he sighed softly. Even though he had not seen it with his own eyes, a sense of respect arose from the bottom of his heart. To be honest, although it was indeed me who revealed Zeus's whereabouts to the demon prince, and it was me who gave him this idea, but realistically speaking, apart from the idea of gaining some benefits, it was just for the fun of watching Zeus hastily escape and even destroy his incarnation. As for other possibilities, although Dashi had thought about it, he never thought that it would really come true. After all, even if Poseidon is not picky about meat and vegetables, he only targets humans whose beauty cannot be appreciated. Birds, beasts, and even fish all have extraordinary appearances in the eyes of their own kind. However, up to now, whether the snake is willing to believe it or not, the facts seem to be in front of it. This seemingly ordinary God King is actually so terrifying in his heart. There is an old saying among the mortals of later generations. Those who have accomplished great things in the past did not have extraordinary talents, but they also had unyielding determination. God King Zeus is the true embodiment of this sentence. The snake was shaken and hesitated for a moment. It felt the abyss demon god's source power that kept coming, but the amount was slowly decreasing over time, and it made a decision in its heart. Brash. Silently, the mirror of Sprir, which controls part of the power of the space field, fell into his hands. It knew that if it used the power of this artifact here, Tartarus would probably soon discover its problem. By that time, the little demon god's source power that had not yet been collected was small, but a siege was almost foreseeable. But after thinking about it carefully, Dashi felt that this was not a problem. First of all, if it had dived into the abyss in the past and was discovered, the suppression of Tartarus and the mother of demons would have arrived almost instantly. Even if the real body of the Midgard serpent came here, it would never have a good ending. At this moment, even if he was exposed, Moya would definitely not have the time to care about it. As for the abyss will, it wouldn't be long before he would also have no free time. After all, feeling this increasingly grand and vast idea and experiencing the trembling and joy of the laws of the abyss, the big snake knew that a transformation that was extremely crucial to him was about to begin. The arrival and actions of the God King gave him the most important opportunity and key, and now, Tartarus is ready to begin a sublimation that is doomed to fail. Failure, yes. This is the meaning of personality. Compared to the instinct of learning from failure and not turning back until you hit the wall, only an independent personality will learn from others' experience and prevent oneself from going in the wrong direction. With a calm expression, she easily came to the conclusion. Maybe the simple Midgard serpent wouldn't dare to say it so surely, but Ryan is qualified to make such a judgment. After personally participating in the destruction of a world, he deeply understood that it was not so easy to condense the characteristics of the creation field. The opportunity that Zeus has currently created for the abyss cannot be said to be completely useless, but its usefulness is definitely not as great as imagined. The condensation of the characteristics of creation is like a mortal ascending to the throne of God. It may be just a steady step forward, or it may be a direct step to heaven. The latest novel is published first on Lu 9 Shuba. However, the bigger the leap, the greater the difficulty. Even for the most ordinary impact, an opportunity like today's is just a chance, but not a big one. Driven by instinct, the target chosen by Tartarus for his first attack was so far away. Khaos. As expected, the characteristic that he wanted to sublimate was none other than Khaos, the most important representative of the otherworldly realm. If he succeeds, then the promoted Tartarus will probably have the power to suppress the mother tree immediately, even though the two were born so far apart in time. But just compare it with the other two, and you will know how difficult it is to achieve this behavior. Starting with the annihilation war before the end of one world, and taking the fall of his other self, La Adam, Amon merely sublimated the replacement that highlights the debate between existence and non-existence from the absolute void, represented by the 8 original gods that combined in pairs, and ending with the destruction of the other world and taking an incredible war as an opportunity. The mother tree of flesh and blood also simply found the key from the changes of life and death, and condensed and sublimated his immortality. Even if Ryan didn't know so much about these two processes, those two worlds were far from being comparable to Khaos today. He could fully conclude that if Tartarus just wanted to sublimate a certain area of his mastery of symbols, perhaps he still had a chance of success. But since the object of his sublimation is Khaos, there is no reason for him to succeed. So, as the creator of the Book of Years, how could I not record such a major event that could affect the course of Khaos world and even involve a great being at the pinnacle of divine power impacting a higher realm? With a grin, not to mention anything else, just recording this incident itself is a major supplement to the authority of history. What a momentous event this is, involving several great beings and affecting the past and future in the realm of time and space. So, with a full sense of mission for the original body, Orochi calculated the time and drove the Mirror of Sprir. The divine weapon that controls space explored left and right in the abyss, and finally locked onto an interface. Once upon a time, I, Ryan, created a great painting, The Death of the God King. It burned the old body of the second-generation God King and started the confrontation between Hell and the Abyss. And now, the Atrium Serpent, is also going to record an immortal secret history and engrave it in the depths of Hell. This period of history will surely be remembered, and one day in the future, it will influence the entire world. The world, Olympus. No different from the past, this pure land belonging to the gods is like spring all year round. Although the goddess of beauty left the mountain not long ago, Hera was very dissatisfied with this. She thought that this bitch who only had her face to look at had no sense of the overall situation and was not paying attention to the changes in the human world at all. But no matter what, Aphrodite is one of the 12 main gods after all. Although the Queen of Heaven is nominally higher than the main gods, the gods only respect her because of the power of the King of Gods. Therefore, the goddess of beauty's self-willed behavior did not really bring any consequences in the end. Instead, the meeting among the gods was postponed again and again. Just like today, Apollo drove his golden chariot across the sky, as usual. His skilled technique enabled him to remain steady even with his eyes slightly closed. But at this moment the sun god was not dozing off, he was just processing his accumulated prayers. Every god can receive the prayers of mortals, which is almost something connected with faith. However, on the other hand, although the prayers were received, few gods were willing to respond to them. Indifference to mortals, boredom with complicated things, or simply forgetting. In short, in the entire Olympus, there are not many gods who are willing to spend more time managing their own kingdom, let alone prayers from humans. Apollo declined to comment on this, as he was not very conscientious. He would just deal with some very important matters among the believers every once in a while, or listen to the prayers of several believers according to his mood. That is the case today, as Apollo drives his golden chariot and swims in the ocean of faith. Following the omnipresent magic web, he first promoted or demoted his clergy and removed unqualified candidates. Then, with a change of mind, the sun god's energy was directed toward his own kingdom. This has always been his habit, putting public interests first and private interests second. To him, the kingdom of God and the church are naturally public, while ordinary believers belong to the private category. After all, the souls of believers in the kingdom of God, who are jokingly called prayers by the gods, do not completely belong to the gods, but in a sense they can be regarded as the property of the gods. But this time, when Apollo's thoughts probed into Asgard with ease, a great sense of danger suddenly surged in his heart. Without hesitation, the sun god, who had held the oracle slate in the original trajectory and was once known as the god of prophecy, believed his premonition almost instantly. His mind quickly retreated, as if something was chasing him. Such a quick decision can be said to be decisive. However, the next moment, Apollo knew that he was still too late. Puff! Great sounds are silent, and great images are invisible. For a moment, the sun god didn't know what was happening. A mouthful of divine blood was immediately spat out, and even on Apollo's divine body, a trace of spiritual scars appeared. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator. Number 574. The three realms are shaking. SHHHHHHHH. What just happened? Wait, stop. In the heaven on earth, on the golden sun chariot. The eyes that were originally slightly closed suddenly opened wide, and the originally rosy face of the god driving the divine chariot instantly turned pale. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Apollo seemed to be hit by an invisible force. He subconsciously released the power of light to try to resist this sudden injury. But the first thing to be affected was not the source of the invisible force. Instead, Apollo startled the Pegasus that was pulling the divine chariot. As a result, the sun god's chariot shook continuously and almost fell to the earth. Apollo shouted and immediately pulled the reins. Although the wounds on his body were still painful, he still tried to pull the golden chariot back on track. He heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing serious had happened. But before he could relax, the next moment, strong shocks once again came towards him along the invisible line of faith. Like the surging tide, one wave higher than the other, Apollo's eyes went dark and he almost fell off the divine chariot. The divine light passed across the ground and landed directly in front of the golden chariot. Although the visitor had tried his best to calm his breath, Apollo still felt the turbulent divine power. The sun god's face was not very good, and he shook his head slightly. He covered his chest with his right hand and looked at Hestia, who came hurriedly. He didn't know what to say. "I'm fine, it just seems like something's wrong with Asgard. Just now, my kingdom of God seemed to have suffered a severe blow. As for the source of power, it's Zeus." Frowning, the hearth goddess, who had also suffered a shock in her faith due to the instant annihilation of a large number of petitioners, said affirmatively. "But he probably didn't mean it. I feel it more clearly than you do. His spirit seems to be filled with great pain, so much so that my power as the guardian of the house has been triggered by him." Maybe. I was speechless. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, the reality was that I had suffered a serious injury. But after taking a deep breath, Apollo could only blame himself for his bad luck. "Hey, you should go back and rest first. I can drive the Apollo chariot for you for a while." Zeus, he really is a source of worry. Opposite Apollo, Hestia also saw the dissatisfaction in her nephew's heart, but she didn't know what to say. She had no choice but to let the other party go back to recuperate first, so as to prevent him from accidentally falling to the human world while driving the divine car. "Okay, thank you very much, Your Highness." Apollo agreed immediately, and he did feel that his current condition was not very good. So he got off the golden chariot and immediately handed over the power of driving to the goddess of fire. The shock of faith caused by the death of a large number of believers at the same time had already affected his spirit, not to mention that his will had been severely damaged before, which resulted in even greater damage. Fortunately, although Hestia is not as good as me in matching the authority of Sun, she can still make up for it with a lot of power. In addition, the current divine chariot is not pulling the real sun, so... Boom. Hearing thunder in the silence, the previous impact has not yet subsided, and the sound of the sun myth has not yet fallen, when another shock that strikes the soul directly comes across. Apollo looked up suddenly and exchanged glances with the goddess of fire. From her eyes, he could tell that Hestia had heard the same voice as him. But it's not Asgard. This time it's the shock from the source sea. It seems that something big is happening that affects the entire world, but the beings in the material world are still unaware of it. As powerful divine powers in the world, the two of them could sense this. Apollo, now it seems that Zeus's actions just now are probably related to this. In a place unknown to us, changes have occurred in Khaos world that only the God King can get involved in, and the kingdom of the gods has also been affected. It seems that I have to go talk to him later. He spoke in a low voice. Since two unusual things happened at the same time, there was a high probability that there was some connection between them. Hestia looked worried. No wonder Zeus seemed indifferent to many things recently. This is certainly due to his dissatisfaction with some people, but perhaps this is also a reason. He was dealing with big, unknown things, so he had no energy to focus on anything else. But she couldn't go on like this. After today's events were over, she had to go find Zeus in person and ask him what he was doing today. Although he is a god king with great divine power, he has his strengths and weaknesses. No one is omnipotent, but as long as he is willing to speak out his difficulties, the gods can work together to find a solution. Besides, no matter what others think, as his eldest sister, Hestia will definitely do her best to help him. Crunch. Bang. The human world, Asgard. It was a mess, as if a natural disaster had happened. Looking around, those once shining kingdoms of God have become dim. On another Mount Olympus built by faith, Zeus' figure disappeared at some point. The ornaments cast from divine metal seemed to have been crushed to pieces by the tremendous brute force, and in the sky above the interface, a thick layer of dark clouds covered the sky. Silver lightning shuttled up and down in it, and the electric snakes looked so crazy and violent as they danced. The rain was pouring down, and the rain made up of mortal beliefs poured down, interweaving with the shining thunder and lightning. It was as if something was trying to clean the dirt off itself, but the dirt could not be gotten rid of no matter what. Boom boom. The thunder in the sky shook the entire world. The entire Asgard was a scene of doomsday, and some fragments of the kingdom of God shattered by lightning seemed to confirm this. Countless petitioners prayed to the gods in their respective kingdoms, but no one could probe their thoughts into Asgard at this moment. The natural disaster continued, bringing destruction like the end of the world. As time passed, the madly dancing lightning gradually subsided. It seemed to realize where it was, and that this was not a place it could destroy at will. So it began to consciously limit the scope of its activities to reduce the impact on the surroundings. This scene lasted for a long time, and the interface was in constant turmoil. Until one moment, with the sudden vibration of the vast sea of source, the winding and dancing lightning snake stiffened for a moment. Then, under some great will, It smashed straight to the top of Mount Olympus and fell back into this illusory mountain made of faith. The lightning recondensed, and the shape of a man was quickly outlined. However, for some unknown reason, after it had taken on the general shape, it did not return to its true flesh and blood state. It has maintained its appearance as an elemental mass, and only its hideous and distorted face can be vaguely seen. Haha, I am the God King. That's right, I am the King of Gods. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. This is a test given to me by great destiny. This is proof that I am superior to all living beings. The latest novel is published first on Lu 9 Shuba. No matter who you are, no matter who you are, no matter if you are Kronos, Erebus, Uranus, or you, Ryan, this is a great trial that you cannot complete at all. Only me. There is only me in this world. Only Zeus, the great king of gods, can do this. No one can match me, so I am the only king in the world. The sound shook the void, and the words were deafening. At this moment, the God King even felt as if he had comprehended a supreme realm. In a trance, he combined his will with the origin of thunder and allowed himself to face the impact of the source of divine power. But this time, the original power that was enough to defeat all gods seemed to lose its effect in front of Zeus for a short time, and his supreme will seemed to have subdued the impact of the original power. The chaotic information coming from all things in nature is endless, which is beyond the ability of individual wisdom to carry. The only result of trying to possess everything is to become a part of it. However, at this moment, some changes seem to be taking place. The great divine power operated more exquisitely in Zeus's hands, although at the moment he had no time to experience this state carefully. It's like letting a person with natural mysophobia come into contact with the dirtiest and filthiest environment, or letting a patient with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder live in a room where everything seems inharmonious. As the king of gods in the material world, and an indispensable part of order, Zeus's aversion to chaos is almost innate, as is his pursuit of beauty. But at this moment, the great king of gods is facing the greatest weakness of his own humanity. As for the belief that supports him to persevere, it is his pursuit of power and strength, and his persistence in his own incarnation. That's right, it's the persistence of the incarnation. Because until that moment, until he saw the existence that his incarnation was facing, the king of Olympus understood the meaning of the other party's message, and the belief of fighting to the death. Special appearance. If there are any problems, please point them out immediately. Zeus was still confused at first. There are billions of creatures in the world. What kind of beauty has the God King not seen? What kind of appearance has the God King not understood? So that he let his incarnation describe it like this. But when everything really fell into his eyes, the God King realized that he actually had such a firm will in his heart that he could still talk and laugh even in the face of such a scene. At that moment, Zeus was shocked. Is this something he did? Of course. The reason why he couldn't believe it was not because Zeus couldn't do it, but because he had never really seen through his own heart. Just like in the human world, he heard that there are many mortals who are afraid of death in their daily lives, but can face death calmly at the critical moment. There are also many subjects who seem loyal, but collapse in the face of real threats. In the past, Zeus could not understand this human nature, but now he understands it. The incarnation and the original body are actually one mind, and they are essentially one person. Even though there is a difference in strength, there is no difference in their decisions and choices regarding things. So, if the incarnation can do it, then Zeus himself should be able to do it. If he seems unable to do it, it is only because he is still separated from it by a layer and has never been truly there. In this situation, the incarnation's memories continued to flow in, and as long as Zeus wanted to, he could cut off this invisible connection at any time. But he couldn't do that, even if it was for the sake of his own incarnation sacrifice. Since the other party was really special enough, he had to persist. And in the end, he was indeed rewarded. He gasped for breath, and his own personality consciousness merged with the source of thunder. The violent shock to the root of human nature temporarily smoothed out the pollution of the source force. Even though this state could not last long, Zeus still felt stronger than ever before. His will seemed to be swimming in the boundless sea of Source, as if the world had become one, yet he still retained his complete consciousness. Zeus even had a feeling that something was wrong. If he had achieved greatness through the more powerful priesthood of thunder instead of royal power, then perhaps he would have been able to complete some kind of transformation at this moment. But it seems that he can't do it for the time being. However, taking this opportunity, being in this state of almost blending with the world, Zeus saw another wonderful sight. But as an incarnation, Zeus still had some things he didn't understand, just like the dream at the beginning. He is not the original body, so naturally, he cannot understand what is happening in the abyss. The incarnation of the God King only knew that since that day, the entire Tartarus inexplicably gave him a feeling of weakness, and even the ability to isolate the inside and outside became weaker. So much so that the original body, which was originally unable to convey information to him, could find an opportunity to send him the latest instructions. But in that thought, the traces of the original body's spirit were a little scattered, and the content also made him feel a little strange, even confusing. Because the king of gods of Mount Olympus spoke highly of the behavior of his incarnation, and said that in terms of on-the-spot response, the incarnation's ability had even exceeded his original imagination. It was incredible that he remained unmoved in the face of Moya's stunning appearance, and still acted with the interests of the God King at the core, and finally completed the predetermined goal. But for the great cause of the God King, he couldn't stop there. Since he had already paid so much, he had to make this journey complete. Therefore, having a good relationship with the demon mother was only the first step. The second step was how to make the other party stand on his side when it came to worldly issues. If possible, it would be best to bring that demon in as well and continue his preparations at 862-11 Thunderpool. Even if this goal cannot be achieved perfectly, at least they must be able to resist the troublemakers from hell and give them no chance to interfere in human affairs. So, the gains from my trip may be passed back to the human world through reverse sacrifice, but I will have to stay here for the time being? Strictly speaking, this is not a big deal. After all, as an incarnation, my power is insignificant compared to the original body. But that memory, forget it. I'm afraid it can only stay with me for the time being. I hope the original body can solve the problems in the human world as soon as possible and then take me back. He shook his head slightly. Since it was the decision of the main body, the incarnation did not intend to refute it. After all, he did not intend to let anyone know about that special communication, and he could not even leave any chance for it to be leaked, let alone convey it through this cross-border transmission method. However, he encountered some difficulties in how to return to his original body. Even if Moya's appearance did have an unreal beauty, in the Avatar's opinion, this was far from enough to shake his heart. Therefore, the main body is most likely saying something else. He has something to say, but he didn't say it directly. It's just that in the abyss, although the perception between the incarnation and the original body cannot always communicate with each other, in the end, they are still one person. Why bother with code words when talking to yourself? The only possibility is that even if the object is oneself, it is not easy to show this kind of feeling. It shouldn't be that serious. As my real body, I will eventually return to him. Could it be that facing such a perfect goddess, even his own incarnation is jealous? Objectively speaking, the incarnation of the God King felt that this speculation was a bit outrageous, but he couldn't think of a better explanation for the moment. So, after thinking for a moment, the Avatar had to make a decision. In the future, when you are with Moya, try to keep in touch with your original body. If he had misunderstood the original's meaning, he could just cut off the connection. If he didn't, it would mean that he had tacitly acknowledged his own behavior. Okay, that's all I can do. Next, it's business. He let out a light breath, and it seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact, all the things that flashed through the mind of the incarnation of the God King were just a moment. Turning around and looking at Moya, who was walking slowly towards him like a newlywed wife, Zeus smiled gently, his eyes full of the other person's shadow. Moya, I know. This time, I, as the king of gods, have come to you from the abyss. Perhaps you will think that I have other intentions. I admit that I did come here with certain purposes in the beginning. It's just that when I see you, none of this matters anymore. It's okay. If you want me to do something unnecessary. The incarnation of the God King interrupted Moya's words with decisiveness. I am the king of gods, and all the kings of gods in history have never relied on women to take over the world. Father Heaven has never relied on the authority of Mother Earth, and my Father God has never relied on the power of Mother God. Before, I only regarded you as a helper who could be won over, so I can let you fight for me. But now I've changed my mind. Even if we have to fight, I will help you defeat the demons that split the power of the abyss and help you clear out the outsiders who have invaded Tartarus. In this vast abyss, only you should be its master, and I will use facts to tell you that I will keep my word. With a dazed expression, at this moment, looking at the high-spirited Zeus, Moya's heartstrings were touched again. It was an unceremonious decision, made without any thought of consulting her, but it made the former Titan goddess feel an unprecedented sense of security. King of gods Zeus. Is there such a perfect male god in the world? No matter what you say, if you need me in the future, I will definitely help you. Your enemy is my enemy. I swore secretly and let go of the last bit of my guard. Feeling the breath of life that had begun to grow in his body, Moya's face was full of smiles. Khaos, the human world. The sun rose as usual, and the turmoil in Tartarus apparently had no impact on the mortal world. In fact, in the entire world, there are only a few people who have noticed the movements of the abyss. The impact caused by his promotion is not even as great as the changes in Asgard. Of course, this is also thanks to the remnants of the world that have not yet been completely drained. It is precisely because of its existence that Tartarus's failure to be promoted did not cause much impact. The latest novel is published first on Lu 9 Shuba. After all, problems arising in development can often be solved in the process of development. As long as an endless supply of power continues to pour into the abyss, the impact of a failed sublimation will not be as great as imagined. Moreover, Tartarus's current relative stability is actually somewhat related to his radical choice to sublimate, Khaos. Precisely because the gap was so huge, he never came close to success from beginning to end. From the perspective of promotion, this is undoubtedly a bad thing. But considering the backlash after failure, this actually reduced the price he had to pay. In short, the world remained the same as usual, and mortals had never understood the chaos among the gods. On this day, in the eyes of the gods, in front of a big city not far from the foot of Mount Olympus, the air shook, and then a silver shuttle appeared in the air. The originally smooth and seamless shell trembled slightly, and the silver-white door opened out of thin air. Stepping out of the silver shuttle, Hercules looked around. According to the map, this should be within the territory of Olympia. According to the information obtained, the Olympus God Court did not issue a wanted warrant for the group's actions in the starry sky, but the gods had their own ideas after all, and no one could guarantee that a main god would not become angry and surround them in the starry sky. So, in order to avoid trouble, the few of them waited in a remote star field for a while before returning to the human world. And their first target is Olympia. We don't need to stay too long. We are here only to fulfill our promise in exchange for the star shuttle. Rescue the famous centaur sage, and then go directly to the ruins of Mount Olympus. He spoke in a deep voice, his words were concise, and to the point. Perhaps because of Ammon's death, Dionysus, who originally had a casual personality, now seems to have grown up a lot. Nodding slightly, Hercules did not intend to spend too long in this mortal country. But before leaving, he glanced at his companions. Ammon's death was an accident. Although I feel sorry for him, the ancient evil is dead. I know. Nodding slowly, Dionysus said seriously, I promised him that he is a part of my life, and I will live for him. Good. Without saying anything else, Hercules looked toward the distant city again. Olympia. This place is very close to Mount Olympus. It is said that here, the incarnations of the gods can display far more powerful power than in other places, which is why the belief in gods here is more devout. And since the incarnation is like this, The original body is probably the same. But even so, the great hero had no intention of giving up. Some people's promises are made to others, while others' promises are made to themselves. Even though no one was there to supervise him in fulfilling his promise, Hercules would not go back on his word. At the same time, just before the star shuttle came to the human world again, in the temple of the god of war in Olympia, servants came and went, bringing delicacies and fine wines into the room. Melodious music floated in the air, occasionally mixed with the sound of broken vessels. Crackle. He threw the empty bottle of wine onto the ground and smashed it. In the center of the temple of the god of war, Ares' cheeks were flushed, and he looked drunk with almost no effort to hide it. But even so, no mortal in the temple dared to look up and gaze directly at this god who had come to the mortal world in person. Crackle. The hanging arms swept across the table, bringing down the cups and plates on the ground. Ares leaned back in his chair, trying hard to recall what he was here for. Why did I come to the mortal world? I remembered that ever since that human named Achilles defeated me, Aphu has been increasingly dissatisfied with me. But this can't be blamed on Aphu. She is so beautiful. Cough, cough, cough. It's all that damn mortal's fault. The lord of the Styx who baptized him, and the unbeliever who taught him martial arts. Cough, cough, cough. I remember now. I came here to look for that centaur. He was the one who taught that mortal martial arts. I will use him to prove to the world that the god of war has never been defeated by a mortal in a single fight. Groggy, but still remembering his purpose. Ever since the story of that day spread among the people, Ares felt that his faith was weakening day by day, especially those shallow believers, who knew how many of them had been lost in secret. Strictly speaking, this is normal, because mortals don't care how Ares lost to Achilles, nor do they care whether the other party got help from other gods. They only know that the god of war was defeated by a human, which is an absolute shame. The only way to change all this is to win, but that human being is no longer here. In desperation, Ares drowned his sorrows in alcohol and came up with another idea. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator. Number 577, lost again. Ares, you have to understand that mortals are ignorant and cannot see too far. They are also blind and will only listen to what they want to believe. People who wander around the earth like ants never care about the truth, just as they never have the ability to distinguish what the truth is. That's why they can't understand how powerful that cursed artifact is, and they can't understand how perfect that humans fit with the Styx is.
Pa.
Ares threw the last wine glass in his hand to the ground, and a sense of satisfaction from destruction surged in his heart as he watched the exquisite vessel, which a mortal craftsman might spend a year to make, break into pieces. But this brief pleasure was only momentary. The half-drunk god of war thought about Aphrodite's previous ruthless rebuke, and all he felt was annoyance in his heart. A human being who is most likely dead, without a burial place, is no longer alive. What can he do? No matter what, a living person can never defeat a dead person, and that centaur, he actually dared to refuse his orders. If Ares had not been afraid of the goddess of the magic net who was wandering outside the divine court, how could he have tolerated him until today? One last time. I'll give him one last chance. If he still dares to refuse me, then let the dead speak for me. Under the influence of alcohol, the god of war's last bit of patience was almost exhausted. The solution he had come up with before was actually very simple. That was, since he couldn't defeat a dead person, he would make the dead person become a living person and take the initiative to select an opponent that he could definitely defeat. You know, since Achilles is Chiron's student, he is naturally the one who knows that mortal best. The real cause of Achilles' death was that he was cast down to the mortal world by the Lord of Darkness, and even his corpse flowed into Tartarus along with the water of the river Styx. Strictly speaking, no one can be sure that he is dead, and there is no legend circulating in the world that the Lord of Darkness took action. Therefore, whether he is dead or not is actually entirely up to him. In this way, As long as he can find another powerful hero, and then find a way to temporarily change the opponent's appearance, and finally have Chiron identify him personally and finally kill him in public, everything can be saved, and all previous failures can be explained. Anyway, it is not uncommon for gods to be deceived by humans due to carelessness or other reasons. Adding one more person to the story would at most be another joke. Everything seemed perfect, at least Ares thought so. Mortals couldn't see the truth, so he would give them the truth. Having made up his mind, the god of war immediately came to Olympia. However, what he didn't expect was that the centaur actually rejected him. Without the cooperation of the other party, Ares' plan would be difficult to succeed. Even if it succeeded, as long as Chiron stood up in the future and pointed out that the man was not Achilles, his actions would become a bigger joke again. So the days passed one by one. The centaur never gave in, and the patience of the god of war grew thinner. Until today, under the influence of alcohol, he no longer wanted to endure it. It would be better to kill Chiron and have someone manipulate his corpse to challenge Achilles together and then kill them both. If the goddess of the magic network wants revenge, let her do it. In the temple, Ares swallowed the last sip of wine, strode out, and ordered the waiters around him to leave. Okay, all of you, get out of here. Chiron, you are such an ungrateful fellow. Since you are determined to die, I will just grant your wish. There was a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Without the grace of the goddess of beauty, Ares's nature derived from his priesthood was gradually no longer suppressed. Duels, mutinies, blood, brutality, unjust wars. The authority composed of all these fields was pulsating slightly within the divine wrapping, and he had long wanted to find an opportunity to vent. Achilles was just an unrepeatable accident. Now, even a tiny centaur dared to ignore him because of Hecate's existence? This cannot be allowed. The originally jumping priesthood moved slightly. Ares was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Turning around and looking outside the city, the god of war perceived that something seemed to be approaching him in that direction. The vigorous energy and tenacious spirit are even enough to trigger the induction of the war priest. There is no doubt that he must be a powerful hero who is destined to look down on all enemies. This feeling, even Perseus once did not give Ares such a strong feeling. Under normal circumstances, upon seeing such a rare person, the god of war would most likely choose to send down an oracle, even at the cost of granting eternal life, to allow that human to join the embrace of his church and spread his name among the people. Only now, I can't help it. I can only say that you are unlucky. I was having a headache before, thinking about what kind of human to find to play the role of Achilles. After all, he has fought against other mortals, and others know how powerful he is. I never thought that even fate would be on my side today. Ha 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 ha. Ares laughed loudly and flew up, planning to go and come back quickly and capture the human before the people in the city noticed. As for whether he could win, that was a joke. Without the power of the sticks and the assistance of divine weapons, Achilles would not be able to defeat him. What's more, although this place is not Olympus, Olympia is close enough to the sacred mountain. Although he did not have god-level power, Ares thought that he was much stronger than the top demigod in the world. Not to mention that he was just a substitute. Even if the other party was really Achilles himself, without the magic sword, he could only flee in panic relying on his indestructible body, let alone a human being who came out of nowhere. One move, or at most 3 moves. I can take him down in the blink of an eye. Hercules, pay attention. It seems like a god has come from that city, and it looks like he has bad intentions. Although he seemed to be alone, he actually brought Ander with him. The moment the great hero got off the star shuttle, he rushed towards Olympia. He didn't intend to cause trouble here, he just wanted to end the battle quickly and rescue the people. But what he didn't expect was that when he was halfway through the journey, the puppet in his pocket suddenly reminded him. God, who is it? How can you be sure he has bad intentions? He spoke in a deep voice, and after Ander's reminder, Hercules immediately became alert. But he didn't choose to believe everything, even though Ander was now his friend. Everyone has his or her own stance, And this is true between evil gods and righteous gods. Although many of the gods of Olympus disappointed him, there was never a shortage of kind and benevolent gods like Hestia. Ender was not offended by being in the hero's pocket. He just smiled and called out the other person's name. Hee, if I'm not mistaken, that's Ares. Believe me, Hercules, you must have heard of his duties and stories. No matter how you look at it, this half-goddess is not someone who is easy to talk to. No further explanation is needed, because at this moment, the ancient bronze chariot is galloping towards the horizon. For war horses named Ethon, burning, Cornebos, riot, Phlogos, flame, and Phoebus, terror, galloped and neighed in front of the chariot, with no intention of slowing down. And sitting in the middle of the chariot, Ares held a spear in his hand and threw it at the hero with a loud laugh. There was no communication. The god of war wanted to capture this sudden human hero alive as soon as possible, so he aimed at the enemy's thigh and threw it out with all his strength. He believed that no human being could take this blow head-on. Being in the realm of Olympia, this was no longer a force that belonged entirely to the human world. Then, as Ares watched, the great hero reached out and grasped the spear shaft that was flying towards him. Laugh. A tiny bloody mark was left on the palm of his hand. Although the speed of the powerful spear suddenly decreased, it still hit Hercules. The latest novel is published first on Lu9 Shuba. Carrying the impact of a galloping divine horse, the bronze thatched tip finally collided with the tough fur with a loud bang, and then it could no longer move forward an inch. Narrowing his eyes slightly, looking at the god of war with a frightened look on his face, the great hero nodded slowly. He had to admit, Ender was right. Andre, you're right. He does have bad intentions towards me. Ares, the god of war, is he here for Perseus? Heracles didn't know if that was the case, and he didn't need to know. To a god who attacks you the first time you meet him, he simply has to respond in kind. He turned the spear over and threw it back, then strode forward to meet the galloping Pegasus. If he can't bring the centaurs out in a low-key manner, then there's nothing unacceptable about trying another way. Phew. Olympia, the entire city is shrouded in the shadow of the central colossus. Perhaps it was because of the coming of Ares. Although the reputation of this god of war in the world was not as high as that of other gods, this devout city that regarded the gods as everything was still happy. But today's Olympia seemed a little different from the past, because although Ares' departure had not been noticed for the time being, in the distance of the city, waves of increasingly clear movements affected the peace of the city. Some devout believers frowned and condemned in their hearts the existence that disturbed the gods. Some people looked worried, as they didn't know whether the coming god of war would punish them for this. But no matter what, the noisy movement attracted a lot of attention in the city. Even the imprisoned centaurs could vaguely feel the shaking of the earth, but they had no idea what was happening outside. As time went on, the earth's turbulence got closer and closer, and the houses in the city could be seen shaking noticeably. Only in the center of the city, the tall statues of the god king and the queen of heaven remained motionless, as if some force had fixed them in place, unaffected by any external force. What's going on? What happened? Are the gods angry? Could it be that the Lord of the Sea, the earth-shaking god Poseidon, has come to Olympia? Don't be afraid, His Majesty the God of War is still here. Olympia is the city favored by God. There was a lot of discussion in the city, but the shaking of the earth only became more intense. A steady stream of prayers spread out, and the most recent and largest recipient was the god of war, who was present here. Logically speaking, Ares should step forward to quell this chaos instead of letting people's suspicions continue to ferment. But at this moment, he can do nothing. The bronze chariot that was originally under him had long gone somewhere unknown. The bridles of the 4 celestial horses were tied together and held in the hands of the human whose name he had not yet asked. The horses were galloping, and they were terrified and wanted to get away from this terrifying existence. However, the hero just pulled them down with his left hand, and the 4 horses were unable to move. Striding forward, Hercules stared at Ares. This was another main god he met, but this one still disappointed him. Is this god? It doesn't seem like anything special. Without the innate power and authority, what would be left of these gods? The goddess of the magic web created witchcraft. The goddess of wisdom brought a lot of knowledge to the world. Every creature in the human home is in the shadow of the hearth goddess. The Queen of Heaven determined human marriage, and she and the Black Goddess respectively perfected the rules of fertility and reproduction. God of War Ares, what about you? Tell me, what did you do? Do you have anything that is uniquely your own, other than what you were born with? Hercules asked seriously, not mockingly. You, human, how dare you laugh at me? What I was born with is what you will never have. Shining. Ares drew his sword and looked grim. Damn, where did this monster come from? When did so many things that go against common sense appear among humans? And the most important thing is, why do they all come to me? Unable to understand, Ares thought about it over and over again and could only come to one conclusion. I am the god of war. Perhaps this is the fate that a god of war must face. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator. Number 578. The discipline of the scales. Suffered a sudden attack, and it is most likely unrelated to what happened in the starry sky. After all, judging by Ares' reaction to Hercules' strength, he probably had no idea who he was meeting. For a moment, if the hero had not taken action yet, he would have even thought that he had rescued the centaur Chiron, which is why he was chased by Ares now. But the reality is that he hasn't even entered the city gate, but that doesn't matter anymore. Hercules rushed forward facing the bronze dagger wrapped in the bronze airflow. Pulling Pegasus backwards, the hero wrapped his fist with the invulnerable lion skin and grabbed the long sword that was coming towards him. Veins popped out on his 3 arms instantly. In this land near Olympus, the god of war and he were engaging in the most primitive contest using the bronze sword forged by Hephaestus as the medium. There is no fancy energy surge, but the power of the flesh is undoubtedly demonstrated here. But what made Ares open his eyes wide and look ferocious was that the bronze dagger that he was holding with both hands and pressing down with all his strength only stayed in the air for a moment, and then was lifted up by a big hand at a speed visible to the naked eye and moved in the opposite direction unswervingly. A moment of astonishment surged into his heart, and shame and anger filled Ares' chest the next moment. Violent murderous intent and anger burned in his heart, even turning into an invisible flame that enveloped him. An endless supply of power was born out of thin air. With the harmony of priesthood and spirit, the power of the god of war, which had already reached its limit, rose again. If this was on Mount Olympus, the destructive power of his divine power would probably have briefly risen by one level out of thin air. Ares howled to the sky and looked at the enemy in front of him with bloodshot eyes. Enough, enough. Mortal, do you really think you can defeat me?
Impossible.
You can never beat me. I am the undefeated god of war, Ares.
Boomstreepje.
The clouds in the sky dispersed, and the earth roared. It was clearly just a confrontation of physical strength, but at this moment it demonstrated the power to shake mountains and rivers. At this moment, without the blessing of the laws of the gods, and without the help of divine weapons that could be fully exerted by mortals, even the invulnerable fur of the giant lion could only block the sharp edge of the bronze dagger. Facing such an opponent, Ares could no longer find any reason to comfort himself for his failure. In such a desperate situation, his divine duty was finally doubly stimulated. The more he fought, the stronger his power became. Was this the upper limit of the god of war? Ares didn't know. He only knew that his physical strength had more than doubled at this moment. Even if Zeus was standing here, he would dare to step forward and wrestle with the other party. The raging rage fueled the blood flow, and the cracked ground around him proved how powerful he was at the moment. With great confidence at this moment, Ares pressed down with both hands with all his strength. Achilles, or anyone else, No matter who it is, no one can resist his power at this moment.
Tir.
Tread. Take a step forward, and the ground collapses. At Ares' stern shout, the dagger that was already at its limit finally stopped moving upwards and pressed towards the hero again. With a look of ecstasy on his face, in the eyes of the god of war, Hercules' figure seemed to overlap with his past enemies. Athena, Achilles. Yes, that's it. Your previous victories never proved anything. As long as God can give me a chance for a fair duel, how can you be my opponent? Sharp. Looking directly into Ares' eyes, at that fierce look and taut blood vessels on his face, Hercules was truly amazed at this moment. Even the other Lord God I met was not even 1/10 as good as you in this aspect. I don't mean to exaggerate. Even if all the divine power and authority are taken into account, Ares in normal state is at most twice the level of Zephyros. Even if he is full of fighting spirit, the gap between the two sides will not be as much as 10 times. But Hercules' judgment was correct, because divine power and physical body are not absolutely equal. Among all the gods, the ancient first-generation Titan gods generally have extraordinary bodies, while the new gods are relatively weak, and there are many gods whose bodies are not as strong as those of the powerful demigods. Only gods like Ares, whose divine duties are compatible with those of the Titans, can rival the Titans in terms of the strength of their divine bodies. Even compared to them, the god of West Wind and the mortal demigods are not even on the same level as him in this regard. Therefore, all along the way, Hercules saw either strange mechanisms or strange sizes. No one could achieve this with just the body. Even when he first debuted, he still strangled the great demon with an equally extraordinary body. It was not until today that this famous god of war finally made him feel a little bit of fighting spirit. Wrestling with the gods? The left hand holding the reins finally moved. The hero shook his wrist and knocked the 4 celestial horses to the ground. Facing Ares' gaze that changed from ecstasy to confusion, and then to astonishment and disbelief, Hercules grasped the middle of the dagger with his left hand and lowered his waist to sit on his hips. Although he had no respect for the other party's character, as an opponent, the great hero recognized the strength of the god of war. Come on, there's no need to hold back. Now I am also using my full strength. Your Highness Ares, please let me see your true power as the god of war. His eyes were bright. It was a rare opportunity to meet such an opponent. He exerted force with his legs. The force was transmitted from the ground to his waist and abdomen, and finally exploded in his forearms and wrists. Apart from the giant god who holds up the sky and uses strength as his authority, and the giant with 100 arms who has infinite strength just by stepping on the ground, there is no other power in the world that is as strong and pure as this. Even at this moment, Hercules felt as if he had touched something again, but it was still like looking at the moon in the water or flowers in the fog. By the time he reacted, everything had passed in a flash, as if it had never happened. Only as the one facing this supreme power, Ares' eyes were bloodshot, and he felt powerless and horrified. What a joke! He just realized that what he had been dealing with before was just this human's hand. But the great hero thought that he didn't use his full strength because he didn't want to take advantage of him. Now he is going to experience his real strength. The fighting spirit that had just been ignited began to tremble immediately. Looking at Hercules in front of him, the god of war wanted to say something, but the great hero had no intention of listening at all. The saying, "one force can defeat 10 skills," was demonstrated to the fullest at this moment. Although Ares tried to mobilize the holy power in his body to resist in desperation, Olympia, although close to the sacred mountain, still belonged to the human world. With a loud bang, a crack dozens of miles long appeared in the ground. The bronze light flew backwards and fell towards Olympia. What was a little surprising was that when the light was about to approach the city, it suddenly stopped and then changed direction. Not only did it not slow down, but it accelerated and continued to fly into the sky. And the direction he was flying in was vaguely the direction where Mount Olympus stood. What is going on? The blood was boiling, and the hero felt refreshed after a long-awaited full-strength attack. He just let out a long sigh, looking at the little divine blood on the ground and the fading divine light, and Hercules was a little confused for a moment. Shinshue could understand that in the wrestling just now, the bronze dagger finally couldn't withstand their strength and broke into several pieces. One of the sections just happened to poke Ares' body, leaving a wound where he tied his belt, but he didn't know why the divine light turned away. Note 1. What else could it be? The duties of the god of war are closely related to confidence and fighting spirit. A god of war who loses confidence and fighting spirit is like a Poseidon who loses the ocean. He will be affected in all aspects. Your attack just now probably broke his mentality so that he ran away without even turning his head. Haha, in fact, 1 or 2 wins and losses are not enough to cause this. Ares probably reacted like this because he had lost a lot in the first place, and you were just an inducement. But he still had some sense and knew not to embarrass himself in front of mortals. So, even in an emergency, he remembered to stay away from the city of Olympia. The latest novel is published first on Lu 9 Shuba. Chuckling softly, the puppet climbed out of the big hero's pocket. To be honest, he was shocked by the power that Hercules had just unleashed. Without considering those special influences in terms of pure physical strength, the great hero may really be the best in the world. That's good. Now, you should be able to take the centaur Chiron away in a low-key manner. After all, Ares will never publicize this matter in a big way, and because of your fight, this city has become a mess. All right. The hero nodded slightly, indicating his approval, but thinking about what happened just now, he still felt a little upset. As you said, I was wrong just now. This level of power is already the full strength of the god of war, but he hasn't said why he came to trouble me. I really can't understand it. Shaking his head slightly, Hercules stopped thinking about it. Next, he just had to find the person.
Bang.
Brush.
Top.
The journey was smooth, and without Ares, Olympia was like a no-man's land in front of the great hero. If it were in the past, the god king might have left a thought on his huge statue. Even if he would not do anything, he might have chosen to stop the centaur from leaving. But the god king had been staying at home recently, so this last bit of trouble was eliminated invisibly. Going deeper into the city, Hercules found Chiron imprisoned in an underground palace. But unlike what he imagined, the centaur didn't seem to be hurt here. Instead, he looked relaxed and at ease. Without asking any more questions in the palace, after explaining his purpose and the commission from Silvermoon City, Chiron immediately agreed to leave with the great hero. The chaotic city didn't even notice their whereabouts, and in less than half a day, the 2 men left Olympia. Olympia is a city that is loyal to its faith. In fact, its level of fanaticism far exceeds that of Silvermoon City. After all, not everyone in Silvermoon City is a devout believer, but here, only the devout believers are qualified to survive. Expressing gratitude to Hercules for rescuing him, the tall centaur explained to him why he was not hurt. Until Ares arrived, the people of this city finally did not dare to do anything to him, and the arriving god of war did not have time to do anything. There was a slight feeling about this, but Chiron was also a little worried. Although he seemed safe now, he himself did not think so, because a long time ago, he had predicted his future. In the River of Fate, he vaguely saw a sharp arrow carrying poison hitting a blurry horse body. He could sense the breath of death from that arrow. There was no doubt that if he was the one hit by it, he would be dead. And if he was not the one who was shot, how could he see the scene? In any case, I thank you for your help, brave hero. He had prepared for death long before coming here, so although he was still worried, the centaur did not care too much. He simply looked at the great hero in front of him and decided to do his part in his journey. Silvermoon City gave him the Star Shuttle as a reward, but that didn't mean Chiron didn't have to do anything. From Hercules, he learned that the other party was going to the ruins of Mount Autolus. He still has some knowledge about this place. The ancient sacred mountain was broken off in the last era, so that now only ruins remain there. Everything that belonged to the Titans was buried there. In addition to the remains of the gods, there is also a terrifying demon. I know. The Sphinx. Nodding, the great hero already had a good understanding of this. However, the centaur's next word surprised him. So, you're saying it didn't stay there voluntarily, but was suppressed there by a divine artifact. You can't say that it's voluntary. Or rather, it is an agreement reached with the owner of the artifact. They made a bet, and the stakes were the Sphinx's freedom and the artifact that was compatible with its power. I think you should know this. The centaur said solemnly, that is the golden balance, the manifestation of fair order in the world. And it is precisely because of its existence that the Sphinx has never set foot in the human kingdom.
Note 1.
In the Trojan War, Ares was stabbed in the same place by a mortal hero, and then ran to Zeus to complain. So where's the place to tie the belt? The waist or below the waist? I don't know. I spread my hands.jpg. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek mythology, the spiritual dominator. Number 579 complain. Golden balance. Listening quietly to the story of this famous scholar, Hercules was no stranger to this name. Like the sword of evil slaying, which is known as the sword of judgment, the golden balance is a sacred weapon of the ancient Titan god, Themis, the goddess of law and justice. On Earth, it is also called the scales of justice and the scales of judgment. Whether it is the king high above or the beggar begging for food on the roadside, almost everyone has heard of this artifact that is regarded as a sacred artifact by the judges on Earth. According to legend, it is the most fair judge in the world. No matter whether it is material treasures and land, loyalty and good, and evil of the soul, or rights and status that exist only in concepts, there is nothing in the world that it cannot judge and distinguish between the high and low and the unimportant. There are even some rumors that this ancient god travels in and out of the afterlife. Therefore, for a while, many nobles were terrified and even deepened their faith in the gods. After all, no one could be sure what the fate of their soul would be after death. I think you should know that many of the powers of the son of Typhon have some connection with the gods. For example, the connection between the lion skin on your body and Her Highness Hestia's protection, or the relationship between the nine-headed serpent Hydra and the goddess of life. The same is true of the Sphinx, and the one associated with it is Her Majesty Themis, the goddess of law. Holding a branch at random, the centaur painted a primitive mural on the stone wall. The battle between the gods and Typhon, the blood of the goddess of justice dripping, the Sphinx born under the stimulation of the unique blood and the combination of the heritage of the king of all monsters. When the great hero looked at these murals, it was as if history had come to the present. And in front of him, Chiron continued to tell this little-known story. It's different from other great demons. Perhaps it's because the authority of the goddess of law contains a deeper order, or perhaps it's because of the deviation caused by her justice. In short, unlike other great demons, the Sphinx is not bloodthirsty. It simply wanders the earth all day long, seeking wisdom and knowledge among humans, and takes pleasure in defeating the wisest among mortals. This hobby is very strange, but it is not dangerous. So almost no one noticed it at the beginning, and only a few anecdotes from the countryside spread among the countries. However, demons are demons after all. Once their traces are discovered, their hostility towards humans is innate and cannot be changed. No one knows whether humans attacked it first or it attacked humans first. Anyway, from that day on, when the first human hero who was proud of his wisdom fell in front of the Sphinx, a war broke out. Countless mortals went to fight against the demon for fame and power, and then fell asleep beside the demon. Gradually, the gods also knew of its existence. The gods sent down an incarnation to try to kill this powerful demon. But they were shocked to find that although the Sphinx did not have an immortal body, it did have a special domain that was almost impossible to crack. No matter who you are, if you can't answer her 3 questions, you are no different from an ordinary person in this field. So, several gods were turned in defeat. None of them were willing to risk being imprisoned in the domain. Only the goddess of justice stood up. Unlike other gods, due to the nature of her authority, she can be exempted from the influence of the demon realm as long as she can answer one question correctly. However, the goddess did not participate in this game in the end. She just stopped the fight and made a bet with the Sphinx. Why? Is it because Your Highness Themis is not sure that she can answer even one question correctly? Hercules asked, his expression slightly changed. However, the next moment, Chiron gave him a very unexpected reason. No, the goddess didn't take action because she found that the evil-slaying sword had no reaction to the Sphinx. She believes it is innocent, so there is no reason to kill it. But she doesn't want it to continue to cause unrest in the world, even if it actually stems from the church's propaganda and the arrogance of ordinary people. After much deliberation, the goddess finally decided to solve the problem in a different way. She used her own artifact to gamble with the demon. If no one could solve the Sphinx's puzzle within the specified time, the artifact would belong to the demon from then on, and the goddess would no longer interfere with its behavior. And if someone solves its puzzle, it will serve the goddess from then on.